In the name of Allah, the entirely merciful, the especially merciful. This is a surah which we have sent down and made that within it obligatory and revealed therein verses of clear evidence that you might remember.
See Surah Al-Mu'minun, Ayah 118 for the Tafsir.
The unmarried woman or unmarried man found guilty of sexual intercourse, lash each one of them with 100 lashes, and do not be taken by pity for them in the religion of Allah, if you should believe in Allah and the last day, and let a group of the believers witness their punishment.
Commentary. The first verse of this surah is introductory preface to put extra emphasis to the commands given in it. The very first command after that is regarding punishment for adultery, which has a direct bearing on the intent of the surah, that is to preserve chastity, even of the eyes. The subjects of control on casting eyes and not to enter houses without permission are to follow soon. Commitment of adultery is the ultimate outcome when one ignores all types of prudence against continence and is an open rebellion against divine precepts. Therefore, the punishment for adultery in Islam is most severe as compared to all other punishments prescribed by the Qur'an for the crimes committed by human beings. Adultery, being a big crime by itself, also brings along with it many other crimes, the result of which is destruction of the entire social order. If the causes of killings and atrocities are probed deeply, the majority of them will appear to be caused due to a legitimate relationship with women. It is for this reason that in order to eliminate completely this heinous crime, its Islamic punishment has been described in the opening verses. Adultery is a great crime and is a combination of many crimes. That is why its punishment in Islam is very severe. The Holy Qur'an and mutawatir ahadith on their own have fixed the punishments of 4 crimes. They are not left at the discretion of the judge or the ruler. These punishments are called hudud in the terminology of Islamic jurisprudence. Apart from these, the punishment is not fixed for other crimes, and the ruler or the judge can award the punishment in accordance with the type of crime, the circumstances of the criminal, and the background in which the crime is committed, in order to control the spread of crime as he feels best. Such punishments are known as penal laws in Islamic jurisprudence. Islamic hududs are 4 in number: stealing, leveling false accusation against chaste women, drinking liquor, adultery. Each one of these crimes is very evil in its own right, and while disturbing the peace and tranquility of the society contributes toward other ills of the world at large. However, the ill effects and consequences of adultery are so immense in their destruction of the human values that no other crime can perhaps compete with it. Molestation of someone's wife, daughter or sister is nothing but his destruction. For a noble man it is not as bad to lose all his material wealth and belongings as to lose the chastity of his womenfolk. It is for this reason that often we come across such incidents that people whose womenfolk are molested get after the life of the molester without caring for their own lives. This passion for revenge passes on to the generations and results in the destruction of families after families. In a community where illicit sexual acts become rampant, the family lineage is lost. When the sanctity of relationship with mother, daughter, and sister is vanished, with whom the marriage is forbidden, then one can marry them as well, which is even a greater crime than adultery. If we analyze the causes of disorder and disturbance the world over, we will note that in most cases the root cause is woman, and to a lesser degree the wealth. Only those rules can guarantee the worldly peace, which safeguard the woman and wealth in a befitting manner, and do not allow them to cross the appointed limits. It is not the intention to highlight here the ills and evils of adultery. The points mentioned above are enough for the human society to know the destructive ills of this act. This is why Islam has fixed the punishment of adultery as more severe than the punishments of all other crimes. The punishment has been described in the verse in the following words: the fornicating woman and the fornicating man. Flog each one of them with 100 stripes. Surah An-Nur, Ayah 2. First the fornicating woman is mentioned, and then the fornicating man. The punishment for both is the same. The common practice about injunctions is that mostly the command is conveyed by addressing the men folk only, and the women are included in that by implication. It is not regarded necessary that they be addressed separately. In the whole of Quran, masculine gender is used for passing the injunctions through the phrase, and women folk are regarded as included in that. Perhaps the wisdom is that as Allah Ta'ala has ordained the women folk to keep themselves covered, in the same way their mention is kept covert in the context of mankind. But here there was a possibility that some might have the confusion that all these injunctions relate to men only and the women are free from them. Therefore, in some specific verses the women folk are also mentioned alongside separately, like in the verse Surah Al-Azam, ayah 33. Moreover, where both men and women are to be mentioned, then the natural order is that first the men are mentioned and then women. In the case of punishment for stealing, the same order is maintained in the injunction as for a man or woman who commits theft. Cut off the hands of both, Surah Al-Ma'idah, ayah 38, where the male thief is mentioned first and then the female thief. But in the case of punishment for adultery, only an incidental mention of women was not considered enough. Instead, a specific reference was regarded necessary. Secondly, mention of the women is given priority over men. There are many points of wisdom in this. First, the women are regarded weaker sex and compassionable for their physique. If they were not mentioned specifically, one could have had the misgiving that perhaps the women are exempt from this punishment. The mention of woman is preceded because the act of adultery is so impudent that its commitment from her side could be carried out only by extreme fearlessness and carelessness, because the nature has bestowed in her character instinctive shyness and an urge to guard her chastity. The nature has provided many things for the safety of women. Hence commitment of fornication from her side is more grave than for man. As against this, in the case of theft it is a bigger crime for men who are bestowed with strength by Allah Ta'ala, so that they earn a living from the bounty He has provided. The man is required to take advantage of Allah's bounty by working for the sustenance and not stealing for the living, as this is a great shame and sin for him. Since the women do not have the same circumstances, if they commit theft their crime will be of a lesser degree as compared to that of men. Surah An-Nur, ayah 2. Meaning of the word is to hit with the whip, and it is derived from the word leather, as the whip is normally made of leather. Some commentators have suggested that by the use of word it is alluded that the strike of the whip should be so moderate that it should be felt only within the skin and not deeper into the flesh. The Holy Prophet had himself urged that the punishment of whipping be exercised with moderation, so that neither it is so hard that it tears off the flesh nor so mild that it does not hurt at all. On this point some commentators have reproduced a hadith of the Holy Prophet with their chain of narrators. The punishment of whipping 100 times is exclusive to unmarried man and woman. For married persons, the punishment is stoning to death. This point is worth noting that the injunctions on adultery were revealed gradually and moved on from a lighter punishment to a more severe one, like the gradual prohibition of alcohol which is mentioned in the Qur'an itself, the details of which have been described earlier. The very first injunction on adultery is the one given in verses Surah An-Nur, ayah 15 to 16 of Surah An-Nisa, which is, and those of your women who commit the shameful act, then have 4 witnesses against them from among you. So, if they do testify, then confine those women to their homes until death overcomes them or Allah prescribes a way for them. Surah An-Nisa, ayah 15. And those 2 of you who commit it, torture them both. But if they repent and amend, turn away from them. Surely Allah is most relenting, very merciful. Surah An-Nisa, ayah 16. Detailed commentary and explanation of the above 2 verses is given under Surah An-Nisa. They are repeated here so that preliminary stage of the punishment of fornication is kept in mind. In these verses, the proof for establishing adultery is described with a specific condition of having 4 male witnesses. Secondly, punishment for the woman is prescribed as to confine her within the home and for both of them inflicting of harm. At the same time, it is also hinted that this was not the final injunction on adultery and that some more directives will follow. This is the meaning of, or Allah prescribes a way for them, Surah An-Nisa, ayah 15. In the above referred punishment, confinement of the women within the homes was regarded sufficient at that time, and causing harm to both as enough punishment. But the limit, the magnitude, and the form of harm to be inflicted was not defined. Rather, the wordings of the Qur'an suggest that the initial punishment of adultery was only punitive, of which the quantum was not fixed by the Sharia, a tazir, a punishment left to the discretion of a judge, but was left at the discretion of the ruler or the judge. That is why the ambiguous phrase of inflicting harm or torture was adopted. But at the same time, it was hinted that probably some other form of punishment for the culprits of the crime will be introduced later by saying Surah An-Nisa, ayah 15. When the present verse of Surah An-Nur was revealed, Sayyidina Abdullah ibn Abbas, may Allah be pleased with him, said that what was promised in Surah An-Nisa through Allah prescribes a way for them. So now this verse of Surah An-Nur has prescribed the way, that is flogging both man and woman with 100 stripes. And then Sayyidina Abdullah ibn Abbas, may Allah be pleased with him, made the punishment of 100 stripes exclusive to fornication, that is when the crime is committed by unmarried man and woman, and said, "It is prescribed that if the married man and woman commit this crime, then they be stoned to death, and the punishment for unmarried culprit is 100 stripes." Sahih Bukhari, Kitab Tafsir p. 657. In the verse of Surah An-Nur under reference, punishment for adultery is given as 100 stripes without qualification. So, it is obvious that he must have found from some other authentic hadith that the punishment for adultery is stoning to death, and for fornication 100 stripes, and that hadith has been related by Sahih Muslim, Musnad Ahmad, Sunan Nasi, Abu Dawud, Tirmidhi, and Ibn Majah on the authority of Sayyidina Ubadah ibn Samit, may Allah be pleased with him, that the Holy Prophet said, "Have knowledge from me that Allah Ta'ala has prescribed now the way for women that he had promised before, which is that for unmarried man and woman is 100 stripes in exile for 1 year, and for married man and woman it is 100 stripes in stoning, along with the punishment of 100 stripes for the unmarried man and woman prescribed in the An-Nur verse. There is an additional punishment mentioned in the hadith to send the adulterer man in exile for 1 year. On this there is a difference of opinion among jurists, that is, whether the punishment of exile to male adulterers is compulsory, or it is at the discretion of the judge, that is, if he deems it necessary, only then send the criminal in exile also for 1 year. In the opinion of Imam Azam Abu Hanifa, may Allah have mercy on him, this last referred position is correct, that is, it remains at the discretion of the ruler or judge. Secondly, according to this hadith, there is the punishment of 100 stripes also for the married man and woman before the stoning. But in accordance with other hadith and the actions of the Holy Prophet and the first 4 caliphs, it is established that these 2 punishments are not to be combined. Married persons are to be awarded the punishment of stoning only. The main point to be noted in this hadith is that the Holy Prophet has explained here the verse of Surah An-Nisa, where Allah prescribes a way for them, and while explaining he had added some more points beside flogging 100 stripes as stated in Surah An-Nur. These points are: punishment of 100 stripes is exclusive to unmarried man and woman, an addition of 1 year's exile, rajam or stoning to death of married man and woman. It is but obvious that the additions made by the Holy Prophet in the verse of Surah An-Nur was also on the command of Allah Ta'ala. This is not but a revelation revealed Surah An-Najm, Ayah 4, for the messenger, and for those who hear from him directly. Both the revelations which are recited in the form of Qur'an and those which are not recited had equal sanctity. The Holy Prophet himself had acted upon this rule, punishment of stoning to married adulterer, in the presence of many of his companions. He awarded the punishment of rajam or stoning to Ma'iz and Gamadiya, which is recorded in all the books of traditions with authentic authorities. Additionally, an incident is reported in the authentic traditions books on the authority of Sayyidina Abu Hurairah and Zayd ibn Khalid Juhani, may Allah be pleased with him, that an unmarried man committed adultery with a married woman whose servant he was. The father of the adulterer boy brought him before the Holy Prophet. The incident was proved by his admission. Then the Holy Prophet said, "That is, I will adjudge your case according to the Book of Allah." He then adjudicated that the unmarried adulterer boy be flogged with 100 stripes, and the married woman is stoned, and directed Sayyidina Anas, may Allah be pleased with him, to execute the punishment, who took the confessional statement of the woman, and then the punishment was carried out on the orders of the Holy Prophet. Ibn Kathir, according to above tradition, the Holy Prophet awarded the punishment of 100 stripes to one criminal and of stoning to the other, and described them both as the judgment by the Book of Allah, although in Surah An-Nur only the punishment of 100 stripes is indicated and there is no mention of stoning. The reason is the same, that Allah Ta'ala had revealed to the Holy Prophet the complete explanation and details of the injunction, which all fall within the purview of the Book of Allah, although some of it is not included and mentioned in the Surah An-Nur expressly. Bukhari and Muslim have recorded an address of Sayyidina Umar, may Allah be pleased with him, on the authority of Ibn Abbas, may Allah be pleased with him, the wordings of which are, "May Allah be pleased with him, peace and blessings be upon him." Sayyidina Umar ibn Khattab, may Allah be pleased with him, said, while he was sitting on the pulpit of the Holy Prophet, that Allah sent Muhammad with truth and revealed to him the book. So whatever is revealed to him includes the verse of stoning as well, which we have read, memorized, and understood. Now I fear that with the passage of time one might say that we do not find the injunction of rajam, stoning, in the Book of Allah, and hence go astray by not following the religious obligation, which is revealed by Allah. And be clear in your mind that the injunction of stoning, rajam, is ordained upon the one whether man or woman, who is married, and when the evidence of adultery is established, whether is a confession or pregnancy. The same version is narrated in Sahih of al-Bukhari, also with greater detail, Bukhari 1009 Bal. 2. And in Nas, it is narrated in the following words: we have no choice to avoid the punishment of stoning, rajam, because it is one of the punishment from the punishments prescribed by Allah. Be very clear in your mind that the Holy Prophet himself had awarded stoning, and we too have awarded stoning after him. If there was no risk of people saying that Umar, may Allah be pleased with him, has added something on his own in the Book of Allah, I would have written this in a corner of the Quran. And Umar ibn Khattab, may Allah be pleased with him, is witness, Abdurrahman is witness, and so companions are witnesses that the Holy Prophet had awarded stoning. Ibn Kathir, this is apparently proved by the address of Sayyid ibn Umar, may Allah be pleased with him, that there is a specific verse on injunction of stoning, which is in addition to the verse under reference of Surah An-Nur. But Sayyid ibn Umar, may Allah be pleased with him, did not tell the wordings of that verse, nor did he tell that if there is a separate verse beside the verse of Surah An-Nur, why it is not included in the Quran, and why it is not recited. He only said that if there was no risk involved that people would put blame on him of making addition in the Book of Allah, he would have written this verse on a corner of the Quran. Al-Nasi, what needs careful consideration in this narration is that, if it is a verse of the Quran and its recitation is mandatory like other verses, then why say Ibn Umar, may Allah be pleased with him, left it out just because of the fear of people's calumny, when he is well known for his vehemence about Allah's injunctions? The other point to be noted is that he did not say that he would have included this verse in the Quran, but all he said was he would have written it on the margin of the Quran. All these things support the inference that the explanation of this verse, that Sayyidina Umar, may Allah be pleased with him, heard from the Holy Prophet, in which he specified the punishment of 100 stripes for unmarried man and woman and stoning for the married persons. He treated it as a verse of the Book of Allah because of the words of the Holy Prophet and his consistent practice. Sayyidina Umar, may Allah be pleased with him, understood fully well that the Holy Prophet's explanation was in line with the command of Allah's book and not actually the verse of the book. Otherwise no power on earth would have stopped him to write down the verse in its place if it was missed out. His comment about writing it on the margin of Quran is further proof that the verse was not a part of Quran, but only the explanation of the verse of Surah An-Nur. Some narrations have carried the actual wordings of the injunction on the subject, but they fall short of proof and authenticity to merit inclusion in the Quran. The jurists who have related this verse as abrogated for recitation, but not abrogated as a command, have done so by way of an example, and as such it does not in fact prove that it is a part of the Quran. The gist of the matter is that the punishment of 100 stripes described in Surah An-Nur for adulterer man and woman is exclusive to unmarried man and woman as per detailed explanation and elucidation of the Holy Prophet, and punishment for the married persons is rajam, stoning. Although this elucidation is not given in the wordings of the verse, but the exalted person to whom this verse was revealed has himself elaborated the subject without the slightest doubt of any confusion. It is not that the Holy Prophet explained this only through his words, but he also executed this punishment several times in the presence of many companions, and the proof of this has reached us with unbroken authentic chain of narrators. Therefore, the punishment of stoning for married man and woman is in fact an injunction of the Book of Allah itself, in the sense that it is as certain as any other injunction of the Quran. This fact may be mentioned either by saying that rajam is a provision of the Quran itself, or by saying that it is established by the unbroken chain of traditions. Sayyidina Ali, may Allah be pleased with him, has also said the same thing, that the verdict of stoning is established by the tradition of the Holy Prophet. An important warning: wherever words married and unmarried appear in the above explanation, they are used for ease of explanation. The actual words used in the saying are or and. The real position of an Islamic jurisprudence is of the one who has copulated with the spouse with an authentic nikah, and is also saying. Whenever we have used the words married in this context, it carries the same meaning. It is only for brevity and ease that the word married has been used. 3 degrees of gradations in the punishment of adultery. On pondering over the verses of the Quran and the ahadith referred to above, it becomes clear that initially the punishment of fornication was light, in that the judge or the ruler was to inflict pain to the perpetrator, man and woman, of the crime at his own discretion, and confine the woman in the home. This punishment was enjoined in Surah An-Nisa. The second period was that when the verse of Surah An-Nur was revealed, in which 100 stripes each to both were enjoined. The third period was the one when the Holy Prophet instructed, after the revelation of the verse under discussion, that the punishment of 100 stripes will be restricted only to those who are not married, But if married man and woman commit this crime, then their punishment is stoning, rajam, in Islamic law. If the punishment of a crime is severe, the conditions of proving it are also tough. As described above, the punishment of adultery in Islam is most severe compared to punishments of all other crimes, along with that the conditions to prove this crime are equally tough in Islamic law. If there is the slightest doubt or uncertainty, then the maximum punishment, known as had, is remitted, and only a punishment by way of ta'zir may be awarded which should be commensurate with the extent of crime. In all other cases, testimony of 2 men or 1 man and 2 women is required for the proof of a particular event. However, for the maximum punishment of fornication, the evidence of 4 male eyewitnesses is necessary who must testify without the slightest doubt or confusion. Another severe circumstance that aggravates the severity of an evidence of fornication is that if the evidence of a witness in a case of adultery is rejected, then the witness himself may suffer badly, because in that case, he may be charged for false accusation of adultery and may be awarded the punishment of 80 stripes. Therefore, no one will dare testify to fornication where there is even slightest degree of doubt. However, if the adultery is not proved clearly by eyewitnesses, but there is proven evidence of a man and woman found in a compromising and unlawful position, then the judge can award the punishment by way of ta'zir which stripes as are suitable in that particular case. Details of the punishment for fornication and its conditionalities can be seen in the books of fiqh. Injunction against homosexuality and sex with animals. The issue that if a man indulges in sexual act with a man or an animal, whether his act falls within the purview of fornication or not, and whether its punishment is the same as that of fornication, has already been dealt with under the commentary of Surah An-Nur. Although this act is not called fornication neither lexically nor in the terminology of Sharia, and hence punishment of fornication is not applied to that, but its punishment is no less in its severity compared to punishment of fornication. The noble companions, may Allah be pleased with him, punish such culprits by burning them alive. No pity for them should withhold you from complying with Allah's religion. Surah An-Nur, Ayah 2. Since the punishment for adultery is very severe, and there is the possibility that those awarding the punishment may feel pity and be lenient, hence it is also enjoined that in the fulfillment of this important religious duty any compassion is not permissible. Pity or mercy and forgiveness or pardon are always laudable, but any compassion shown to criminals will result in injustice to the entire humanity, hence it is prohibited and not permissible, and a group of believers must witness their punishment. Surah An-Nur, Ayah 2. At the time of execution of the punishment of fornication, a group of Muslims should be present to watch. It is customary in Islam to execute all punishments, especially the hudud, in public, so that those who see it take a warning. But the directive for the presence of a group of Muslims at the time of execution of punishment for fornication is peculiar to this punishment. Initially, Islam requires not to publicize the crimes, but once they are established through evidence, it is the requirement of wisdom to disgrace the criminals. For the control of vulgarity and shamelessness, Islamic laws have imposed far-reaching restrictions. It is made obligatory for women to cover themselves. Men are asked to lower their eyes on seeing women folk. The sound of jewelry or the singing of women are prohibited, as they may lead to wanton acts. However, if someone is seen wanting in adopting Islamic teachings, he should be guided in private, but is not allowed to be disgraced. But if someone has crossed all limits and has broken all the ties with Islamic laws, and his crime is established in accordance with the Islamic jurisprudence, then keeping his crime secret might embolden others for committing this crime. Hence, the extent to which Islam has cared for avoiding publicity of the crime, to the same extent the emphasis is laid in making it public for disgracing the culprits once the crime is established. It is for this reason that not only the punishment for adultery is enjoined to be executed publicly, but the presence of a group of Muslims at the time of execution is also made mandatory.
The fornicator does not marry except a female fornicator or polytheist, and none marries her except a fornicator or a polytheist, and marriage to such persons has been made unlawful to the believers.
Commentary. The second injunction about fornication. The first injunction was regarding the punishment of fornication, which has been described in the previous verse. The second injunction is about marrying a man or women who have committed adultery. Alongside the marriage with polytheist man and woman is also described. The commentators have given different views while explaining this verse, but the simplest and safe meaning is that fornication is an obnoxious act, and as such whoever indulges in this act loses his character and taste, and is attracted towards persons of the same character, and like so marry them. The objective of this verse, according to this interpretation, is not part of an injunction, but merely to describe a fact of life, normally seen in everyday life. This is a reflection on the filthy act of fornication and its far-reaching detrimental and evil effects. In other words, the verse says that fornication is a poison to ethics, and its poisonous effects ruin the moral behavior of man. He stops differentiating between good and bad and develops a liking for evil things. He does not bother about permissible and prohibited any woman that he fancies for is with the purpose of fornication, and hence he tries to cajole her into the shameful act. If he fails in his advances, only then agrees for the marriage under compulsion. But he does not really like the marriage, because he finds the objects of marriage, such as being faithful to wife, produce virtuous children, and take charge of all her needs and alimony for life, a burden and nuisance for him. Since such a person does not have any concern with the marriage, his inclination is not restricted towards Muslim women, but is as much for polytheist women. If a polytheist woman lays the condition of marital bond for fulfilling her religious obligation, then he would agree for the marriage as well to meet his desire, without having regard that such a marriage has no sanctity and is not valid in Islamic law. It therefore comes true on him that if he has a fancy for a Muslim woman, she would either be an adulterer or will become an adulterer after having illicit relations with him, or he would fancy a polytheist woman, with whom the marriage is as impermissible as adultery. This is the explanation of the first sentence of the verse, that is Surah An-Nur, Ayah 3. Likewise, if a woman is a habitual adulterer and does not beg Allah's pardon, then a truly believing Muslim male, for whom marriage is a religious trust, would not really fancy such a woman, especially knowing fully well that she would not give up her obnoxious habit of adultery even after the bond of marriage. Only a male adulterer would be attracted to her whose sole aim is to fulfill his lust rather than marriage. But if she makes marriage a condition for any mundane consideration, he accepts that too as a compromise. Alternatively, a polytheist male would agree to marry an adulterer, Muslim woman. Since marrying a polytheist is as prohibited for a Muslim woman as adultery, two things have been combined in this situation, that the man is both a polytheist and an adulterer. This is the explanation of the second sentence of the verse. This has become apparent from the above explanation that the term adulterer is used for those men and women who do not repent and beg Allah's mercy and stick to this evil habit. In case an adulterer man marries a chaste woman for the sake of housekeeping or for having children, then there is no ban to this marriage from this verse. Similarly, if an adulterer woman marries a virtuous man with the intent of leading a pure life, then also there is no stopping for such a marriage in the light of this verse. Such a marriage will be valid in accordance with the Islamic law. Majority of the Muslim jurists like Imam Abu Hanifa, Imam Malik and Imam Shafi'i, etc., are of the same view, and it is also established that the companions of the Prophet have solemnized such marriages. Tafsir Ibn Kathir has also reported the same fatwa by say, Ibn Abbas, may Allah be pleased with him. Now, as to the last sentence of the verse Surah An-Nur, Ayah 3, some commentators have explained the word as alluding towards adultery. In that case, the meaning of the sentence would be that, as the adultery is such an evil act, it has been forbidden for believers. There is no confusion in the meaning by adopting this explanation, but taking for the meaning of adultery is rather far-fetched in the context of this verse. Therefore, other commentators have adopted the explanation for to allude towards the marriage of adulterer, man and woman, and polytheist, man and woman, the marriage between a Muslim man and a polytheist woman and between a polytheist man and a Muslim woman is even otherwise established as forbidden by other categorical Quranic injunctions, and there is consensus of Ummah on the issue. However, the marriage between an adulterer man and a chaste woman, and a chaste man and an adulterer woman is forbidden as implied by this sentence, but is exclusive to the situation that a chaste man after marrying an adulterer woman does not stop her from indulging in adultery even after the marriage, as that will be nothing short of pimping, which is forbidden by Islamic law. Similarly, if a pious and chaste lady marries a habitual adulterer man and let him indulge in adultery even after the marriage, then this is also forbidden. What is meant here is that it is a big sin, but it does not follow that their marriage will be nullified. The word prohibited has two connotations in Islamic law. One, that this act is a sin, and one who acts upon it will undergo punishment for that in the hereafter, and the other is that it will have no legal validity in this world either. For instance, if a Muslim man marries a polytheist or a woman of prohibited degree, then it is not only a sin, but such a marriage is not valid under Islamic law. There is no difference between such a marriage and adultery. The second meaning of prohibition is that the act is forbidden and is liable for punishment, but the legal consequences of the act are recognized. For example, if a man elopes or abducts a woman and then marries her before two witnesses with her consent, then despite the act being unlawful, the marriage will be valid and the children legitimate. Similarly, the marriage between an adulterer man and an adulterer woman is though prohibited if they marry for some worldly expediency, but their real aim is adultery, yet such a marriage is legally recognized. As such, all the provisions of marriage, such as alimony, dower, lineage proof, heritage, etc., will all be applicable. This way, the word in this verse fits in very well for the polytheist woman as per former explanation, and for the adulterers, man and woman, according to the latter explanation. In the light of this explanation, it is not needed to declare the verse as cancelled as has been done by some commentators.
And those who accuse chaste women and then do not produce 4 witnesses, lash them with 80 lashes, and do not accept from them testimony ever after. And those are the defiantly disobedient.
Commentary. The third injunction relating to fornication is on false accusation and the punishment prescribed for it. As explained earlier, since adultery is the most damaging and heinous of all crimes for society, as such its punishment is also most severe under Islamic law, compared to all other crimes. Hence it was the requirement of justice and fairness that the special care be attached to prove this act. Without having prescribed evidence under Islamic law, no one should dare accuse any man or woman of adultery. Therefore, the Islamic law has made it mandatory to produce 4 honest, equitable, just men as witnesses to the crime, without which the accusation of adultery is declared a big crime by itself, for which the prescribed punishment is 80 stripes. In view of this mandatory provision, one would dare making the accusation of adultery only when he is absolutely sure of watching the crime happening himself. Not only that, at the same time he should be sure that along with him another 3 honest men have also seen the crime happening, for which they will give the evidence. Because if there are no other witnesses, or the total number is less than 4, or there is doubt if the witnesses will give the evidence, then only one man would never like to venture evidence alone and be punished with 80 stripes. A doubt and its answer. As for the issue that when there are such strong conditions for the evidence of adultery, the criminals will have a free hand. No one will ever dare to give evidence and fulfill the conditions of Islamic law, and hence, no criminal will ever get punished. But this thinking is totally wrong, because these conditions are exclusive to the punishment prescribed as had for adultery, i.e., 100 stripes or stoning. If 2 non-mahram man and woman are seen together in a compromising posture or indulging in shameless acts, then there is no restriction against giving evidence for it. All such matters which have nexus to adultery are also liable for punishment under Islamic penal code, for which punishment of stripes is awarded at the discretion of the judge or the ruler in accordance with the extent of the crime, but not the maximum punishment of had. Therefore, someone who has seen the act of adultery, but has no other witnesses, need not give evidence of adultery, but can testify for having seen the accused persons in compromising position, and the judge or ruler can award the punishment after establishing the crime. Who are musanat? The word musanat is derived from the word. In the Islamic jurisprudence there are 2 types of. One that has been acknowledged for the punishment of adultery. It means that the person against whom adultery is established is sane, adult, a free Muslim, and who is validly married to a Muslim woman and has also copulated with her. In that case, the punishment of stoning will be awarded to him. The second type is that which has been acknowledged for the punishment of that is punishment for accusation of adultery. It means that the person against whom the charge of adultery is leveled is sane, adult, a free Muslim and chaste. That is, he has not been proved an adulterer before. The word is used in this sense in this verse. Jasas ruling. In the Quranic verse, either because of general practice or because of the incident for which the verse was revealed, the accusation of adultery and related punishment is described in the way that the accusers are men and the accused is a chaste lady. But the injunction applies to all situations because of the common ground applicable to all persons. If a woman levels a charge of adultery against another woman or a man accuses another man, but the required legal evidence is lacking, then in either case the accuser will be liable to the punishment of 80 stripes. Das ist Hidayah, ruling. The punishment of 80 stripes as had is exclusive to false accusation of adultery and does not apply to accusation of any other crime. However, other punishments of tazir can be awarded on false accusations of other crimes. Although it is not specifically mentioned in the Quran that this punishment is exclusive to false accusation of adultery, but the condition of 4 witnesses is the proof of its exclusiveness, because the condition of 4 witnesses is only in the case of adultery. Jasas and Hidya ruling. The punishment prescribed for kasf, false accusation of adultery, relates to the right of the person against whom the charge of adultery is leveled. As such, the punishment against this crime will be executed only when the person demands the execution of the punishment, otherwise it will be annulled. This is unlike the punishment of adultery, which is purely a right of Allah. Therefore it has to be executed even though no person has ever demanded for it. And do not accept his any evidence anymore. Surah An-Nur, Ayah 4. It means that the person guilty of kas is subject to 2 punishments. One is inflicted once, i.e. the 80 stripes, but there is another punishment which stays with the culprit forever. This punishment is that his evidence will not be accepted in any matter unless he begs Allah's pardon with sincere repentance and is also forgiven by the one whom he had accused. Until this is done, his evidence will not be acceptable in any case. This much is by consensus of Ummah. But in case of Hanafiyah, even after begging the pardon, his evidence is not acceptable. Only his sin is pardoned.
Except for those who repent thereafter and reform, for indeed Allah is forgiving and merciful.
Except those who repent afterwards and mend their ways, then Allah is all forgiving, very merciful. Surah An-Nur, Ayah 5. Those who have been punished for false accusation of adultery, if they beg pardon and improve their habits so that there is no risk of repetition of falsehood from them, and also obtain forgiveness from one they had accused, then Allah Ta'ala grants forgiveness and is merciful. This exemption, that is, refers to only the last sentence of the previous verse according to Imam Abu Hanifa, may Allah have mercy on him, and some other Imams, which is Surah An-Nur, Ayah 4. So, with this exemption it means that the one who is punished for false accusation is a sinner, but if he repents with sincerity and improves himself after obtaining forgiveness from the one he had falsely accused, then he will no longer remain a sinner, and his punishment will be pardoned in the hereafter. In other words, the 2 punishments meant for this world, which are referred in the beginning of the verse, that is 80 stripes and inadmissibility of his evidence, will remain despite the repentance. It is because the big punishment of stripes has already been executed, and the second punishment is part of had. All scholars are unanimous on the point that repentance does not remit punishment of had, only the torment of the hereafter is pardoned. Since inadmissibility of the evidence is part of had, it will not be remitted by repentance. Imam Shafi, may Allah have mercy on him, and some other Imams have taken this exemption toward all the sentences of the previous verse, which means that as one does not remain sinner after repentance, hence he would also not be debarred from giving evidence. Jasas and Majari have provided arguments on both sides. Those interested may consult them.
And those who accuse their wives of adultery and have no witnesses except themselves, then the witness of one of them shall be 4 testimonies swearing by Allah that indeed he is of the truthful.
Commentary. The 4th injunction is of li'an, curse, among the adjuncts of fornication. The meaning of and is to curse and praying for Allah's wrath on each other. Certain specific types of oaths between husband and wife with special connotation are called li'an in Islamic law. When a husband accuses his wife of adultery or refuses to own his child as being legitimate, and his wife refutes his allegation to be false and claims for the punishment of false accusation of 80 stripes to be awarded to him, then the husband will be asked to produce 4 witnesses. If the husband produces 4 witnesses, then the wife will be awarded the punishment of adultery, and if he could not produce 4 witnesses, then they will be subjected to li'an. That is, first the husband will be asked to testify 4 times with the wordings given in the Quran to the effect that he is honest, and the 5th time will say that if he was lying, then Allah's curse be on him. If the husband hesitates from saying these words, then he should be arrested and asked either to swear by saying these words 5 times or accept himself to be a liar. Until he accedes to one of the 2 alternatives, he should not be released. If he accepts himself to be a liar, then he should be awarded the punishment of false allegation of adultery, But in case he swears by repeating the required words 5 times, and the wife be asked to swear 5 times by uttering the words given in the Quran for this purpose. If she refuses to swear, then she should be put under arrest until such time that either she swears 5 times or accepts her guilt of adultery, in which case she will be awarded the punishment for adultery. In case she agrees to swear and utters the required words 5 times, then the process of lion has been completed. This way they both have escaped the punishment in this world, but in the hereafter, the one who has lied will suffer the punishment, as Allah knows best who is the liar. However, in this world also, after the process of lian, this couple will be forbidden to each other forever. The husband should free the woman by divorcing her. If the husband does not divorce her, then the judge or the ruler can have them separated by his decree, which will have the same force as divorce. Moreover, they also cannot get married again forever. Details of the process of lian are given in the books of fiqh, where they can be seen. The law of lian has been placed in the Islamic jurisprudence to take care of the psychology and emotions of the husband, because in the preceding verses it has been ruled that for putting the blame of adultery on anyone it is essential to produce 4 eyewitnesses, and if one fails to do so, then he himself will be liable to punishment of false allegation of adultery. For a common man it is possible to keep quiet and not to accuse someone of adultery, if he cannot produce 4 eyewitnesses, in order to save himself from the punishment of false accusation of adultery. But for the husband, it is different, and a very grave matter, when he has seen the adultery of his wife with his own eyes. For if he accuses his wife without the support of 4 eyewitnesses, he will be liable to punishment of 80 stripes, and if he keeps quiet, it will be a lifelong agony for him to live with the knowledge that his wife has been unfaithful to him. Therefore, the husband's case has been separated from the general law, and a separate provision has been prescribed, which is exclusive to the case between husband and wife. For others the directive is the same enjoined in the preceding verses. The books of hadith have narrated 2 incidents under this subject. The commentators have different views as to which of the 2 incidents was the cause of revelation of these verses. Qurtubi has taken both the incidents as the cause of revelation of verses, so as the revelation was repeated twice. Hafiz ibn Hajar, the annotator of Bukhari, and Nawawi, the annotator of Muslim, have treated both incidents as the cause of revelation of the verses. Their reasoning is more appealing, which will soon appear. One incident is that of Hil bin Umayyah and his wife, which is narrated in Bukhari on the authority of Ibn Abbas, may Allah be pleased with him. The initial part of this incident, also on the authority of Ibn Abbas, may Allah be pleased with him, has appeared in the Musnad of Al-Ahmad like this. Sayyidina Ibn Abbas, may Allah be pleased with him, has said that when the verses of Quran on punishment of false accusation of adultery were revealed, namely, and those who accuse the chaste women of fornication, but they do not produce 4 witnesses, flog them with 80 stripes, Surah An-Nur, Ayah 4, in which it is made obligatory on the person accusing a woman of adultery to produce 4 eyewitnesses, one of them he being himself, and if he fails to do so, then he should be charged with a false accusation and awarded 80 stripes instead, and should also be debarred for life from giving any evidence. After hearing these verses, the leader of Madiyah, Sayyidina Sa'd ibn Ubadah, may Allah be pleased with him, inquired from the Holy Prophet whether these verses were revealed like that only. The Holy Prophet was very surprised to hear this from Sa'd ibn Ubadah, asked the Ansar whether they were listening to what their leader had said. The group of Ansar pleaded to the Holy Prophet not to reproach him, as he had made this inquiry only because of extreme sense of honor. Then Sa'd ibn Ubadah, may Allah be pleased with him, spoke himself and said, "My parents be sacrificed on your honor. I know fully well that these verses are nothing but truth, and have been revealed from Allah Ta'ala. But what I am surprised of is that if I see a shameless wife in a situation that a strange man is lying over her, then would it not be right for me to scold him and remove him from there? Instead, will it be incumbent on me to get 4 men and show them this situation to make them witnesses, and by the time I could find 4 men, he runs away after performing his work?" Say, Ibn Sa'di's wordings are recorded with slight differences by various narrators, but the gist of all is the same. Qurtubi, only a short time had lapsed after revelation of the verses of punishment against false accusation of adultery, and the remarks made by Sa'd ibn Ubadah, that the incident of Hil ibn Umayyah, may Allah be pleased with him, took place. It so happened that Ibn Hilal, may Allah be pleased with him, returned from his lands late in the night, when he saw a man with his wife with his own eyes, and listened to their conversation. But he did not do anything, and waited until the dawn, when he went to the Holy Prophet and narrated the story. The Holy Prophet was very unhappy to hear about this incident, and felt very bad. In the meantime, the people of Ansar were gathered and started discussing among themselves that the same thing had happened as was hinted by their chief, and that Hill ibn Umayyah, may Allah be pleased with him, would be punished with 80 stripes in accordance with the Islamic law, and be debarred for life for giving any evidence. Nevertheless, Hill ibn Umayyah, may Allah be pleased with him, said, by Allah, I am very hopeful that Allah Ta'ala will take me out of this predicament. Sahih of Bukhari has also quoted that in fact the Holy Prophet, after hearing the incident of Say ibn Hill, may Allah be pleased with him, had asked him, according to Islamic law, to produce 4 witnesses or be prepared for the punishment of 80 stripes on the back. Say ibn Hill ibn Umayyah, may Allah be pleased with him, swore an oath by God before the Holy Prophet and pleaded that he was honest, and that Allah will surely send down a command which will save his back from flogging. While this conversation was still on, Jibril descended with the verses containing the law of one, that is, and those who accuse their wives of adultery, Surah An-Nur, ayah 6. Abu Yala has quoted the same version on the authority of Sayyid ibn Anas, which also says that when the verses of Lion were revealed, the Holy Prophet gave the good tidings to Hill ibn Umayyah, may Allah be pleased with him, that Allah Ta'ala has sent down the solution to his predicament. Hill replied that he was hoping the same from Allah Ta'ala. Then the Holy Prophet called Say ibn Hill ibn Umayyah's wife also, and when they were both together, he inquired from the wife about the incident. She said that her husband was making a false accusation against her. The Holy Prophet said that Allah knows one of you is a liar, so would you not dread Allah's torment, and come out with the truth and repent? And Say ibn Hill ibn Umayyah, may Allah be pleased with him, said, my parents be sacrificed on you. I have said nothing but truth, and whatever I have said is true. After that, the Holy Prophet directed that the process of li'an be conducted on both husband and wife according to the revealed verses of the Qur'an. First Say ibn Hill, may Allah be pleased with him, was asked to testify 4 times with the wordings of Qur'an, which are, believing Allah to be present everywhere and seeing everything, I testify that I am honest in my allegation. Say ibn Hill testified 4 times with the Quranic wordings. When it came to testify the 5th time, of which the Quranic wordings are, Allah's curse be on me, if I were lying. At that time the Holy Prophet said to Say ibn Hill ibn Umayyah, may Allah be pleased with him, as a warning, that he must be careful and fear Allah, as worldly punishment is lighter than the torment of the hereafter. The torment of Allah is much more severe than the punishment of people, and that the 5th testimony is the final one, on which the ruling would depend. But Hill ibn Umayyah insisted that he could say under oath that Allah Ta'ala would not punish him for his testimony in the hereafter, as he was sure that this was a true testimony. Then he uttered the wordings of the 5th testimony. After that, the Holy Prophet obtained 4 oaths, in a similar manner, from his wife. She too swore with Quranic wordings that her husband was lying. When it came to testify the 5th time, the Holy Prophet asked her to wait, and warned her that it was the 5th and final testimony, and as such she should be fearful of Allah, as his torment is much more severe than the punishment by the people, that is the Islamic punishment of adultery. On hearing this, she hesitated to swear and waited in that condition for a while, then said ultimately, by Allah, I will not disgrace my people, and testified the 5th time, saying that if her husband was true, then Allah's wrath be on her. This way, when the process of li'an was completed, the Holy Prophet separated the husband and wife, that is, broke down their marriage, and ruled that the child to be born of this conception will take the mother's name, and will not be attributed to the father, but the child should not be disparaged. Tafsir Majari quoted from Musnad al-Nat authority Ibn Abbas, the 2nd incident. The 2nd incident is also quoted in the Sahih of Bukhari and Muslim, and the details of the incident are narrated by Baghawi on the authority of Ibn Abbas, may Allah be pleased with him. He has said that the Holy Prophet, while standing on minbar, related the verses in which it is enjoined to punish the man making false accusation of adultery, that is Surah An-Nur, ayah 4. At that time Say Asim ibn Adi al-Ansar, may Allah be pleased with him, was also present in the crowd. He got up and pleaded, O Messenger of Allah, my life be sacrificed on your honor. If any one of us discovers his wife lying in bed with another man and narrates the situation, then he will be punished with 80 stripes, and would be debarred from giving evidence for life. Moreover, the Muslims would call him liar. In such a situation, how can we get the eyewitnesses immediately? And if we do, and go in search of eyewitnesses, he would run away after doing his work, by the time we could bring the witnesses. It was the same inquiry made by Asim ibn Adi, may Allah be pleased with him, which was made by Say ibn Sa'd ibn Ubadah in the 1st incident. This inquiry was made on a Friday. After that, it so happened that Asim ibn Adi's cousin, Uwaymir, who had married Kayla, may Allah be pleased with him, another cousin of Adi's, saw his wife involved with yet another cousin, Sharik ibn Salma. Uwaymir, may Allah be pleased with him, related this incident to his cousin Asim ibn Adi, may Allah be pleased with him, who recited, and went to see the Holy Prophet the next day, again a Friday. Adi said to the Holy Prophet that he had made an inquiry on the previous Friday in which he himself has got involved unfortunately, as the same incident has taken place in his family. Badhal has narrated the incident in great detail as to how the husband and wife were called and went through the process of lien. Majari, this incident is narrated in the Sahih. His on the authority of Say, Ibn Sa'd ibn Sa'd City, may Allah be pleased with him, that Uwaymir al-Ajlani, may Allah be pleased with him, inquired from the Holy Prophet that if someone finds his wife in bed with another man, then should he kill that man, as a result of which he will be killed by people, or what else should he do? The Holy Prophet replied that Allah Ta'ala has revealed an injunction for the case of your wife and yourself. Go and get your wife. Sayyidina Sa'd ibn Sa'd, may Allah be pleased with him, the narrator of the hadith, narrates that the Holy Prophet subjected them to the process of li'an in the mosque. This process has been explained above. When the process of li'an was completed after both husband and wife had sworn 5 times, Uwaymir said, if I still keep her as my wife, this will mean as if I had made a false accusation against her. Therefore I am announcing 3 divorces to her. Majari, on authority of Sa'd, is, in both these incidents it is reported that the verses of li'an were revealed for that particular incident. Hafiz ibn Hajar and Shaykh al-Islam Nawawi, may Allah have mercy on him, have noted the likeness in the 2 by explaining that it looks the first incident was that of Hill ibn Umayyah, may Allah be pleased with him, and the verses of li'an were revealed in that connection. And immediately after that, Uwaymir, may Allah be pleased with him, was also confronted with a similar incident, which he presented before the Holy Prophet, perhaps not knowing Hill ibn Umayyah's incident, which had occurred earlier. Then the Holy Prophet told him the judgment in his case. This appears plausible because, in the case of Hill ibn Umayyah, may Allah be pleased with him, the wordings are, then Jibril descended with these verses, while in the case of Uwaymir, may Allah be pleased with him, the wordings are, Allah has revealed about you, the meaning of which could be that Allah Ta'ala has enjoined his command in a case similar to yours. Majari ruling. When li'an has taken place between husband and wife before the judge, then that woman becomes forbidden for good for that man, just like foster relatives are forbidden for marriage among themselves forever. The Holy Prophet has said in a hadith, the spouses who have gone through li'an can never join each other. Unlawfulness establishes immediately after the li'an. As for the woman's second marriage with another man, she is allowed after the expiry of her iddah period of 3 months, when she is divorced by her first husband, or if he had just said that he had left her. This is the ruling given by Imam Abu Hanifa, may Allah have mercy on him. But if the husband does not carry out any of the 2 alternatives, then the ruler or the judge would order the separation, which would have the same effect as the divorce, and after that she would complete 3 periods of menses, and then she would be free to marry another man. Majari, etc. Ruling. When the li'an is completed, after that the child that would born from that conception would not have the name of her husband, but would be called after the name of the mother. The Holy Prophet gave this ruling in both the cases of Hill ibn Umayyah and Uwaymir al-Jani, may Allah be pleased with him. Ruling. Although the torment of hereafter would increase on the one who is liar, after the li'an, that the punishment of the world be annulled. Similarly, it is not permissible to call the woman an adulterer, nor is it permissible to call her child illegitimate. This was also ruled by the Holy Prophet in the case of Hill ibn Umayyah, may Allah be pleased with him.
And the 5th oath will be that the curse of Allah be upon him if he should be among the liars.
See Surah An-Nur, Ayah 6 for the Tafsir.
But it will prevent punishment from her if she gives 4 testimonies, swearing by Allah that indeed he is of the liars.
See Surah An-Nur, Ayah 6 for the Tafsir.
And the 5th oath will be that the wrath of Allah be upon her if he was of the truthful.
See Surah An-Nur, Ayah 6 for the Tafsir.
And if not for the favor of Allah upon you and his mercy, and because Allah is accepting of repentance and wise.
See Surah An-Nur, Ayah 6 for the Tafsir.
Indeed, those who came with falsehood are a group among you. Do not think it bad for you, rather it is good for you. For every person among them is what punishment he has earned from the sin, and he who took upon himself the greater portion thereof, for him is a great punishment.
Interconnection of verses. As has been mentioned earlier, a major part of Surah An-Nur is in connection with those injunctions which are related with protection and security of chastity and continence. Diametrically to that, any attempt to debase the chastity and honor would be in violation of the injunction, for which the punishment in the world and the torment in the hereafter are enjoined. In this connection, first the maximum punishment of adultery, then the punishment for false accusation, and after that the process of lien have already been described. False accusation of adultery against a chaste woman without the support of 4 eyewitnesses is held to be a great sin, and for such a person the punishment of 80 stripes is prescribed. This injunction is in regard to common chaste Muslim women, but the case of Sayyidah Aisha, may Allah be pleased with him, was quite different and grave, when the hypocrites fabricated a false slander against her in 6th Hera, and some Muslims also indulged in mentioning it. Indeed, it was a much serious and grave situation, and for an ordinary chaste Muslim woman. Hence Allah Ta'ala revealed 10 verses at that point exonerating her from the accusation, and to project her purity and chastity. These verses announce the exoneration of Sayyidah Aisha, may Allah be pleased with him, on one hand, and a warning of severe punishment to all those who were involved in the slander in any way. This incident of imputation is called the episode of ifk, false imputation, in the Quran and Hadith. The word ifk means worst type of lie, imputation, or slander. In order to understand the explanation of these verses, it is necessary to know the background of the incident of ifk. Therefore, it will be in order to give a brief account of this episode to begin with. The incident of ifk and the slander. This incident has been narrated with extraordinary details in the Sahih and other books of Hadith. However, its brief version is as follows. When the Holy Prophet went for the battle of Bani Mustalik, also known as Battle of Muraysi, in the 6th Hera, Sayyidah Aisha, may Allah be pleased with him, amongst the mothers of believers, was also accompanying him. The common practice was that first she would sit in her litter, and then it was placed on the back of the camel. It was because by that time the injunction in regard to hijab had been revealed. After the battle was over and the caravan was returning to Medina, it stopped for camping to spend the night. Towards the end of the night, an announcement was made to the effect that the caravan would soon be departing, so that people should get ready after completing the necessities. Sayyidah Aisha, may Allah be pleased with him, felt the call of nature and went out to ease herself. There the string of her necklace was broken and it fell down. It took her some time to locate it, so she got a little late. By the time she returned to the camp, the caravan had departed. As for her camel, her litter was mounted on its back without realizing that she was not sitting in it. This happened because she was so young and frail at that time that her absence from the litter was not noticed, and also because the litter was covered. On her return to the camp, when she did not find the caravan there, she did not panic nor ran helter-skelter to locate it. Instead, she acted very prudently and sat down at the camping place after wrapping herself. She did this knowing the Holy Prophet very well that when he will not find her in her litter, he will send up men to locate her at the camping place, and if she were gone some other place to locate them, it will only complicate things for the searching party. So it was best to wait for them there at the camp. Since it was still dark, and she was tired, she fell asleep. On the other hand, it so happened that Sayyidina Safwan ibn Mu'attal, may Allah be pleased with him, whom the Holy Prophet had assigned the duty to stay behind the caravan and pick up things if forgotten by anyone in a hurry, reached the camp at dawn. He saw someone sleeping. So he went there and recognized Sayyidah Aisha, may Allah be pleased with him, whom he had seen before the injunction of hijab was revealed. Seeing her there like that, he was extremely dismayed and uttered. On hearing his voice, she was awakened and covered her face. Then Sayyidina Safwan, may Allah be pleased with him, brought his camel near her and made it sit down. Sayyidah Aisha, may Allah be pleased with him, sat on the camel's back and rode on, while he was holding the string of the camel and walking in front. Abdullah ibn Ubay was a very wicked hypocrite and enemy of the Holy Prophet. He got hold of this news, and the wretched man fabricated shameless imputation against her. Unfortunately, some naive Muslims also narrated the gossip on hearsay. For instance, say Ibn Hassan and Mistah, may Allah be pleased with him, among the males, and Sayyid Hamna, may Allah be pleased with him, from the females. Tafsir ad-Dur has reported this version with reference to Ibn Marjawayh on the authority of Sayyidina Ibn Abbas, may Allah be pleased with him. When this slander of the hypocrite was publicized, the Holy Prophet himself was also very hurt. As for Sayyidah Aisha, may Allah be pleased with him, it was but obvious to get hurt extremely. Even ordinary Muslims were also extremely pained on the spread of this totally false and fabricated slander. This went on for about a month, but at last Allah Ta'ala revealed these verses to exonerate her and condemn those who were involved in its fabrication or spread in any way. The commentary on these verses will follow soon, in accordance with the Quranic injunction, which has been detailed above under the heading of punishment for false accusation. Those who were involved in the spread of false slander were asked to produce the evidence in support of their accusation. Since that was a totally unfounded accusation, they could not produce any evidence whatsoever. As a consequence, the Holy Prophet awarded the punishment of false accusation to them, and each one of them was flogged with 80 stripes. Bazar and Ibn Marjawayh have reported on the authority of Sayyidina Abu Hurairah, may Allah be pleased with him, that the Holy Prophet awarded the punishment to 3 Muslims, namely Mistah, Hamna and Hassan, may Allah be pleased with him, while Tabarani has reported on the authority of Sayyidina Umar, may Allah be pleased with him, that the Holy Prophet had awarded double the punishment of false accusation to Abdullah ibn Ubay, the hypocrite, who had fabricated this slander. After that the Muslims repented, but the hypocrites remained as they were. Bayan al-Qur'an Commentary. Unique proficiency of Sayyidah Aisha's, may Allah be pleased with him, and the remaining part of the incident of Ifk. The enemies of the Holy Prophet did their best to harm him, and did everything they could possibly think to afflict him. Amongst all the afflictions which were perpetrated by the infidels, perhaps the most severe and emotionally torturous was to pass slander on the most exalted, proficient, learned, and respected mother of the believers amongst all his pure wives. With the contemptible false slander, the respected name of Sayyidina Safwan ibn Madal, may Allah be pleased with him, was also maligned by the hypocrite Abdullah ibn Ubay. The hypocrites gave the slander different colors and then spread it. The most distressful thing in this episode was that some simple Muslims were carried away by the unfortunate slander and started narrating it as well. The unfounded slander would have been exposed by the truth in a few days' time, but for compensating the emotional torture inflicted on Sayyidah Aisha, may Allah be pleased with him, and on the Holy Prophet himself by it, and for exonerating her, Allah Ta'ala did not rest just at hinting at the episode in a revelation, but revealed almost 2 rukus for her exoneration. Not only that, but all those who had fabricated this slander, and those who had participated in narrating it, were warned to face the torment in this world and in the hereafter. Perhaps never such warnings were revealed on any occasion. In fact, this incident of Ifk has brought into the open and highlighted the excellence of Sayyidah Aisha's, may Allah be pleased with him, superior wisdom and intelligence, along with her chastity and sanctity. That is why in the very first of the above quoted verses, Allah Ta'ala has asked not to consider this incident as bad for her. Rather, it was a blessing. What could be a greater blessing than this, that Allah Ta'ala has confirmed her purity in no less than 10 verses, which will be recited until the doomsday. Sayyidah Aisha, may Allah be pleased with him, had herself said that she was quite confident that Allah Ta'ala would exonerate her and clarify her position through a wahi message to the Holy Prophet, but did not consider herself to be so fortunate that Quranic verses would be revealed referring to her person, which will be recited forever. At this point it will help the readers to know some details about the incident for understanding the verses. So, they are briefly narrated here. On return from that journey, Sayyidah Aisha, may Allah be pleased with him, got involved in her household affairs, and was not the least aware of the rumor that was circulated by the hypocrites about her. Sahih of Bukhari has narrated on the authority of Sayyidah Aisha, may Allah be pleased with him, herself, that after the return from the journey she fell slightly sick, the main cause of which was that she did not notice the favor and grace from the Holy Prophet towards her, which was his norm. Instead, she noticed during that period that when he would come home, he would only inquire about her health after the salutation and go back. Since she did not know at all anything about the rumor that was being circulated about her, hence she could not understand the cause of his attitude towards her, but took the grief to heart, which started telling on her health. One day she went out in the open to ease herself, as there used to be no latrines in the houses in those days. Because she was not keeping well, she took along Mistah's mother with her. When they were returning home, after she had eased herself, the foot of Mistah's mother got entangled in her sheet, and she fell down. As she fell down, she uttered the phrase. This phrase is normally used by Arabs while cursing someone. Sayyidah Aisha, may Allah be pleased with him, was taken aback on hearing this phrase from Mistah's mother for her own son, and said to her that it was very bad that she was cursing her own son, who was such a gentleman, and who had participated in the Battle of Badr. On that, Mistah's mother asked her, my dear girl, don't you know, this son of mine, what has he been saying around? Sayyidah Aisha, may Allah be pleased with him, inquired as to what had he been saying around. Then Mistah's mother told her the whole story of ifk fabricated by the people, and how her son was involved in its spreading. Sayyidah Aisha, may Allah be pleased with him, goes on to say that on hearing this her sickness was doubled. When she returned home and the Holy Prophet came and inquired about her health after salutation as usual, she asked his permission whether she could go to her parents' house. He consented to her going to their house. The idea was to take them in confidence and have consultation. So she consulted her mother, who consoled her and said that there were people who were jealous of women like her and spread rumors like that, so she need not worry about it. Things would get all right on their own. On that she retorted, how it is pure subhan Allah. People have been talking about that. How can I be patient? Then the whole night she cried and did not sleep a wink. On the other hand, the Holy Prophet was extremely grieved on the spread of this false story, more so because he did not receive any revelation on the incident during that period. Therefore, he called Sayyidina Ali and Usama ibn Zayd, may Allah be pleased with him, who were both members of his household, and consulted them as to what should he do under the circumstances. Sayyidina Usama ibn Zayd said very emphatically that on the basis of his information he had no misgivings about Sayyidah Aisha, may Allah be pleased with him, whatsoever. There is absolutely nothing which could point toward any mistrust. Hence he need not pay any heed to such rumors. Sayyidina Ali, may Allah be pleased with him, advised him, in order to bring him out of his grief and anxiety, that Allah Ta'ala had not put any restriction on him. Hence if he had any unpleasant feelings about Sayyidah Aisha, may Allah be pleased with him, because of the rumors, then there are many other women. Moreover, he suggested another alternative to remove his unpleasant feelings, and advised him to make inquiries about her from Barra, who was the slave girl working for Sayyidah Aisha, may Allah be pleased with him. Hence the Holy Prophet made inquiries from Barra, may Allah be pleased with him, who submitted that she did not see anything unbecoming in Sayyidah Aisha, may Allah be pleased with him, except that sometimes, because of her young age, she would leave the dough in the open and go to sleep, and the goat would eat up the dough. After this the hadith narrates the address of the Holy Prophet from the rostrum in great detail, in which he had complained about those who had fabricated the accusation and those who had spread the slander. A brief account of what happened next is as follows. Sayyidah Aisha, may Allah be pleased with him, goes on to say, I cried the whole day, and the second night also continuously. My parents had also come to me, as they feared that I would break down with grief. While my parents were sitting with me, the Holy Prophet came in and sat down alongside me. He had not sit with me before ever since this incident had started. Then he recited the Khatba of Shahada and said, O Aisha, I have received this information about you. If you are free from blame, then Allah will definitely exonerate you, that is, express exoneration through revelation. But if you have slipped, then beg for Allah's pardon with repentance, because when the servant invokes his mercy after admitting his sin, then Allah Ta'ala accepts his repentance. After the Holy Prophet had completed his discourse, my tears dried up completely. There was not a drop in my eyes. I requested my father, Abu Bakr, may Allah be pleased with him, to give an answer to the Holy Prophet, but he excused himself, saying, what could he say? Then I asked my mother to give an answer, and she too excused herself, saying as to what could she say. Then perforce I had to speak. I was only a young girl, and by then had not learnt much, even the Qur'an. In such a perplexing condition of grief and distress that she was in, even extremely learned and intelligent persons would have found it very difficult to express themselves in a balanced manner. But what Sayyidah Aisha, may Allah be pleased with him, said at that time is a piece of highly intellectual and scholarly discourse. Her wordings are reproduced verbatim below. By God, I fully realize that you listened to this talk and kept on listening until it made inroads into your heart, and you have confirmed this by your actions. Now if I say that I am free from this blame, as Allah knows well that I am in reality, then you will not verify my statement. And if I make admission of the accusation, of which Allah knows I am free, then you will agree with my admission. Wallah, now I do not see any example on the issue between you and me, except the one which the father of Yusuf said after hearing the wrong statement of his sons, that so patience is best. And it is Allah whose help is sought against what you describe. Sayyidah Aisha, may Allah be pleased with him, related further that after having said so, I went away and lied down on my bed. I was confident that since I was free from the blame in reality, Allah Ta'ala would surely exonerate me by sending down a revelation. But I did not have the slightest idea or expectation that in my case Quranic verses will be revealed, which will be recited forever. It was because I considered my position to be much lower than that. All I had expected was that probably my exoneration will be revealed to him in his dream. Sayyidah Aisha, may Allah be pleased with him, goes on to narrate that the Holy Prophet had not got up from that company yet, nor anyone from the household had got up, when he was overtaken by the condition which he used to experience at the time of revelation of the Qur'an. In this condition, he used to perspire profusely on the forehead. When this condition was over, then the Holy Prophet got up smiling, and the very first thing that he said was that, O Aisha, listen the good tidings. As for Allah Ta'ala, He has exonerated you. Then my mother said to me, get up and go to the Holy Prophet. I replied, I do not feel obliged to anyone in this case except Allah, nor would I get up. I am thankful to my Lord, and it is He who has exonerated me. Few distinctions of Sayyid as-Siddiqa, may Allah be pleased with him. While explaining these verses, Imam Baghawi, may Allah have mercy on him, has said that there were some distinctions of Sayyida Aisha, may Allah be pleased with him, which no woman other than her could get, and Sayyida Aisha, may Allah be pleased with him, also used to relate them with a sense of pride, as honorable gift. First, that before the marriage with the Holy Prophet, Jibril had brought to him her image wrapped in a silk cloth, and said to him, she is your wife, as reported by At-Tirmidhi from Aisha, while some other versions say that Jibril had brought this image in his palm. Second, that the Holy Prophet did not marry any maiden girl other than her. Third, that the Holy Prophet died in her lap. Fourth, that he was buried in her house. Fifth, that he had received revelation even at that time also when he used to be with Sayyida Aisha, may Allah be pleased with him, under this same quilt. None other wives was granted this distinction ever. Sixth, that her, may Allah be pleased with him, exoneration was sent down from the heaven. Seventh, that she was the daughter of the Caliph of the Holy Prophet, and was herself a Siddiqa, may Allah be pleased with him, and was among those whom Allah Ta'ala had promised forgiveness and bountiful sustenance even during their lifetime. Mazari, after seeing Sayyida Aisha's, may Allah be pleased with him, scholarly research, understanding of jurisprudence, and eloquent expression, Sayyidina Musa ibn Talha, may Allah be pleased with him, commented that he had never come across a person more eloquent than her. Tirmidhi, Tafsir al-Qur'an, has related that when Sayyidina Yusuf was falsely accused, Allah Ta'ala exonerated him through the evidence of a baby by granting him speech. And when Sayyida Maryam was falsely accused, Allah Ta'ala exonerated her through the evidence of her son, Isa. But when false accusation was leveled against Sayyida Aisha, may Allah be pleased with him, then Allah Ta'ala sent down 10 verses of the Holy Qur'an to declare her exoneration, which has further enhanced her respect and stature. Now the specific sentences of these verses will be discussed and elaborated. Those who have come up with the false imputation are a gang among you. Surah An-Nur, Ayah 11. Literal meaning of ifk is to turn over, reverse, or to change. The worst type of lie which turns the truth to falsehood and the false as truth, and labels the pious and God-fearing as sinner, and the sinner as pious and God-fearing, also falls under the connotation of ifk. Usba means a group of 10 to 40 persons, but is also used for less or more persons. The word among you in the verse refers to Muslims, although the actual fabricator of the slander was Abdullah ibn Ubay, who was a hypocrite and not a Muslim. But since the hypocrites used to claim themselves as Muslims, he too has been included within the fold of. Among the Muslims, 2 men and 1 woman got involved in the spread of slander, who were awarded the punishment of false accusation by the Holy Prophet after the revelation of these verses. But all Muslims felt penitence, and their repentance was accepted by Allah Ta'ala. Among them were Sayyidina Hassan and Mistam, may Allah be pleased with him, who had both participated in the Battle of Badr, and for whom Allah Ta'ala has declared forgiveness in the Qur'an. For this very reason, Sayyida Aisha, may Allah be pleased with him, used to dislike if anyone would speak ill of Sayyidina Hassan, may Allah be pleased with him, before her, although he was one of those 2 men who were punished for false accusation. Sayyida Aisha, may Allah be pleased with him, used to say that Hassan, may Allah be pleased with him, was the one who had defended the Holy Prophet in his poetry against the infidels. Hence, no one should speak ill of him. Whenever he used to visit Sayyida Aisha, may Allah be pleased with him, she would make him sit with dignity and respect. Mashari, etc. Do not think it is bad for you. Surah An-Nur, Ayah 11. This sentence is addressed to the Holy Prophet Sayyida Aisha, may Allah be pleased with him, Safwan, may Allah be pleased with him, and all the Muslims who were hurt by the spread of this rumor. The purport of the sentence is that you should not feel bad about this incident, because after the exoneration declared in the Qur'an by Allah Ta'ala, her esteem has been raised further, and those who were involved in rumor mongering were warned strongly in the Qur'an, which will be recited until the doomsday. Every one of them is liable for what he earned of the sin. Surah An-Nur, Ayat 11. It means that whoever had taken part in the spread of this slander, his sin has been recorded exactly in the same proportion as was his share in the spread of the slander, and he will be punished accordingly. The one who had fabricated this rumor, which will be dealt later, deserves the most severe punishment, and the one who endorsed the rumor when it reached him, a little less than that, and the one who kept quiet after hearing it, still less than that, and the one who undertook the major part of it, for him there is a mighty punishment. Surah An-Nur, Ayah 11. The word means big, large, or great. Here it means that the one who has taken big part in the slander, that is, who fabricated it and passed on to others, for him is the great punishment. The indication is toward Abdullah ibn Ubay, Bakawi, etc.
Why, when you heard it, did not the believing men and believing women think good of themselves and say, "This is an obvious falsehood"?
Why, when you, O believers, heard of it, did the believing men and the believing women not think well on their own selves, and why did they not say, "This is a manifest lie"? Surah An-Nur, Ayah 12. It means that when the Muslim men and women heard about this slander, they should have a good assumption about their own self, that is, about their Muslim brother and sister, and declare that it was but an open lie. In this verse quite a few things need attention. In the first place, the Holy Qur'an has hinted by the word, on their own selves, that if a Muslim defames and disgraces another Muslim, he in fact disgraces himself, because the relationship of Islam has brought them all together as one body. A similar expression is used by the Holy Qur'an wherever the close tie between a Muslim and the whole Ummah is to be emphasized. For instance, a verse says Surah Al-Hujurat, Ayat 11, which means, "Do not cast aspersion on your own self," which actually means, "Do not cast aspersion on any of your Muslim brethren, man or woman." At another place, the Quran says Surah An-Nisa, Ayah 29, which means, "Do not kill yourselves." Here again the sense is the same, that is, do not kill any of your Muslim brethren. Yet at a third place it says Surah Al-Baqarah, Ayah 84, which means, "You shall not drive out yourselves from your homes." Here also it means not to expel any Muslim from his house. At a fourth place it says, which means salute your own self, which in fact means salute your Muslim brethren. All these verses point toward one theme, that a Muslim who casts aspersion on another Muslim or causes oppression and harm to another Muslim, he in fact casts aspersion and causes harm to himself, because it leads to defamation of the whole Muslim Ummah. As the poet Sadi has said, when a single person from a nation does an unwise act, no one from that nation, big or small, can achieve a respectful place in the eyes of others. It was this teaching of the Quran which brought up the Muslims into prominence, and when they gained prominence, it was the whole nation which was uplifted, both collectively and individually. One can see the result of giving up of the Quranic teachings, that the Muslims have slumped into oblivion, again both collectively and individually. The other point, which needs attention in this verse, is that after having said, "Why, when you, O believers, heard of it, it was in the fitness of things that the address form should have been used by saying, Why did you not think well of your own selves?" But the verse has opted for the believers instead of you. The Holy Quran at this point has changed its form and said instead. In this form there is a subtle allusion that those who had committed this act were not fit to be called mu'mins, believers, to the extent of this act, because it was the demand of faith that a Muslim should have stuck to the favorable view for another Muslim. The third point which needs attention is that in the last sentence of this verse, Surah An-Nur, Ayah 12, it has been instilled that it was the demand of faith that the Muslims, on hearing this rumor, should have immediately rejected it as a total lie. This proves that to think good about any other Muslim is an obligatory demand of faith, unless an act of sin or evil is proved against him under Islamic law. Likewise, it is also the demand of faith to call an attribute of a sin or evil against a Muslim a lie, if there is no proof under Islamic law against him. Ruling. This has proved that to think good about all Muslims, men and women, is obligatory, unless proved otherwise by Islamic law. And if someone accuses a Muslim without the proof under Islamic law, then the rejection of that accusation and to declare it as a lie is also obligatory, because it is nothing but backbiting and defaming an innocent Muslim. Majari.
Why did they who slandered not produce for it 4 witnesses? And when they do not produce the witnesses, then it is they, in the sight of Allah, who are the liars.
Why did they, the accusers, not bring 4 witnesses to prove this? So, as they did not bring the witnesses, they are the liars in the sight of Allah. Surah An-Nur, Ayah 13. In the first sentence of this verse, it is emphasized that the Muslims should have demanded to produce evidence from those who were spreading this rumor, instead of becoming instrumental in passing on the rumor to others. Since the accusation of adultery cannot be proved without the production of 4 eyewitnesses, it should have been demanded of them either to produce 4 eyewitnesses or keep quiet. In the second sentence of the verse it is declared that, as they could not produce 4 eyewitnesses, so they are the ones who are liars before Allah. It is worth noting here that it is quite probable that a person sees such an event with his own eyes, but is unable to produce 4 witnesses. And if he relates the event, which in fact he has seen with his own eyes, then how can he be called a liar? More so, to call him liar before Allah is not at all understandable, because Allah knows the truth about everything happening. So, how could he be declared a liar before Allah, when the incident has actually taken place? There are 2 answers to this. First, here in the sight of Allah stands for Allah's command and the rule of Allah. Therefore, it means that in accordance with the rule of Allah and His command, this person would be declared a liar and awarded the punishment of false accusation, because the command of Allah is not to relate the incidents, despite the fact that you have seen it, if 4 witnesses are not available. If someone relates it without the support of 4 witnesses, then he will be declared liar by law and will be punished. The second explanation is that it is against the dignity of a Muslim to do something having no purpose and object, especially a thing which would put blame on a Muslim. Hence, a Muslim should testify the commission of a crime or sin against another Muslim only with the intent of controlling and eradicating the crime and sin, and not for the purpose of defaming or hurting someone. So, if a person relates such an incident without the support of 4 witnesses, claiming that he is doing it with the intent of reforming the society and for removing the evil from it, knowing that without the production of 4 witnesses, he would neither be able to prove the crime according to requirements of the Islamic law, nor would the accused be punished, and on the other hand, he will himself be liable to punishment for relating the lie. In such a situation he is jalil, in the sight of Allah, a liar in the proclamation of his intent, claiming that he was testifying the incident for reforming the society and removing the evil. It is for the simple reason that in the absence of witnesses, it is not possible to harbor this intention under the Islamic code. Majari, an important and necessary warning. In both the above verses it is emphasized that every Muslim should have good opinion about other Muslims, and it is made obligatory for them to contradict and deny any insinuation and accusations without proof against the Muslims. But one should not have any doubt as to why the Holy Prophet did not have the belief that the rumor was false, and as such denied it at the outset. Instead, he suffered for a month and asked Sayyidah Aisha, may Allah be pleased with him, to beg Allah's pardon if there was a slip on her part. Bukhari. The explanation for this is that the anxiety of the Holy Prophet not inconsistent with the injunction for Muslims to have good opinion about other Muslims, because he neither denied this rumor nor did he act on its exigency, and also he did not like the spread of the rumor. All did he say in the gathering of companions was, Bukhari, that is, I do not know anything but good and virtuous about my wife. All these things are proofs of acting in conformity with the injunction of the verses of having good opinion. However, the definite and absolute belief, which could also remove the natural anxiety, followed when the verses of exoneration were revealed. The substance of explanation is that in such a situation, creation of doubts and anxiety is but natural, but to act with care and caution, as the Holy Prophet did, was not against having good opinion about the Muslims, especially when no action was taken on its exigency. Those Muslims who were awarded the punishment for false accusation and were reprimanded in these 2 verses had actually acted on the exigency of the rumor and were involved in its spread. Spreading falsehood was unlawful and punishable even before the revelation of these verses.
And if it had not been for the favor of Allah upon you and His mercy in this world and the hereafter, you would have been touched for that lie in which you were involved by a great punishment.
And had it not been for the grace of Allah upon you and His mercy in this world and in the hereafter, a great punishment would have reached you for what you got indulged in. Surah An-Nur, Ayah 14. This verse was revealed for those believers who had by mistake got somehow involved in the slander, but then repented and begged Allah's pardon. Some of them were even punished, but all of them were told through this verse that the crime they had committed was a very grave one, and on that crime they could have been subjected to punishment even in this world, like the one sent down on earlier people. In addition, they would have also been punished severely in the hereafter, but Allah's dealings with those believers were that of grace and mercy, both in this world and in the hereafter. Hence the chastisement was withdrawn from them. The manifestation of Allah's grace and mercy in the world is that, first, the divine help was granted to adopt Islam and its faith, then the company of the Holy Prophet accorded, which is an impediment for the award of punishment, and then again the divine help was granted to repent sincerely and beg Allah's forgiveness for the sin which was committed, and ultimately the repentance was accepted and the sin was pardoned. While in the hereafter, the token of Allah's grace and mercy is that He has promised to forgive and overlook and grant pardon.
When you received it with your tongues and said with your mouths that of which you had no knowledge, and thought it was insignificant while it was, in the sight of Allah, tremendous.
When you were welcoming it with your tongues, Surah An-Nur, Ayah 15. The word means to make inquiries from each other, to be inquisitive, and repeat before others. Here it means to repeat hearsay without probe and proof. And we're taking it as a trivial matter, while in the sight of Allah it was grave. Surah An-Nur, Ayah 15. Lexically, the word also means welcoming. This meaning is adopted in the translation of the text, because it also covers the meaning of receiving and conveying the news without hesitation. Editor, it means that you regarded it a trifle matter, that you heard it and passed it on to others. But in the sight of Allah it was a great sin that without probing and finding out any proof he passed on something to others to cause harm to other Muslims and to make their life miserable.
And why, when you heard it, did you not say, "It is not for us to speak of this. Exalted are you, O Allah. This is a great slander."
And why, when you heard of it, did you not say, "It is not for us to speak about this"? Pure are you, O Allah. This is a terrible calumny. Surah An-Nur, Ayat 16. In this verse the same advice is repeated which was imparted in an earlier verse, with further elaboration as to what should the Muslims do in such a situation when they hear a rumor. The advice is that they should say in categorical terms that they are not allowed even to mention such a thing for which there is no proof. It is a very great accusation, a doubt in its answer. If someone has a doubt that just as the truth of an event cannot be verified without a proof, and hence it is unlawful to mention it and spread it, likewise, the report of that event should not be believed to be a lie and a terrible calumny without a proof of its being a lie. The answer to this doubt is that it is the integral spirit of Islam to consider every Muslim as free from sins, and this is based on reasoning. Anything contrary to this proven reality is a lie if put forward without a proof, and no further proof is required to prove this assertion a lie. This is enough to call it a slander if a believer Muslim is blamed for a crime without proof.
Allah warns you against returning to the likes of this conduct ever, if you should be believers.
See Surah An-Nur, Ayah 16 for the Tafsir.
And Allah makes clear to you the verses, and Allah is knowing and wise.
See Surah An-Nur, Ayah 16 for the Tafsir.
Indeed, those who like that immorality should be spread among those who have believed will have a painful punishment in this world and the hereafter. And Allah knows, and you do not know.
Surely, those who like that shamelessness spreads among the believers, for them there is a painful punishment in this world and the hereafter. Surah An-Nur, Ayah 19. Those who had taken part in any way in the slander are again condemned in this verse, and are warned with a punishment in the world and in the hereafter. An extra element in this verse is that those who propagate such rumors actually want the spread of obscenity and immorality among the Muslims. The Quranic system for the prevention of obscenity. The Holy Quran has drawn out this unique system for the prevention of obscenity, that, in the first place, such a news should not spread, and if at all it is leaked out, it should be backed up with lawful proof, so that the punishment of adultery is also executed publicly, immediately after the spread of the news. This way the publicity itself will serve as a preventive measure. If there were no condition of lawful proof, then it would have been a lot easy to pass on and publicize such scandals, especially when there is no punishment attached to it. Absence of any fear against spreading scandals leads to minimizing the repulsion against immorality and obscenity from the people's mind. Rather, it encourages to indulge in such crimes and to propagate them. This is an everyday experience that this sort of scandals is published in the newspapers daily. Young men and women read them frequently. As a result, the intensity of such wicked acts is minimized gradually, and instead a slow inclination for indulging in them develops in their minds. It is for this reason that the Holy Quran has allowed publicity of such news only in such situations when it is supported with lawful evidence, so that people should see the severe punishment for the obscene crime along with the news of adultery when they learn about it. Where there is no proof and punishment, Quran has proclaimed the publicity of such news as a tool for spreading obscenity among the Muslims. This vital point needs to be pondered by the Muslims. This verse actually emphasizes that to give publicity to scandals without proof will invite very severe punishment both in this world and in the hereafter. The punishment in the hereafter will naturally follow after the doomsday, and thus cannot be experienced here, but the punishment of the world can be seen. So, those who were punished for false accusation have in fact experienced the punishment of the world. If anyone has escaped the execution of the punishment for want of proof needed for the award of this punishment, even then he has earned the punishment which will be executed in the hereafter. For the implication of the verse, even this is enough.
And if it had not been for the favor of Allah upon you and His mercy, and because Allah is kind and merciful.
See Surah An-Nur, Ayah 19 for the Tafsir.
O you who have believed, do not follow the footsteps of Satan. And whoever follows the footsteps of Satan, indeed, he enjoins immorality and wrongdoing. And if not for the favor of Allah upon you and His mercy, not one of you would have been pure ever. But Allah purifies whom He wills, and Allah is hearing and knowing.
See Surah An-Nur, Ayah 19 for the Tafsir.
And let not those of virtue among you and wealth swear not to give aid to their relatives and the needy and the immigrants for the cause of Allah, and let them pardon and overlook. Would you not like that Allah should forgive you? And Allah is forgiving and merciful.
And the men of grace and wealth among you should not swear against giving their charitable gifts to the kinsmen and the poor and to those who have migrated in the way of Allah, and they should forgive and forego. Do you not like that Allah forgives you? And Allah is most forgiving, very merciful. Surah An-Nur, Ayah 22. Teachings of high morals for the exalted companions. The word means to swear. Sayyidina Mistah and Hassan, may Allah be pleased with him, got involved in the incident of slandering Sayyidina Aisha, may Allah be pleased with him, from amongst the Muslims. They were awarded punishment for false accusation by the Holy Prophet after the revelation of exoneration verses. Both Sayyidina Mistah and Hassan, may Allah be pleased with him, were illustrious companions and had taken part in the Battle of Badr, but they slipped on this occasion and received divine help for the sincere repentance. Then the way exoneration was revealed by Allah Ta'ala for Sayyidina Aisha, may Allah be pleased with him. In the same manner, it was also declared that the repentance of these believers was accepted and they were pardoned. Sayyidina Mistah, may Allah be pleased with him, was a relative of Sayyidina Abu Bakr, may Allah be pleased with him, and was a poor person. Sayyidina Abu Bakr, may Allah be pleased with him, used to help him materially. When the involvement of Mistah, may Allah be pleased with him, in the spread of the incident of If was established, then Sayyidina Abu Bakr's paternal love for the daughter surged up, and he was annoyed with Sayyidina Mistah, may Allah be pleased with him, as a natural corollary, because her feelings were deeply injured by him. He then swore an oath that he would never help Sayyidina Mistah, may Allah be pleased with him, materially. It is obvious that to help any specific poor person is not obligatory for a Muslim, and if someone stops the material help he used to give to a poor person, it is not a sin. But Allah Ta'ala wanted to make the illustrious group of companions as a model for the society. So, whereas on the one hand those who had slipped were granted divine help to repent sincerely and reform themselves, on the other hand those who had sworn not to help any more the poor people, because of the natural grief and displeasure, were imparted wisdom of supreme ethics in this verse, that they should break their oath and expiate for it. It is below their dignity to stop the material help. They should also forgive and overlook, the way Allah has forgiven them. Since it was not a religious obligation on Sayyidina Abu Bakr, may Allah be pleased with him, to help Sayyidina Mistah, may Allah be pleased with him, therefore the Qur'an has adopted the line to say that those whom Allah Ta'ala has bestowed the knowledge and excellence, and who are granted the means to spend in the way of Allah, they should be careful not to undertake such an oath. The words, the men of grace and wealth, are used to put across this meaning. The last sentence of this verse is Surah An-Nur, Ayah 22, which says, do you not like that Allah forgives you? On this say, Ibn Abu Bakr, may Allah be pleased with him, said immediately, that is, by God, I definitely want that Allah forgives me. Immediately after that he restored the material help of Ibn Mistah, may Allah be pleased with him, and said this help will never stop now. Bukhari and Muslim, these are the graces of ethics, which were imparted to train the illustrious companions. Sahih Bukhari has quoted on the authority of Sayyidina Abdullah ibn Umar, may Allah be pleased with him, that the Holy Prophet once said, he is not the kind-hearted towards relatives who only returns their favors, but the real kind-hearted towards relatives is the one who maintains his relationship with them, despite they have severed the relations. Majari.
Indeed, those who falsely accuse chaste, unaware, and believing women are cursed in this world and the hereafter, and they will have a great punishment.
Surely, those who level a false charge against the chaste, naive, and believing women are cursed in this world and the hereafter, and for them there is a mighty punishment. Surah An-Nur, Ayah 23. On the face of it, the same subject has been repeated in this verse, which has already appeared in the verses of, "And those who accuse the chaste women of fornication, but they do not produce 4 witnesses, flog them with 80 stripes, and do not accept their any evidence any more, and they are the sinners. For except those who repent afterwards and mend their ways, then Allah is all forgiving, very merciful." Surah An-Nur, Ayah 4-5. But in fact there is a big difference between the two, because at the end of verses on punishment of false accusations, Surah An-Nur, Ayah 4-5, those who repent are exempted and promise forgiveness. There is no such thing in this verse, and instead it announces the curse in this world and in the hereafter, without any exception. Therefore, it is obvious that this verse, Surah An-Nur, Ayah 23, is aimed at those who were involved in slandering Sayyidah Aisha, may Allah be pleased with him, and did not repent. So much so that even after the revelation of her exoneration in the Qur'an they adhered to their malicious accusation and kept on propagating it. It is but obvious that no Muslim could do such a thing. If a Muslim disregards a categorical Quranic injunction, he cannot remain a Muslim. Hence, this reference relates to those hypocrites who did not stop their slander-mongering campaign against Sayyidah Aisha, may Allah be pleased with him, even after the exoneration was reveled in her favor. There is no doubt that they were hypocrites and disbelievers. Therefore, those who had felt remorse on their doing, they were granted pardon in the 2 worlds by Allah's mercy, and those who did not repent are declared in this verse as cursed, both in this world and the hereafter. Those who felt remorse were given the glad tidings of deliverance from punishment, and those who did not feel remorse were warned of severe punishment. Those who repented were given the good news, and Allah is most forgiving, very merciful, and those who did not repent were warned of punishment in the next verse by saying, "On the day their tongues, their hands, and their legs will testify against them." Bayan al-Qur'an, an important warning. The few Muslims who got involved in the episode in connection with the slander on Sayyidah Aisha, may Allah be pleased with him, did so at a time when verses regarding her exoneration were not revealed. After the revelation of verses of exoneration, whoever makes an insinuation on her character is indeed a disbeliever and a denier of the Qur'an, like the few groups of Shiites and some other individuals who are involved in the shameful practice. There is not the slightest doubt that they are disbelievers. They are regarded disbelievers by the consensus of entire Ummah.
On a day when their tongues, their hands, and their feet will bear witness against them as to what they used to do.
On the day their tongues, their hands, and their legs will testify against them of what they used to do. Surah An-Nur, Ayah 24. The day on which their own tongues, hands, and feet will speak against them, and will testify against their crimes. They will be punished precisely according to the crimes they had committed. It is related in a hadith that on the doomsday, those who will admit their sins will be pardoned by Allah Ta'ala, and He will conceal their sins from the crowd of people. If anyone will deny his sins and will claim that he did not commit them, and say that the angels did not write his record of actions correctly, then his speech will be taken away from him, and his hands and feet will be asked to testify, who will speak and testify. Another verse, "Today we set a seal on their mouths," Surah Yasin, Ayah 65, states this very point. This verse says that their mouths will be sealed, but the verse under discussion of Surah An-Nur says that their tongues will testify. There is no contradiction in the 2 verses in that they will not be able to use their tongues at their discretion. In other words, they will have no control on tongues to say anything wrong as they had in this world. Instead, their tongues will say only the right things against their intent and wish. It is also possible that at a certain time their mouths and tongues will be completely sealed, and then the tongues are commanded to speak the truth. Only Allah knows best.
That day, Allah will pay them in full their true recompense, and they will know that it is Allah who is the manifest truth.
See Surah An-Nur, Ayah 24, for the Tafsir.
Evil words are for evil men, and evil men are subjected to evil words. And good words are for good men, and good men are an object of good words. Those good people are declared innocent of what the slanderers say. For them is forgiveness and noble provision.
Vile women are for vile men, and vile men are for vile women. And good women are for good men, and good men are for good women. Those are free from what they, the accusers, say. For them there is forgiveness and a graceful provision. Surah An-Nur, Ayah 26. It means that the vulgar women are suitable for vulgar men, and the vulgar men are suitable for vulgar women. And pure women are worthy for pure men, and pure men are worthy for pure women. In this last verse, the common principle is stated that Allah Ta'ala has created a connection between the people of the same nature. Thus, vulgar and unchaste women are inclined towards vulgar and unchaste men, and vice versa. Similarly, pure and chaste women show inclination towards pure and decent men, and vice versa. Therefore, everyone tries to find the spouse according to one's inclination and liking, and in a natural way one does find one to suit him or her. In the light of this norm and principle, it is now quite clear that the messengers of Allah, who are the models of purity and chastity both outwardly and inwardly in this world, are granted spouses by Allah Ta'ala in accordance with their status. Hence, the Holy Prophet, who was the head of all messengers, was bestowed with spouses who were befitting to his position and status in purity, chastity, and ethical excellence, and Sayyidah Isha, may Allah be pleased with him, is more prominent among them all. Only those can have any doubt or suspicion about her who do not have faith in the Holy Prophet himself. It is mentioned about the wives of Sayyidina Nuh and Sayyidina Lut in the Quran that they wives were disbelievers, but it is also established that they were not involved in any obscenity or vulgarity. Sayyidina Ibn Abbas, may Allah be pleased with him, said, "Never did any wife of a messenger commit adultery." It is therefore corroborated that it is possible that a messenger's wife could be a disbeliever, but it is not possible that she could be vulgar and sexually immoral, because adultery is a natural detestable act in the eyes of people, whereas disbelief is not a natural detestable thing. Bayan al-Quran.
O you who have believed, do not enter houses other than your own houses until you ascertain welcome and greet their inhabitants. That is best for you. Perhaps you will be reminded.
Commentary. The fifth injunction regarding mutual meetings and asking permission before entering anyone's home. Right from the beginning of Surah An-Nur, it is enjoined to curb the obscenity and immorality in the society, and to restrain this, various punishments are prescribed. Then labeling of false accusation on someone is condemned. After that, such injunctions are enjoined which can check these obscenities and safeguard the chastity and continence, and also create an atmosphere to eliminate the conditions of their development. The issues and instructions regarding seeking permission before entering anyone's house, istidhan, also fall within these injunctions. Hence, entering in anyone's house or to peep in without the permission of the owner has been prohibited. The wisdom in this instruction is that one should not cast an eye on women who are not one's mahram, with whom marriage is prohibited. In the above verses, various instructions are given against various types of houses. There are 4 categories of houses. 1. In which one lives, where there is no possibility of the presence of some stranger. 2. Where someone else is also residing, irrespective of being mahram or not, and where there is a possibility of someone's entry. 3. Where there are both possibilities that someone is living where the house is empty. 4. A house which is not specified for anyone's living, such as a mosque, school, monastery, shrine, etc., where all people go in. Out of these 4 categories, it is obvious that there is no need of asking permission to go in the houses of the first kind. Hence, the first category is not mentioned specifically in these verses, but for the other 3 categories, injunctions are spelled out. An important aspect of Quranic social ethic is that if you go to meet someone, first ask the permission, and do not enter in anyone's house without permission. It is a pity that the amount of importance Islam has attached to ethics of visiting someone by providing detailed instructions about them in the Quran, and which were strongly emphasized by the Holy Prophet both by practice and oral teachings, the present-day Muslims neglect them by the same margin. Even the pious and educated people do not regard this as sin, nor do they make an effort to act on them. The other civilized nations of the world have adopted them to improve their society, but the Muslims have lagged behind them all. This was the very first Islamic injunction which was overlooked by the Muslims to begin with. It is worth noting that seeking permission, istidhan, is that injunction of the Holy Quran in which even the slightest laxity or alteration is termed by Sayyidina Ibn Abbas, may Allah be pleased with him, as the rejection of the Quran itself. As a matter of fact, now people overlook these injunctions so much as if they are not part of the Holy Quran. Wisdom of seeking permission. Istidhan. Allah Ta'ala has provided every person a place where he lives, whether he owns it or has acquired it on rent. Such a place is his home, and the real purpose of a home is to provide comfort and tranquility. When the Holy Qur'an has referred to one's home as a great blessing of Allah, it has an indication towards this basic objective of a home. The Qur'an says, Surah An-Nur, Ayah 80, it means that Allah has given you peace and comfort through your homes. One can enjoy peace and comfort in his home only when he can live there without the interference of anyone else, and can rest and work at will. Any interference in his freedom is tantamount to killing the very purpose of the home, which is naturally very damaging. Islam has prohibited harming anyone without any cause. A great wisdom in the injunction of seeking permission is to save people from interference of others and its consequent ill effects, which is obligatory on all peace-loving people. The other consideration in the injunction is for the visitor himself, in that if he would go in to meet someone after taking permission, then the host will also reciprocate his gesture by giving him due importance and respect. If his visit is with purpose, then the host will be sympathetic and try to meet his need. On the other hand, if he would go in to call on someone without taking his permission, like an uncouth, then naturally he would not be so welcome, and the host would like to get rid of him as quickly as possible. Even if the host had any sympathy toward him, it would be reduced, and the sin for causing trouble to a Muslim would be additional. The third consideration is the elimination of obscenity and immorality. If one enters someone's home without taking prior permission, the possibility is that he might see the ladies of the house, which may lead to temptations. It is for this reason that the injunctions on seeking permission are placed next to punishment of adultery and punishment of false accusation, etc. The fourth consideration is that sometimes one is busy in the solitude of his home doing something which he does not want others to see. If someone comes into his house unannounced, then that act will be known to others, which he wanted to conceal. Any attempt to disclose the secrets of others is also a sin and a source of vexation. Some issues concerning seeking permission have been described in the above verses themselves, so they should be considered first. Other related issues will be dealt with later. Ruling. In these verses the address is with the phrase those who believe, which is used for men, because the relative pronoun in the text is originally of masculine gender, but women are also included in the injunction. Like other Quranic injunctions, which are normally addressed to men, but women are included in them, except in some cases where it is expressly mentioned that they are exclusive for men. Therefore, wives of the Sahaba included themselves in the address of the present verse and acted accordingly. Whenever they would visit anyone's house, they used to seek permission. Sayyidah Iyas, may Allah be pleased with him, has said, we were 4 women who used to visit frequently Sayyidah Aisha, may Allah be pleased with him, together, and used to seek permission before going in the house, and would enter only after she had permitted. Ibn Kathir, on the authority of Ibn Abi Haytham, ruling. It is clear from the universality of this verse that on a visit to anyone's house the injunction of seeking permission is common to all, whether men or women, mahram or non-mahram. Either a woman goes to visit another woman, or a man goes to visit another man, it is obligatory on all to seek permission. Similarly, if a man visits his mother, sisters, or any other mahram woman, he should seek permission. Imam Malik, may Allah have mercy on him, has narrated in Muwatta, quoting Ad ibn Yasar, that someone inquired from the Holy Prophet whether he should seek permission before going to his mother. He said, yes, do seek permission. Then the fellow said, O Messenger of Allah, I live with my mother in the same house. He said, even then you should not enter the house without taking permission. He asked again, O Messenger of Allah, I am always at her service. He replied, you should still ask her permission. Would you like that you see your mother naked? He said, no. Then the Holy Prophet said, it is for this reason that you should seek permission, because there is a possibility that she might have uncovered some of her coverable parts in the house for some need. Majari, one learns from this hadith that the word other than your own houses in the phrase Surah An-Nur, Ayah 27, as it appears in the Qur'an, refers to those houses where one lives alone and no one else, like parents, brothers or sisters, reside with him. It is only in this case that seeking permission is not necessary. Ruling. If someone is living alone in the house with his wife, even then it is preferable, and the sunnah, to make some sort of sound, such as hem or thump, before entering, in order to make known his incoming, although seeking permission is not obligatory in this case. Sayyidina Abdullah ibn Mas'ud's wife, may Allah be pleased with him, has reported that whenever Abdullah, may Allah be pleased with him, would come in the house, he would always make a hemming sound at the door to announce his arrival before entering. so that he should not see us in a condition that he would like to avoid. Ibn Kathir, quoting Ibn Jarir with an authentic chain, in another situation Ibn Jurayj inquired from Ada, may Allah have mercy on him, whether it is obligatory to seek permission before going in one's own house to his wife, and he said no. Ibn Kathir, after quoting this version, has explained that what it means is that it is not obligatory, but preferable. The traditional way of seeking permission. The procedure for seeking permission, as explained in the verses Surah An-Nur, Ayah 27, that is, do not enter into anyone's house until carrying out two things. First, istin, as its literal meaning is to seek acquaintance. Majority of commentators have taken this word for istidhan, that is, to take permission. By the use of word istinas instead of istidhan, there is a hint that in taking permission before entering, the host gets acquainted with the visitor through his voice, and the element of surprise is removed. The second requirement is greeting the inmates of a house with salam. Some commentators have elaborated it as one should first seek permission and on entering the house should greet the inmates. Qurtubi has also adopted this explanation that one should first seek permission, and when it is granted, only then go in and greet the hosts. Sayyidina Abu Ibn Suris, may Allah be pleased with him, hadith also corresponds well with this explanation, to which Mawardi has added further that if the visitor happens to see an inmate of the house before seeking permission, then he should first greet him, and then seek permission to go in, otherwise one should first seek permission and then greet on entering. But the procedure that seems to be masnan through narrations of hadith is that one should first greet from outside with Assalamu alaikum, and then by announcing big name should seek permission to go in. Imam Bukhari, may Allah have mercy on him, in his Al-Adab Mufrad has quoted on the authority of Sayyidina Abu Hurairah, may Allah be pleased with him, that if someone seeks permission before greeting, the host need not reply, because he has deviated from the practice adopted by the Holy Prophet. Ra'al Ma'ani. Abu Dawud has narrated in his hadith that someone from Bani Amir sought permission from the Holy Prophet, saying, that is, can I thrust in? On hearing that, the Holy Prophet said to his servant, this man does not know how to seek permission. Go to him and explain to him that the permission should be sought by saying, that is, Assalamu alaikum, can I come in? Before the servant could go out, that fellow himself said Assalamu alaikum, as he had heard the instruction of the Holy Prophet. Then he permitted him to come in. Ibn Kathir Bayhaqi has narrated in Shu'abul Iman on the authority of Sayyidina Jabir, may Allah have mercy on him, that the Holy Prophet once said, that is, do not let in the one who does not greet before seeking permission. Majari, in this case the Holy Prophet has made two corrections. One, that one should greet first. Two, that he had used the word instead of, which was not proper, because the word is derived from ulaj, which means to make an entry with force into a narrow space. This expression is against all ethics. In any case, one learns from these narrations that the instruction of greetings given in the Quranic verses relate to the greeting for seeking permission, which is offered from outside the house for inviting the attention of the inmates. On entering the house, the greetings should be repeated in the usual manner. Ruling. The procedure of greeting first and then seeking permission for entry, as has been established by various ahadith, can best be followed if the visitor himself announces his name for seeking permission. This was exactly the practice of Ibn Umar, may Allah be pleased with him. He used to announce at the door of the Holy Prophet, that is, after the greetings, whether Umar, may Allah be pleased with him, can come in. Ibn Kathir, etc. Sahih Muslim has narrated that Sayyidina Abu Musa al-Ash'ari, may Allah be pleased with him, went to see Sayyidina Umar, may Allah be pleased with him, and sought permission to get in by saying, Qurtubi. First he gave his name as Abu Musa, and then for further clarification added Ash'ari. This is to help the host recognize the caller immediately and respond quickly, for without recognizing the visitor, the host may hesitate to give permission for getting in. Ruling. Some people adopt the worst possible practice in this regard, that they ask permission from outside to come in without disclosing their identity, and when the host inquires as to who is there, they would answer, it is me. This is not the right answer to the host. If he has not recognized the voice on the first call, how can he recognize with the answer, it is me? Al-Khatib al-Baghdadi has reported in his Jami, quoted Ali ibn Asim al-Asidi, that when he went to Basra, he went to see Sayyidina Mudhir ibn Shabab, may Allah be pleased with him, and knocked at his door. Sayyidina Mudhir, may Allah be pleased with him, inquired from inside as to who was there. He answered, Ana, that is, it is me. So Sayyidina Mudhir, may Allah be pleased with him, said, I do not have anyone among my friends by the name Ana. Then he went out and related the hadith to him, that one day Sayyidina Jabir ibn Abdullah, may Allah be pleased with him, went to see the Holy Prophet and knocked at his door. The Holy Prophet inquired from inside as to who was there, and Jabir said, Ana, That is, it is me. Then the Holy Prophet repeated the words Ana Ana to explain that there's no point in saying Ana Ana, as no one can be recognized by this word. Ruling. There is yet another very wrong practice which is commonly observed these days even by the educated people, and that is they would knock at the door, and when the inmates would inquire from inside as to who was there, they do not reply at all and remain silent. This is the worst practice to tease the host, as he remains in suspense about the identity of the visitor, and the very spirit of seeking permission is defeated. Ruling. This has also been established by these narrations, that it is also a correct procedure of seeking permission to knock at the door, provided one tells his name at the same time. Ruling. If one knocks at the door, it should not be so strong that the inmates get upset. Rather, it should be mild, with the sole purpose of letting the inmates know that someone is at the door. Those who used to knock at the door of the Holy Prophet, they used to knock with their nails in a manner that the sound should not be loud enough to disturb him, as narrated by Al-Khatib in his Jami Qutubai. If one understands the spirit behind istihan, that it is meant to seek permission with familiarization, istiness of the caller, then automatically he would take care of all those things which could possibly trouble the host. It is required is to knock gently and announce the name for familiarization. Important warning. These days people do not pay any attention towards seeking permission, which is a clear sin for forsaking an obligation. But on the other hand, there are some problems in our time for those who do want to take permission in the prescribed manner, that is, first offer greetings from outside, and then seek permission by announcing their name. One problem is that the host to whom they want their voice to reach is not available close to the door, hence it is difficult to convey to him the sound of greetings and the name of the caller. Therefore, the important thing to note is that the spirit of the injunction is not to enter anyone's house without permission. There may be different forms of seeking permission in different places in different times. One such form is to knock at the door, which is established by the record of Hadith. In the present time people fix up bells at their doors. It is sufficient for carrying out the obligation of seeking permission to press the button of the bell, provided the caller also announces his name after that in an audible voice for the host. Apart from this, it is also in order to adopt any other method of seeking permission in vogue at any place. The present-day system of sending and visiting cards to disclose the identity of the caller is a good practice, in that not only the name of the caller, but also his address is made known to the host without any effort on his part, which fulfills the spirit behind istihan. Therefore, there is no harm in adopting the system.
And if you do not find anyone therein, do not enter them until permission has been given you. And if it is said to you, go back, then go back. It is purer for you. And Allah is knowing of what you do.
Ruling. If a person asks permission from someone and he replies in the negative that he cannot meet at that time, then the caller should go back and not feel offended. He should realize that everyone's needs and circumstances are different, and at times it is beyond the control of persons to call in the visitor or to go out and meet him. Hence, his refusal to meet should be accepted with good grace. In the present verse the same thing is emphasized, that is, if it is said to you, go back, just go back, it is more decent for you. Surah An-Nur, Ayah 28. Some people of the past ages are reported to have said, I waited all my life wishing that I visit someone and seek permission to go in the house, and the host turns down my request asking me to go back so that I could be rewarded the grace of this Quranic injunction by following it. But alas, I could never get that blessing. Ruling. The Islamic jurisprudence has established a two-sided system of teaching the mannerism of social graces and of saving all from the troubles and inconvenience. The way visitors are advised in this verse that if their request for permission to go in is turned down, they should not feel offended. Similarly, the other side of the coin is taught in a hadith. The Holy Prophet has said, surely your visitors have some rights to be observed by you. It means that one who comes to meet you, he too has his right on you. His right is that you should call him in, pay him respect, and listen to him. Do not refuse to meet him without any serious excuse or genuine reason. Ruling. If one goes to meet someone and seeks permission to go in, but does not get an answer, then according to practice of the Holy Prophet he should knock a second time, and still if there is no answer then he should knock a third time. If he does not get an answer the third time, then the injunction is that he should go back. After knocking 3 times it becomes obvious that the inmate must have heard the knock, but presumably he is in a condition that he cannot answer, for instance, praying or in the toilet or taking a shower. Alternatively, he does not want to meet at that time. In both the situations, It is not advisable to keep on staying there or keep on knocking, as it will upset the host, which must be avoided. The real purpose of istiten is to avoid any inconvenience to the host. Sayyidina Abu Musa Ash'ari, may Allah be pleased with him, has narrated that once the Holy Prophet said that is, when someone seeks permission 3 times and does not get reply, he should go back. Ibn Kathir, quoting Sahih of Bukhari and Masnad Ahmad, has reported on authority of Sayyidina Anas, may Allah be pleased with him, that once the Holy Prophet had gone to meet Sayyidina Sa'd ibn Ubadah, may Allah be pleased with him, and said Assalamu alaikum from outside to seek permission istihhan to go in according to his practice. Sayyidina Sa'd, may Allah be pleased with him, did reply the greeting but in a soft tone, so that the Holy Prophet does not hear. He repeated the greeting a 2nd time and then a 3rd time. On each occasion Sayyidina Sa'd, may Allah be pleased with him, listened the greeting and replied in a soft tone. After that the Holy Prophet went back. When Sayyidina Sa'd, may Allah be pleased with him, realized that, he ran after him and explained that he heard his voice every time and also replied, but in a soft tone, so that the greeting words are spoken for him repeatedly by the blessed tongue, as they will bring good fortune to him. The Holy Prophet explained to him the way of Sunnah, that when there is no response from inside, the visitor should go back. After that Sayyidina Sa'd took the Holy Prophet along with him to his house, where he treated him with some refreshments, which the Holy Prophet accepted graciously. This action of Sayyidina Sa'd, may Allah be pleased with him, was the result of overwhelming love and affection for the Holy Prophet, and at that moment he did not realize that the most exalted messenger was waiting at his door, and he should immediately go out and receive him with due respect. Instead, his mind was induced toward the thought that it would be of benefit to him if the blessed tongue would utter Assalamu alaikum repeatedly. In any case, this incident has established the issue that if there is no answer after seeking permission thrice, then according to practice of the Prophet, the visitor should go back. It is against the Sunnah of the Holy Prophet to keep on waiting there, which will be a cause of trouble for the inmate and tantamount to forcing the host to come out. Ruling. The foregoing ruling relates to the situation when one has sought permission thrice by knocking and greetings. In that situation, to keep on waiting there would cause trouble to the host. But if someone waits at the door of a scholar or a pious person without seeking permission or without informing him, in the hope that he would meet him when he would come out according to his convenience, such a waiting is not undesirable. Rather, it is a great respect shown by the caller. The Quran itself has advised people that to call the Holy Prophet while he is inside, with the purpose of calling him out of the house, is disrespect to him. People should wait for him outside until he comes out on his own according to his convenience. The related verse says, and if they had patience until you come out to them, that would be better for them. Surah Al-Hujurat, Ayah 5. Sayyidina Ibn Abbas, may Allah be pleased with him, has said, sometimes I keep on waiting the whole afternoon at the door of an Ansari companion until he would come out on his own, for asking about some ahadith. Had I sought permission to go in, he would have definitely allowed me, but I regarded that against ethics. That is why I used to bear the trouble of waiting. Sahih al-Bukhari.
There is no blame upon you for entering houses not inhabited, in which there is convenience for you, and Allah knows what you reveal and what you conceal.
There is no sin on you if you enter uninhabited houses in which you have rightful benefits. Surah An-Nur, Ayah 29. Literal meaning of the word mata is to use, put to use, and to benefit from something. Anything from which some benefit is drawn is also called mata. In this verse, mata is used in its literal meaning and is translated as rightful benefit. It is reported by Sayyidina Abu Bakr, may Allah be pleased with him, that when verses regarding istidhan, seeking permission, were revealed, he inquired from the Holy Prophet, Ya Rasul Allah, what would the traders of Quraysh do after this prohibition? They travel with trading caravans from Mecca and Medina to Syria and have a number of resting places spread out all along the route, where they stay while traveling. There are no permanent inmates in those places. So, what will be the form of istidhan at those places? Whom will they seek the permission from? On this inquiry, the above verse was revealed. Majari, on authority of Ibn Abi Haytham. The background of revelation of this verse tells us that the phrase, uninhabited houses, relates to those houses and places which are not specifically meant for the residence of any individual or community. Rather, they are open to all to go in and stay or use, such as public inns, which are made for the purpose of free stay of the travelers, mosques, shrines, schools, hospitals, post offices, railway stations, airports, and community centers. Thus, all places built for the common welfare of people fall under this category, where everyone is allowed to go in and use. Ruling. In all the welfare centers where there are some restrictions or conditions placed by the owners or by the organizers for entry, their observance is obligatory by religious law also. For instance, if it is necessary for entering a railway platform to purchase the ticket, it will not be permissible in Sharia to enter it without the ticket. The ticket is compulsory. Similarly, going into the restricted area of an airport is not allowed without having the necessary permission. Ruling. However, if the specific rooms are reserved in mosques, shrines, schools, hospitals, etc. for their staff, such as closets in mosques, shrines and schools where the offices in the hospitals, railway stations and airports, they do not fall under the category of uninhabited houses. In all such places entry without permission is prohibited by Sharia. Some other issues related to istidhan. When we have learned that the basic purpose of the Sharia injunction of istidhan is to avoid giving any trouble to others and teaching the ethics of social graces, on the same principle the following code of conducts can also be drawn. Some issues relating to telephone. To ring up anyone at a time which is normally his resting time or the time for prayers unless extremely urgent is not justified, for the same reason that it will be troublesome for him, just like entering anyone's house without permission, which disturbs the freedom of the host. Ruling. If one has to talk to someone frequently, then it is desirable that it should be inquired from him the convenient time when he can talk without any trouble, and then only at that time he should be contacted on telephone. Ruling. If one has to discuss something in detail with someone on telephone, then it is advisable that he should first find out from him whether he can talk in detail for some length of time. It is a common happening that when one is busy, the telephone bell rings, and he is compelled to lift the receiver no matter what he was doing, and if the caller talks for long, it really hurts the listener. Ruling. Some people do not care about the ringing of telephone. It keeps on ringing, but they would not lift the receiver. This habit is also against the Islamic ethics and tantamount to usurpation of the right of the caller. As the hadith says, your guests have some rights obligated on you. It indicates that the one who has come to meet you, it is his right that you talk to him, and do not refuse meeting him without reason. Similarly, the one who wants to talk to you on telephone, it is his right that you respond. Ruling. If you have gone to someone's house to meet him, and are waiting for the permission, in that situation you must not peep in, because the purpose of istidhan is that you should not know what the host wants to hide from you. If you see it by peeping inside, then that purpose is lost. It is strongly prohibited in the hadith. Bukhari and Muslim quoting Sa'al ibn Sa'd as it was the practice of the Holy Prophet that if he would go to meet someone and wait for the permission to go in, he would stand by the side of the door and not in front of it. He used to make istidhan by the side of the door, because very seldom there were curtains on the door during that time, and if they were, there was the possibility of their opening up with the wind. Majari ruling. The prohibition to go in the houses mentioned in the above verses meant under normal conditions. But if there is an emergency, like fire or demolition of the house, then one can enter without taking permission. Rather, it is desirable to go in immediately. Ruling. If a person has sent someone to call another person, and he comes along with the person who had gone to fetch him, then he need not take permission to go in. The messenger who had gone to fetch him is permission by itself. But if he does not turn up along with the messenger, but goes later, then seeking of permission will be required. The Holy Prophet has said that if someone is called, and he comes along with the messenger, then this by itself is permission for going in. Abu Dawud Majari.
Tell the believing men to reduce some of their vision and guard their private parts. That is purer for them. Indeed, Allah is acquainted with what they do.
Commentary. An important chapter for the prevention of obscenity and security of chastity, hijab for women. The very first verses on the subject of hijab for women are the ones which were revealed in Surah Al-Azad at the time of marriage of the mother of the believers, Sayyidah Zainab bint Jahash, may Allah be pleased with him, with the Holy Prophet. Some have given the date of revelation of these verses as 3rd Hira, while others say it was 5th Hira. Tafsir Ibn Kathir and Nail al-Adar have given preference to the latter date, while Ra'ul Mani has reported on the authority of Say, Ibn Anas, may Allah be pleased with him, that this marriage was solemnized in Dhul-Qa'dah 5th Hira. But it is an agreed position that the first verse on hijab was revealed on this occasion. As for the above referred verses of Surah An-Nur, they were revealed at the time of incident of Ifk, which had happened on return from the battle of Bani Mustalik or Mursi. This battle had taken place in the 6th Hira. Hence, it is clear from the revelation point of view that Surah An-Nur's verses on hijab were revealed later, and Surah Al-Ahzab's 4 verses were revealed earlier, and that the practice on the injunction of hijab had started when the verses of Surah Al-Ahzab were revealed. The subject of hijab will be discussed inshallah in detail under Surah Al-Ahzab. Here the explanation will be restricted to only those verses which appear in Surah An-Nur. Say to the believing men that they must lower their gazes and guard their private parts. It is more decent for them. Surely Allah is all aware of what they do. Surah An-Nur Ayah 30. The word yagadu is derived from gad, which means to bring down or to lower. Ragib, lowering of eyes or to keep eyes down as enjoined in the verse, means to turn the eyes from something which is prohibited to be seen by Sharia. Ibn Kathir, Ibn Hibban has given the explanation that to look at a non-mahram woman with intent to have sexual pleasure is totally prohibited, and to look without any such motive is makruh, undesirable. To look at any woman's or man's private parts of the body is included in this explanation, except in case of dire necessity, such as medical examination, peeping into anyone's house with the intent of finding out his secrets, and all such acts where looking is prohibited by Sharia are all included in the injunction. Surah An-Nur Ayah 30. Protection of private parts is purported to express that all possible situations of satisfying unlawful sexual desires be guarded against. In this, adultery, sodomy, lesbian act, masturbation, and all such acts that fulfill unlawful lust and passions are prohibited. The purpose of the verse is to prohibit all illicit acts for fulfilling unlawful passions. For this purpose the initial and the ultimate acts have been mentioned rather clearly, and all those actions which fall in between them are also included in the prohibition. For unlawful sexual passion the very first act is casting eye with bad motive, and its ultimate result is adultery. Both these acts have been mentioned clearly and are prohibited. All other acts falling in between, such as touching hands or having conversation, are included by implication. Ibn Kathir has related Sayyidina Ubaidah, may Allah be pleased with him, having said that as any act done in disobedience to Allah is a major sin, but the initial and ultimate acts are mentioned at the two ends of the verse. The initial act is to cast eye, and the ultimate is adultery. Tabarani has quoted Sayyidina Abdullah ibn Mas'ud, may Allah be pleased with him, that the Holy Prophet once said, "Casting eye is a poisonous arrow among the arrows of Satan. Whoever turns away his eye fearing from me, despite demand of the heart, I will give him such strong faith, the delight of which he will feel in his heart." Ibn Kathir, it is reported in Sahih Muslim on the authority of Sayyidina Jarir ibn Abdullah al-Bajali, may Allah be pleased with him, that the Holy Prophet has advised what should one do if by chance one's eye is cast on a non-mahram woman. He has quoted the Holy Prophet as saying, "Turn away your eyes from there." Ibn Kathir, Sayyidina Ali, may Allah be pleased with him, has said that first sight is forgivable, but casting eye a second time is sin. Both versions are alike, that is, if one casts his eye by chance without intention, it is forgiven being not intentional, otherwise it is prohibited to cast the eye intentionally, even the first time. To stare intentionally at boys having no beard also falls within this ruling. Ibn Kathir has reported that many elders of the Ummah used to forbid forcefully staring at young boys having no beard, and many scholars have declared it as forbidden. Perhaps it is in a situation when one looks with bad intention and passionate desire. God knows best.
And tell the believing women to reduce some of their vision, and guard their private parts, and not display their adornment, except that which ordinarily appears thereof, and to draw their head covers over their chests, and not display their adornment, except to their husbands, their fathers, their husbands' fathers, their sons, their husbands' sons, their brothers' sons, their sisters' sons, their women, that which their right hands possess, or those male attendants having no physical desire, or children who are not yet aware of the private aspects of women. And let them not stamp their feet to make known what they conceal of their adornment. And turn to Allah in repentance, all of you, O believers, that you might succeed.
Looking at non-mahram is forbidden, and say to the believing women that they must lower their gazes. Surah An-Nur Ayah 31. In the initial part of this long verse the injunction is the same which has been enjoined on men, folk in the preceding verse, that is, keep the eyes down or turn away the eyes. Women folk are also included in the injunction along with men, but in the next verse there is a separate injunction for them for laying more emphasis. Hence, it is clear that for women it is forbidden to look at any man except their mahrams. Many scholars have declared that it is absolutely forbidden for women to see non-mahram men, irrespective of looking with bad intent and passion, or without any intent and passion. In either case, it is forbidden. For this ruling, the argument put forward in support is the hadith of Sayyidah Salama, may Allah be pleased with him, which relates that once Salama and Maymuna, may Allah be pleased with him, both were with the Holy Prophet. When suddenly Abdullah ibn Maktum, may Allah be pleased with him, the companion of the Holy Prophet, who was blind, came in, and the Holy Prophet asked them to go inside. This incident had happened after the injunction of hijab for women was revealed. On this Salama, may Allah be pleased with him, pleaded, O Holy Prophet, but he is only blind, he can't see us. Then the Holy Prophet replied, is it that you are blind too? Abu Dawud and Tirmidhi. He declared this hadith as Hasan Sahih. Other jurists have ruled that there's no harm if women look at strange males without any passion. They base their argument on the hadith of Sayyidah Aisha, may Allah be pleased with him, in which it is related that on an Eid day some African youths were showing their military exercises in the courtyard of the mosque of the Holy Prophet, and the Holy Prophet was watching this game. And so was Sayyidah Aisha, may Allah be pleased with him, under the cover of the back of the Holy Prophet. She kept on watching the game until she herself got tired of it, but the Holy Prophet did not object to her watching. Scholars are all unanimous on the point that looking with lust is prohibited, but looking without lust is also not a preferred act. To look at a woman's satir, concealable parts by another woman without any lawful reason, is also prohibited in line with the wordings of this verse. It is for the reason that concealing of satir, concealable from all, both by men and women, is obligatory by Sharia. Man's satir, concealable, comprises all parts of the body from navel to knees, and that of women, the whole body, except face and palms. Neither can a man see another man's satir, nor can a woman see another woman's satir. Looking by a man at a woman's satir, or of a woman at a man's satir, is highly prohibited, and amounts to contradiction of the injunction of the Quranic verse which enjoins for turning away the eyes. As has been explained above in detail, it is enjoined in the verse to lower the eyes or to turn the eyes away from everything which is prohibited to be seen under Islamic injunctions. To look at a woman's satir by another woman is included in that, and must not expose their adornment, except that which appears thereof, and must wrap their bosoms with their shawls, and must not expose their adornment, except to their husbands. Surah An-Nur, Ayah 31. The literal meaning of zina is that with which a woman adorns herself to appear attractive. It may be nice clothes or ornaments. There is an agreement of the scholars on the point that when the clothes and ornaments are not worn by women, and are only displayed in the marketplace, then they are allowed to be seen by menfolk. For this reason, majority of scholars have taken the meaning of zina as those parts of the body where the objects of zina are worn. Hence, the meaning of the verse is that it is obligatory for women not to show the parts of the body where the objects of adornments are worn. Ravulma Ani, whereas it is prohibited for women in this verse to show their zina, two exceptions have, however, been made. One is for that to be seen, and the other for those who see. Exception from the injunction of hijab. First exception is that of, except that which appears thereof. It means that women are not permitted to show their zina to men, except that which is revealed on its own. The indication is that while women are working, some parts of the body get uncovered automatically, and their covering is difficult, hence exception of such parts is permitted. There is no sin in their uncovering. Ibn Kathir, which parts do really fall under this exception? On this subject say, Ibn Abdullah ibn Masud and Abdullah ibn Abbas, may Allah be pleased with him, have given different explanations. Sayyidina Abdullah ibn Masud, may Allah be pleased with him, has explained that what has been accepted in is the outer covering, such as veil or the sheet used for hijab. These overclothings are used to cover up the normal garments of zina. Hence, the meaning of the verse would be that it is not permitted to show anything from the zina garments, except the overclothings like veil, whose hiding is not possible when going out for some work. On the other hand, say, Ibn Abdullah ibn Abbas, may Allah be pleased with him, has interpreted that it is purported for face and palms, because when a woman is forced to go out because of necessity, it is difficult to hide face and palms while engaged in her work. Therefore, according to the explanation of Sayyidina Abdullah ibn Masud, may Allah be pleased with him, it is not permitted for women even to uncover their faces and palms before non-mahram men. Only the overclothings, like veil, etc., are accepted under necessity. But in accordance with the explanation of Sayyidina Abdullah ibn Abbas, may Allah be pleased with him, it is permitted to uncover the face and palms before the non-mahrams. Thus, there is a difference of opinion among the religious scholars on the issue whether it is permissible to uncover the face and palms before non-mahrims or not. But all agree on that if there is a risk of fitna, i.e. stimulation of illicit desires, by looking at feminine face and palms, then its uncovering is not allowed, and women are not permitted to uncover their faces and palms in that situation. All scholars also agree on that in prayers women can uncover their faces and palms, and in the uncovered position their prayers will be considered valid. Hadi Baydawi and Kazan have said in the explanation of this verse that the object of the verse appears to be that women should not let anything of their zina be seen, except that which gets uncovered during the process of working. In this definition the veil and sheet, as well as face and palms, are all included, because when a woman goes out for some necessary work, veil and sheet are open to be seen in any case, but sometimes face and palms also get uncovered during the movements of work. Hence, their uncovering is allowed and is not regarded as sin. But it does not mean that men are allowed to see faces and palms of women unnecessarily. Instead, it is enjoined upon men to keep their eyes lower, and if a woman is constrained to uncover her face or palms, the men should turn their eyes away, unless required to see in the performance of some lawful act. In this explanation both the traditions and interpretations are reconciled. Imam Malik, may Allah have mercy on him, has also ruled that it is not allowed to see the face and palms of a non-mahram woman without a lawful need. Ibn Hajar Makki Shafi'i, may Allah have mercy on him, has quoted in his Zawajir that Imam Shafi'i's view is also the same, that although women's face and palms are not part of their satir, and they are allowed to pray while these parts are uncovered, yet non-mahrims are not allowed to see them without a lawful need. However, this has already been stated above that even those scholars who have ruled it permissible to see women's face and palms also agree that if there is a risk of mischief, then looking at their faces is not permissible. It is well known that the center of beauty and attraction is the face of a person, and the present age is full of temptation, mischief and lasciviousness, and people are lost in remissness. Therefore, in the present circumstances, it is impermissible to uncover the face before the non-mahram men, except for medical treatment or an emergency. Similarly, it is not allowed for the men folk as well to look at women intentionally, unless it is required by a genuine need. After granting exception to the open zina, it is enjoined in the verse under reference Surah An-Nur, Ayah 31, that is, must wrap their bosoms with their shawls. Qamar is the plural of kimar. It is the piece of cloth which women use to cover their head, and it also covers up the neck and bosom. Jayab is the plural of jaib, which means upper part of the shirt just below the neck. Since the time immemorial, this part of the garment is placed over the chest of a person, hence the covering of jayab means covering of the chest or bosom. In the beginning of the verse, showing of zina was prohibited, while in the sentence hiding of zina is emphasized that a specific situation is also described, the purpose of which is to eliminate an old custom of pre-Islamic days. In the pre-Islamic time, women used to place the sheet on their head and let its two sides hang on their back, with the result that their neck, ears, and bosom were left uncovered. Therefore, Muslim women were enjoined not to follow this, and instead were advised to place the two sides of the sheet one over the other, so that all these parts are covered. Ibn Abayham from Ibn Jubair, the second exception in the verse, relates to the men before whom no hijab is to be observed by women. There are two reasons for this exception. First, those men who are exempt from this injunction are the mahrims, hence no risk of any trouble is expected from them. Allah Ta'ala has put in their hearts deep respect and honor of their close female relatives, hence there is no possibility of any mischief from them. Secondly, since the close relatives normally live all together, for the sake of convenience, it is required that they do not hide from each other. But this should also be kept in mind, that this exception from hiding from mahrims is exclusive to hijab, and not from the satir of women, where the exception is allowed only to husbands. Those parts of the body of women which are included in satir, and which are not allowed to be uncovered in the prayers, are not permitted to be seen by any mahram. 8 types of mahram men and 4 other types with whom no hijab is necessary are listed in this verse. In another verse of Surah Al-Azab, which was revealed before this verse, only 7 types of mahram are mentioned. Hence, 5 more types were added in the above referred verse of Surah An-Nur, which is a later revelation. Warning: it should be noted that the word mahram is used here in its general sense, which includes husband also. In the connotation used by the scholars for this word, it means the person with whom marriage is not allowed. That meaning of the word is not intended here. Let us now take up the details of the 12 exceptions mentioned in the verse under consideration, The first exception is that of husband with whom hiding of any part of the wife's body is not required. But looking at the private parts of wife without need is not a preferable act. Sayyidah Aisha, may Allah be pleased with him, has said, neither he saw my private parts nor did I see his. Second exception is of fathers, in which category, apart from father, grandfather, great-grandfather are all included. Third is the father-in-law and husband's grandfather and great-grandfather. Fourth are the sons. Fifth are the husband's sons, who may be from his other wives. Sixth are the brothers, in which category all step-brothers, whether from real mother or from real father, are included. But cousin brothers are not part of this category. They are all non-mahrams. Seventh are the sons of brothers. Here also sons of step-brothers are included, but sons of cousins are not included. Eighth are the sons of sisters, and here again sons of step-sisters are included, but not those of the cousins. These are the 8 categories of mahrams. Ninth category, or to their women. These words are used for Muslim women, before whom all such parts can be uncovered which are allowed to be uncovered before father or sons. It has already been clarified earlier that this exception relates to hijab alone and not the satir. It is for the simple reason that what is not allowed to be uncovered before mahram men is also not permitted to be uncovered before any Muslim woman, except for medical treatment or under dire need. By the exception made only for Muslim women, it becomes obvious that it is necessary for Muslim women to cover themselves before non-Muslim women as well. Non-Muslim women are thus in the same category as that of non-mahram men. Ibn Kathir has quoted the explanation given by Masjid, may Allah have mercy on him, for this verse, that it is not permissible for a Muslim woman to uncover herself before non-Muslim women. But there are Sahih hadith available which prove that non-Muslim women used to visit wives of the Holy Prophet. Hence, there is a difference of opinion among the jurists on the subject. Some have declared non-Muslim women like men for the application of this injunction, while others have placed both Muslim and non-Muslim women under one category, that is, covering before them is not necessary. Imam Razi, may Allah have mercy on him, has opined that the word, their women, encompasses both Muslim and non-Muslim women, and the practice of virtuous elders of making Muslim women covered before non-Muslim women was because it was desirable, but not obligatory. Mufti of Baghdad, Al-Malusi, may Allah have mercy on him, has adopted this explanation in the Ru'ul Manani and has remarked, this explanation is more suited to present time because it has become almost impossible for Muslim women to cover themselves before non-Muslim women. Ru'ul Ma'ani, 10th category. Surah An-Nur, Ayah 31. Or to those owned by their right hands. The general sense of the wording includes both male and female slaves and servants, but many scholars and jurists consider that it applies only to female slaves, and not to the male slaves. Therefore, it is obligatory to be uncovered before them, like other non-mahrams. Said Ibn al-Mas'ud, may Allah have mercy on him, has said, expressing his final view, do not be under the misconception that the wordings are general and include male slaves as well. It is not so. This verse refers to only female slaves. Male slaves are not included in it. Sayyidina Abdullah ibn Mas'ud, may Allah be pleased with him, Hassan al-Basri, and Ibn Sirin have said that it is not permissible for a male slave to see his female owner's hair. Ru'ul Ma'ani. Now the question is that if by the wordings only female slaves were meant, then they were already included in the word, or to their women, what was the point in describing them separately? Jasses, may Allah have mercy on him, has answered this question by explaining that the word in its apparent sense is meant for Muslim women only, and in case there are non-Muslims also among the female slaves, they need to be separated from the rest, hence the use of this word. 11th category. Or male attendants having no sexual urge. Sayyidina Ibn Abbas, may Allah be pleased with him, has explained that here those confused and deranged type of persons are meant who have no liking and inclination toward women. Ibn Kathir, the same explanation has been put forward by Ibn Jarir, quoting Abu Abdullah ibn Jubair, Ibn Adi, etc. Therefore, those men are referred to here who do not have any lust or inclination towards women, nor are they interested in the beauty and charm of women, which they could describe before others. As against this, eunuchs do take interest in women's special attributes, hence women should keep covered before them. There's a hadith of Sayyidah Aisha, may Allah be pleased with him, on the subject, that an eunuch used to visit the wives of the Holy Prophet, and they regarded him to be included in the category of hence they allowed him to come in their homes. When the Holy Prophet saw him and listened to his conversation, he stopped him from coming inside the homes. Rayu and Ma'ani. For this very reason Ibn Hajj, or Makki, may Allah have mercy on him, has commented in Surah Al-Hajj that no matter a man be impotent or devoid of genital organs, or be very old, he is not included in the expression, and women are required to cover themselves before all of them. However, addition of the word with the expression is meant to indicate those who are confused and deranged, and enter the houses with the purpose of eating and drinking as an attendant of some guests. Such men are excluded, and it is not necessary to observe hijab before them. They have been mentioned here because in fact there were some such men at that time, and they used to go inside the homes only with the intention of eating and drinking, but the real cause of their being accepted from the rules of hijab is their being of unsound mind and having no sexual urge, and not being attendants of someone. 12th category, or to the children who are not yet conscious of the shames of women. This refers to those young children who have not yet attained puberty, and are totally ignorant of ladies' special attributes, gestures, and postures. Any boy who takes interest in ladies' company for their special attributes is nearing his puberty, and covering before him becomes obligatory. Ibn Kathir, Imam Jassas, may Allah have mercy on him, has explained that the word tifl, children, refers here to those children who do not differentiate between men and women in special attributes. Jassas has narrated this from Mujahid, and let them not stamp their feet in a way that the adornment they conceal is known. Surah An-Nur, Ayah 31. It is incumbent upon women to step so gently that no sound is made of their ornaments and none of their zina is exposed to men. To cause hearing of jewelry sound to none, marims is prohibited. In the beginning of the verse it was prohibited for women to show their zina, ornaments or garments, to non-mahram men. At the end of it is re-emphasized that covering of head and bosom etc. was in any way obligatory as part of hiding of zina. Rather, any exposure of hidden zina by any means is also prohibited. Putting in something in the ornaments so that they produce sound, or making of sound by the touch of ornaments with each other, or putting the feet on the ground in such a manner that ornaments make sound, and the non-mahrims listen to these sounds, they are all prohibited under the provision of this verse. In the light of this explanation, many jurists have drawn the conclusion that when causing to hear the ornament sound is prohibited, then to cause hearing of women's own voice would be prohibited even more strongly. Therefore, they have ruled that the voice of women is also included in their satire. For this reason, it is declared in Nawazil that women should learn Quran from women only, as far as possible. Learning of Quran from men should be as a last resort only. Sahih al-Bukhari and Muslim have quoted a hadith which says that while offering prayers, if someone passes in front, he should be warned with a loud voice by saying Subhanallah by men, but the women should not make any sound, and instead hit the back of the palm with the other for warning. The issue of women's voice. Is women's voice included in their satire per se, and its causing to hear by non-mahrims is prohibited? The jurists differ on this issue. In the books of Imam Shafi'i, may Allah have mercy on him, the voice of women is not included in their satire. In the case of Hanafi, there are different views. Ibn Humam, may Allah have mercy on him, has included the voice in satire on the basis of statements in Nawazil. Because of this, the call for prayer by women is regarded makruh by Hanafi school. However, it is established by hadith that the wives of the Holy Prophet used to talk to non-mahrims from behind the curtain even after the revelation of injunction of hijab. Keeping in view all the material on this point, what seems to be the correct position is that hearing the voice of a woman is impermissible only when and where it may create a fitna, but where there is no such apprehension, it is allowed. Jassas, however, the prudent way for women is to take care and avoid talking to non-mahrims, even from behind the curtains, unless necessary. Only Allah knows best. To go out wearing perfume. It is also included in this injunction that when women go out of the house for some need, they should not wear any perfume, because that is also their hidden zina, and it is impermissible to cause it to reach non-mahrims. In the oath reported by Tirmidhi from Abu Musa al-Ash'ari, may Allah be pleased with him, those women are declared bad who go out wearing perfume. Going out wearing decorated veil is also prohibited. Imam Jassas, may Allah have mercy on him, has commented that when Quran has included even the sound of ornaments as the exposure of zina and declared it unlawful, then going out wearing decorated veil would be unlawful more strongly. By inference, it is also clear that although the face of women is not included in her satire, but it is the pivotal point of zina, hence, its hiding from the non-mahrims is essential, except in cases of need. Jassas, and repent to Allah, O believers, all of you. Surah An-Nur, Ayah 31. In this verse first the men have been enjoined to keep their eyes low, and the women are enjoined the same. After that women are directed to cover themselves before non-Mahrams. After enjoining these injunctions separately to men and women, now a combined instruction is given that the sexual desire is a delicate thing, and it remains concealed from others. But everything concealed or open is completely known to Allah. Therefore, if someone has erred in following the foregoing injunctions, he should beg Allah's pardon, feel repentant on his past deeds, and make a firm resolve not to indulge in them again.
And marry the unmarried among you, and the righteous among your male slaves and female slaves. If they should be poor, Allah will enrich them from His bounty, and Allah is all-encompassing and knowing.
Commentary. Some injunctions regarding marriage. It has been pointed out earlier that Surah An-Nur contains mostly the injunctions relating to protection of chastity and continence and prevention of obscenity and shamelessness. In this connection, severe punishments against adultery and related matters are mentioned. Then istidhan is highlighted, and after that hijab for women is described. Since Islamic jurisprudence is based on the precept of moderation, all its injunctions are moderate and have affinity with natural human emotions and desires. It is also based on the principle to control the tendency of excessiveness and transgression. When it is enjoined to desist strictly from unlawful lust, it is equally important to provide a lawful access for the natural human emotions and desires. At the same time, it is also needed both from a rational and religious point of view that men and women are shown a way for the lawful copulation for the preservation of human race. In the terminology of Quran and Sunnah, it is called nikah, marriage. In the verse under consideration, the guardians of unmarried girls and the owners of slave girls and boys are enjoined to marry them off and arrange the marriage of the spouse. Less among you, Surah An-Nur, Ayah 32. Ayama is the plural of aim, which is used for all those men and women who are not married, irrespective of the situation, whether they have not yet been married or were married earlier and have become divorcee or widower. The guardians of such men and women are directed in this verse to arrange their marriage. Scholars and jurists are unanimous on the point that according to the manner of address of this verse, the preferable and masan way of marriage is that men and women have it arranged through their guardians, rather than arranging it directly. There are many worldly and religious benefits in this tradition. Especially in the case of girls, it is a sort of indecency that they arrange their own marriages. Also, there is a risk that the system may open the doors for obscenity. Therefore, in some narrations of hadith, women are prohibited to contract their own marriages without the mediation of guardians. Imam Abu Hanifa, may Allah have mercy on him, and some other imams have ruled that this instruction describes a sunnah and the preferred way for the contract of marriage. But if an adult girl marries someone within her own cuff without her guardian's permission, it is a proper marriage, although she would be reprehensible for this act, because it is against the sunnah, unless she has done so under unavoidable circumstances. Imam Shafi'i, may Allah have mercy on him, and some other imams have ruled that her marriage will be null and void if carried out without her guardian's mediation. It is not the intention to describe and argue here the details of approach and arguments put forward by the two jurists on their different points of view, but this much is obvious from the verse under discussion that it is preferable to have guardian's mediation in the matter of marriage. But the Quranic verse itself is silent on the issue of status of marriage, if solemnized without the consent of guardians. The other reason is that in the word ayama, both male and female adults are included, and there is consensus that the marriage of adult boys is perfectly valid if solemnized without the mediation of guardians. No one considers that marriage to be null and void, but this is true that in either case it is against the sunnah for which both should be reproached. The status of marriage in Sharia. Jurists are almost all unanimous that whoever has a strong apprehension that in case he does not marry, he would not be able to maintain the prescribed limits of Sharia and will get involved in sins, and he has the means to get married, it is obligatory on him to get married. As long as he does not get married, he will remain a sinner. But in case he does not have the means to get married, or a suitable woman is not available, or he does not possess the needed prompt dower, etc., for all such situations the injunction is given in the next verse that he should keep striving to obtain what is required, and until such time that the needful is arranged, he should keep his emotions under control and wait with patience. The Holy Prophet has advised such persons in this situation to fast continuously, for fasting calms down the sexual desire. It is reported in Masnad of Omad that the Holy Prophet inquired from Ibn Akaf whether he had a wife, to which he replied in the negative. And the Holy Prophet inquired whether he had a lawful slave girl. He again replied in the negative. Then he asked, "Do you have the means?" To this he replied in the affirmative. The purpose of this inquiry was to find out whether he possessed the means to arrange his marriage, to which he answered in the positive. After that the Holy Prophet said, "In that case you are a brother of Shaitan, for our sunnah is to get married. The worst persons among you are those who are unmarried, and the most mean among your men are those who die without marrying." Majority of the jurists have attributed this narration as well to that condition when there is a predominant risk of sinning by abstaining from marriage. The Holy Prophet must have known the situation of that half that he would not be able to resist. Similarly, it is reported in Masnad of Ummah on the authority of Sayyid ibn Anas, may Allah be pleased with him, that the Holy Prophet had instructed him to get married and warned against remaining bachelor. There are some other similar narrations of the hadith as well, and majority of the jurists have held them to be applicable only in those situations where there is a strong apprehension of being involved in a sin if one avoids marriage. Similarly, jurists are almost all unanimous that if someone has strong notion that he would indulge in sin by marrying a woman, for instance, he is not capable of meeting conjugal rights of the wife, or will get involved for sure in some other sin, in such a situation marriage is prohibited or unbecoming for him. Now the case of that person has to be looked at who is in an even position. For him neither the risk of sin is very strong by abstaining from marriage, nor there is a strong risk of sin if the marriage is performed. For this situation there are different views of the jurists, that is, which act is better, to get married or abstaining from marriage and get involved in extra prayers. Imam Abu Hanifa, may Allah have mercy on him, has ruled that getting married is better than offering extra prayers, while Imam Shafi'i, may Allah have mercy on him, has recommended that getting involved in prayers is preferable. The reason for the different views is that by itself the marriage is a lawful act, just like eating, drinking, sleeping, etc., or as any other necessity of life is lawful, and the element of worship is included in marriage for the simple reason that one can save himself from sin by this act, and when the righteous children are born, it will add up to his reward. When one performs any lawful act with the intent of pleasing Allah Ta'ala, it becomes an indirect worship for him. Eating, drinking, sleeping, etc. all become indirect worship when carried out with this intention. Since occupation in prayers is a direct worship in itself, hence, Imam Shafi'i, may Allah have mercy on him, regards prayers to be preferable to marriage. But in the opinion of Imam Abu Hanifa, may Allah have mercy on him, the element of worship is greater in marriage and other lawful acts. In many Sahih ahadith it is emphasized repeatedly to follow this tradition of the Holy Prophet. In the light of all these ahadith it becomes evident that marriage is not just lawful like other lawful acts, but is a sunnah practice of the messengers and has also been emphasized repeatedly in hadith. It is a worship not only from the viewpoint of intention, but also being a tradition of the messengers. If someone suggests that by the same token eating, drinking, and sleeping should also be regarded as sunnah, because all messengers used to perform them, the answer to this is very clear, that despite these acts being performed by all messengers, no one has said or narrated in any hadith that eating, drinking, and sleeping are sunnah of the messengers. Instead, these acts are regarded as common human habits, which were observed by messengers as well. As against this, marriage is clearly declared as sunnah of the messengers and the sunnah of the Holy Prophet himself. Tafsir Majari has given a moderate view on the subject that, if someone is on an even position, that is, neither he is helpless or overcome by prevalence of lust, nor feels the risk of indulging in sin by abstaining from marriage, and thinks that if he gets married, his involvement in household would not be a hindrance in his worships and remembrance of Allah Ta'ala, then it is preferable for him to get married. This was exactly the case of the messengers of Allah and the righteous people of the Ummah. But if he has a hunch that his marriage and involvement in household will not let him promote his religious status and will hinder Allah's remembrance, then for him abstaining from marriage for performing worship would be preferable, provided he is in an even position, described above. Many Quranic verses are in support of this position, one of them being, "Believers, let not your possessions nor your children divert you from Allah's remembrance." Surah Al-Munafiqun, Ayah 9. This verse advises that the wealth and children should not come in the way of remembering Allah Ta'ala, and the capable from among your bond, men in bond, girls. Surah An-Nur, Ayah 32. This sentence is addressed to the masters of the slaves. Here the word salihin is used in its literal meaning, that is, whoever among them has the means and capacity of marrying, arrangement of his or her marriage is made incumbent upon their owners and masters. Here the word capacity is purported to have the means to fulfill the conjugal rights of wife and ability to make payment of maintenance and prompt dower. If the word salihin is taken in its common sense of as good and pious people, then their exclusiveness from the rest will be on the basis that marriage is basically the means to keep away from the sins, a trait which only the good persons possess. So, it is made incumbent upon the masters of the slaves and slave girls that those among them who have the ability to get married, their marriage should be arranged. It is purported to mean here that if they show their need and desire to get married, then according to some jurists, it is binding on the owners to marry them off. But the majority of jurists have ruled that in such a situation it is incumbent upon the masters not to place any hindrance in their marriage and allow them to get married, because the marriage of slaves and slave girls cannot be performed without the permission of their owners. Thus, this injunction is similar in nature with another verse of the Holy Qur'an, that is, it is incumbent upon the guardians of women not to stop the women under their charge from marriage. The Holy Prophet has also said on the subject that if someone of that kind comes to you with a proposal, and you like his morals, then surely may him off. If you do not do it, then great mischief will be created on earth. Permit he, the gist of this all is that the owners are instructed here not to make any delay in granting permission of marriage to their subjects, notwithstanding the arrangement of their marriage may not be their responsibility. Allah knows best. If they are poor, Allah will enrich them out of His grace. Surah An-Nur, Ayah 32. There is a good news in this verse for such poor Muslims who want to marry for the security of their religious obligation, but they have no means. If they marry with a good intention for the security of their religion and to follow the Sunnah of the Holy Prophet, Allah Ta'ala will grant them sufficient means. There is also an advice in the verse to those who might reject the proposal of marriage from poor people on the basis of their current condition. Wealth is something which does not always stay. The important thing is merit of a person. If they possess merit, then their proposal for marriage should not be turned down. Sayyidina Ibn Abbas, may Allah be pleased with him, has said that Allah Ta'ala has persuaded all Muslims for marriage in this verse, for which He has included everyone, either free or slave, and has promised to enrich time if they marry. Ibn Kathir and Ibn Abi Hatim has reported that Ibn Abu Bakr, may Allah be pleased with him, while addressing the Muslims, said that you follow the injunction of Allah Ta'ala for marriage, and He will fulfill His promise for granting the riches. Then he recited this verse. Ibn Abdullah ibn Mas'ud, may Allah be pleased with him, has said, if you want to be rich, then get married, because Allah Ta'ala has said. Ibn Kathir.
But let them who find not the means for marriage abstain from sexual relations until Allah enriches them from His bounty. And those who seek a contract for eventual emancipation from among whom your right hands possess, then make a contract with them if you know there is within them goodness, and give them from the wealth of Allah which He has given you. And do not compel your slave girls to prostitution if they desire chastity, to seek thereby the temporary interests of worldly life. And if someone should compel them, then indeed Allah is to them, after their compulsion, forgiving and merciful.
Warning. It is commented in Tafsir Majari that it should, however, be noted that Allah Ta'ala's promise to grant riches to the one who will marry is only on the condition that his intention is to safeguard his chastity and to follow the Sunnah. After that he should have trust and faith in Allah Ta'ala, for which the confirmation is available in the next verse, which reads, and those who cannot afford marriage should keep chaste until Allah enriches them out of His grace. Surah An-Nur, Ayah 33. It means that the people who do not have the material wealth for the marriage, and in case they marry, there is the risk of not fulfilling the rights of wife and their becoming sinners. They should wait with patience until Allah grants them riches from His bounty. A method has been stated in the hadith for achieving the required patience, which is keeping fast abundantly. If they will follow the advice, Allah Ta'ala will grant them so much material resources that they will be able to afford the expenses of marriage. Commentary. Owners of the slaves and slave girls were advised in the previous verse that they should allow their subjects to marry if they so desire. They should not delay their marriage to curb their natural urge for their own expediency. The essence of this advice is to save the subjects from trouble and that they be treated graciously. In the same context, another direction is given in this verse to the owners of slaves and slave girls that if their subjects wish to enter into a deal with them for making payment against their freedom, then it is desirable for the owners to concede to this wish, which will bring them good reward. This instruction is commonly taken by the jurists, like the author of Hidayah, as a recommendatory instruction in that it is not compulsory for the owners to concede for freedom of their subjects against payment, yet it is preferable to do so. The procedure for entering into a deal of freedom is that the subject asks his owner to set up an amount with mutual consent for the freedom, which he should earn with his labor and pay to the owner. Alternatively, the owner can also initiate the deal, and with mutual consent on payment of a certain amount whereby the slaves can earn their freedom. When such a deal is struck with mutual consent between the owner and the slave, then it becomes mandatory under Islamic law, and the owner has no authority to call it off. As soon as the slave makes the payment of the agreed amount, he gets free automatically. The amount of money so agreed for the freedom of slave is called badal al-kitaba, for which Islamic law has fixed no limit. It may be the same as the cost of slave, or more or less. The amount on which the parties mutually agree will be regarded as badal al-kitaba. The essence behind the advice given in this verse is to open up the doors of freedom for the slaves. This is but one such instruction which points out toward the underlying objective of Islamic law of allowing freedom for slaves. In all types of expiations, a common injunction is freedom of slaves. Even otherwise, there is a promise of generous blessings for freeing the slaves. Arrangement of the treaty for freedom in exchange of money is one such route. This is why there is so much persuasion and emphasis on this. However, a condition has also been placed with this treaty. The treaty will only be in order when you notice signs of goodness in them. Sayyidina Abdullah ibn Umar, may Allah be pleased with him, and many other scholars have explained that here the word kar, good, is purported to mean the strength to earn. Hence, it means that someone who has the strength to earn and can make payment should be allowed to enter the deal. Otherwise his labor will be wasted on one hand, and the owner will also suffer loss. Some other scholars have given another explanation, that goodness and betterment mean here that there should be no risk of any harm to the Muslims because of his freedom. For instance, the slave may be an infidel, and he might have been helping his infidel brethren. As a matter of fact, the word kar, good, stands here for both the meanings, that is, the slave should have the strength to earn, and there should be no risk of any harm to the Muslims as a result of his freedom. Mashari, give them out of the wealth of Allah that He has given to you. Surah An-Nur, Ayah 33. This address is directed towards Muslims in general, and to the owners of the slaves in particular. When the freedom of the slave is dependent on a fixed amount to be given to his owner, then it is incumbent upon Muslims to help him collect that money. For this they can pay from the zakah money as well, and the owners are induced to contribute on their own or reduce the amount of the treaty. It was the practice of the companions to reduce the amount of treaty by 1/3 or 1/4, depending upon their capacity. Mashari, an important economic issue in the Quranic verdict on it. The present-day world is totally materialistic. Everyone seems to have forgotten about the life hereafter and has completely entangled himself in money-making. All types of researches, contemplation, and developments revolve around economic uplift only. Detailed discussions and researches on finer economic points have raised its status many-fold, and now it has assumed the position of greatest art. The world thinkers have propounded two well-known theories which, paradoxically, are in conflict with each other. Because of the inherent conflict between them, the world at large is divided in two groups, who are unfortunately at daggers drawn with each other, resulting in the loss of peace and tranquility of the world. One theory has given birth to capitalist system, commonly known as capitalism. The other one is the socialist system, which is called as socialism or communism. It is an everyday common experience which neither of the two systems can deny, that whatever the man earns or produces in this world through his hard work, its basic source of production is the natural resources, like water, the produce from earth or any other natural produce. The man produces millions of things of his need and use from natural resources through his skill, hard work, ingenuity in composing or decomposing their certain elements. It is but natural to think that there is someone who creates the natural resources. They have not come into being of their own. It also goes without saying that the one who has created the natural resources is the real owner and master of them all. The natural resources have been passed on to man for a limited period, his lifespan, for his benefit and use. It does not mean that the man has become the master of natural resources for all times, because his own life is so short. Moreover, man does not and cannot exercise total control and authority on all natural resources for all the time. For instance, man can irrigate the fields with water, but he cannot create water if there is a drought. Therefore, it is clear that man is not free to use or control them, and hence should follow the instructions given to him by their Kriya or master. But in the frenzy of materialism, everyone has forgotten even the concept of real master and creator. The only controversy between them is that whether the one who possesses the factors of production becomes their owner, or all these resources are common to all and everyone has a right to benefit from them. The first theory is that of the capitalist system, which grants freedom of ownership to man in that he can acquire anything by any means, and is also free to use and spend it any way he likes. There is absolutely no restriction on him. The infidels and disbelievers of the olden times professed the same belief, who objected before Sayyidina Shu'aib, may Allah be pleased with him, as to why should he place any restriction on their wealth, which belonged to them and they were its owners. They claimed that the Prophet had no right to tell them as to where the spending was permitted and where it was not. The meaning of Quranic verse, or that we do with our wealth what we wish, Surah An-Nur, Ayat 87, is the same. The other theory is that of socialism, which does not allow ownership to anyone of anything and professes common ownership of everyone and equal right to all. This is the original theory of communism, but when they felt that this was not practicable, they exempted some objects from the common ownership. As against these two extremes, the Holy Quran has given a system in which the most fundamental concept is that everything belongs to Allah Ta'ala, who has given the charge of some things to man temporarily by his grace and bounty. For such things where man has been given the charge and possession, others have been debarred to make any claim on their use, without the permission of the owner. But despite the possession and ownership being given to man, he is not granted freedom to earn or spend them in any manner he likes. Both for earning and spending there are wise and equitable rules and regulations which are clearly defined, and which clearly identify the permissible and impermissible ways of earning and spending. In addition to this, it has also been made incumbent upon him to pass on certain part of his possession to others, which has made the right of recipients on those things. Although the verse under reference deals with a different subject, yet it contains some important principles relating to this economic issue. So, look at the wordings of the verse rather intently. Give them out of the wealth of Allah that He has given to you. 3 things come out of this statement. 1. That Allah is the real owner of everything. 2. That He has given the possession of certain things to man by His grace. 3. That there are certain restrictions on things which He has given to man. Spending of certain things has been prohibited, and spending of other things is made obligatory, while spending of some others is made preferable. The other injunction given in this verse is for the eradication of an uncouth custom, and for curbing adultery and obscenity. Do not compel your maid to prostitution. During the pre-Islamic period, many people used to have this business done by their slave girls. When Islam placed strict punishments on adultery, both on free and slave individuals, and it was necessary to enjoin special strict orders to stop and eradicate this uncivilized custom. If they wish to observe chastity, Surah An-Nur, Ayah 33, it means that when those slave girls express their wish to avoid adultery and remain pure, then pressurizing them on your part is extremely imprudent and shameless. Although the wording of the injunction is conditional, yet there is consensus of Ummah that the intention here is not to press the slave girls for adultery, irrespective of the situation, whether they express their wish to avoid it or not. In other words, it is not meant here that in case they do not wish to avoid adultery, then it is permitted to force them into it. What is intended here is to tell that in the pre-Islamic days obscenity was common, so the slave girls did not mind adultery. Although after the advent of Islam they repented and wished not to be involved in this practice, yet their owners still forced them for the crime, which they resented. On this situation this injunction was revealed, in which their owners are warned and reproached that while they, the slave girls, want to avoid a shameful act, you are trying to force it on them. Then after their being compelled, Allah is most forgiving, very merciful. The gist of this sentence is that it is prohibited to force the slave girls to adultery. If someone does that, and the slave girl gets involved in adultery because of the compulsion exercised by her owner, then Allah Ta'ala will pardon her sin, and that sin will be passed on to the one who had forced her. Mashari.
And we have certainly sent down to you distinct verses and examples from those who passed on before you, and an admonition for those who fear Allah.
Commentary. The scholars call this verse as the verse of radiance, because it describes in great detail the radiance of faith and the darkness of disbelief.
Allah is the light of the heavens and the earth. The example of His light is like a niche within which is a lamp. The lamp is within glass. The glass as if it were a pearly white star lit from the oil of a blessed olive tree, neither of the east nor of the west. whose oil would almost glow even if untouched by fire, light upon light. Allah guides to His light whom He wills, and Allah presents examples for the people, and Allah is knowing of all things.
The definition of Nur, light. Imam Ghazali, may Allah have mercy on him, has given the definition of Nur, light, as that is something which is bright and manifest on its own, and makes other things bright and evident. Tafsir of Maarif-ul-Qur'an has explained that Nur is in fact that condition which is initially perceived by man's sense of sight, and then through that perception he comprehends all those things which can be seen by eye, such as in the case of rays of sun and the moon, which on falling on a solid mass brightens it up, and then through the reflection from solid mass brightens other things. Hence it is evident that the word Nur cannot be used for Allah Ta'ala in its literal or common meaning, because He is free from body and materiality. Therefore, there is consensus among the scholars that the use of word Nur for Allah Ta'ala in the verse under reference is purported for Munawwir, meaning the one who brightens, or maybe the master of brightening is referred here as Nur, in the same way as the possessor of grace is sometimes called grace, or the possessor of justice is called the justice. So, meaning of the verse is that Allah bestows Nur to earth and the heaven, and to everything living there, and the Nur is purported to be the Nur of righteousness. Ibn Kathir has reported the explanation put forward by Sayyid Ibn Abbas that is, Allah is the guide of all living in the heavens and the earth, Nur of the believer. The example of His light is that of a niche in which there is a lamp. Surah An-Nur, Ayah 35. This is a nice example of Allah Ta'ala's Nur of guidance, which penetrates into the heart of the believer. Ibn Jarir, may Allah be pleased with him, has reported its explanation put forward by Sayyid Ubay bin Ka'b, may Allah be pleased with him. It means that this is the example of the believer in whose heart Allah Ta'ala has laid down the Nur of faith and of the Qur'an. In this verse Allah Ta'ala has first mentioned His own Nur, and then the Nur of the believer's heart, and the following example is for the one who believes in Him. Sayyidina Ubay ibn Ka'b, may Allah be pleased with him, used to recite this verse as instead of. To explain this, said Ibn Jubair, may Allah be pleased with him, has also reported the same meaning in recitation of the verse from Sayyid Ibn Abbas, may Allah be pleased with him. Ibn Kathir has narrated all these explanations and then remarked that there are two viewpoints among the jurists about the pronoun of the example of His light. One, that this pronoun has reference toward Allah Ta'ala, and thus the meaning of the verse is Allah's Nur placed in the heart of believers naturally, and the example of that is, like a niche. This explanation is put forward by Sayyid Ibn Abbas, may Allah be pleased with him. The other explanation is that the personal pronoun refers to the believers, who are presumed to have been referred to by the context. So, the example given in the verse can be explained as follows. The chest of a believer is like a niche, while the heart of the believer placed in the chest is like a lamp, placed in the niche. Then the transparent oil of olive is the example of the natural Nur, light of guidance, which is deposited in the nature of a believer and which has the inherent capability to accept the truth, which is indicated in the verse by the words its oil is about to emit light even if fire has not touched it. Then as the olive oil produces brightness when caused to burn with the flame of fire, the same way natural Nur of guidance which is placed in the heart of the believer, when joins the message and knowledge of Allah Ta'ala, then it gets brightened and also brightens the world. When the companions and their pupils confine this example to the heart of the believer alone, they have most probably done so because it is only the believer who draws benefit from this Nur. Otherwise, the natural Nur of guidance which is placed in the hearts of humans at the time of their creation is not confined to believers, but is part of the nature and instinct of every human being. It is for this reason that one can see all around the world that there are people in every nook and corner, in all societies and religions, who believe in the existence of God and His omnipotence, and do turn towards Him. No matter one may make all types of errors in the perception and understanding of God, yet every individual does believe by nature in His existence, with the exception of a few atheists who have lost their natural instinct. A Sahih hadith endorses this view, which says that as every child is born with natural instinct, later his parents put him on the wrong path. This natural instinct is the guidance of faith. The guidance of faith and its Nur is bestowed to every individual at the time of his birth, and because of this Nur of guidance, one possesses the ability to accept the truth. When they come to know about the revelations of Allah through His messengers and their deputies, they readily accept them, except those unfortunate people who have erased the divine Nur from their heart with their wrongdoings. Perhaps this is the reason that in the beginning of the verse the bestowal of Nur is said to be common to all, which includes everyone on the earth and the heavens, without any difference between believers or disbelievers, but towards the end of the verse it is said that as Allah Ta'ala guides to His light whomsoever He wills. Here the will of Allah is not pointing toward the divine Nur which is bestowed to all humans, but toward the Quranic Nur, which is not availed by everyone, except those fortunate ones, to whom divine help is granted. Otherwise even one's endeavor goes waste without divine help, and sometimes becomes detrimental. If there is no help to man from Allah, then his striving puts him to trouble instead. The Nur of the Holy Prophet, Imam Baghawi, may Allah have mercy on him, has narrated that Sayyidina Ibn Abbas, may Allah be pleased with him, once inquired from Ka'b al-Ibar as to how would he explain this verse. Fabi al-Ibar, who was a great Muslim scholar of Torah and Injil, said that this example was meant for the heart of the Holy Prophet. Miskat, a niche, stands for his chest, Sujaja, glass, for his heart, and Misbah, lamp, for his prophethood. What was unique about this Nur of prophethood was that even before the declaration of prophethood it had the illumination of life of the people. When the revelation from Allah is coupled with the Nur of prophethood, then it turns into such radiance that the whole world is brightened. Before the declaration of prophethood of the Holy Prophet, and even before his birth, some strange and amazing events had taken place in the world, which were in fact advance notice of the incoming prophet, and are called irhasat in the vocabulary of the scholars of hadith. The difference between this word and miracle is that the latter is used for such unusual events which are bestowed by Allah Ta'ala to His messengers for the endorsement of their prophethood, while irhasat are those unusual events which happen before the declaration of prophethood. There are a number of unusual incidents which are recorded by several authentic narrations and have been compiled by Sheikh Jalaluddin Sayuti, may Allah have mercy on him, in his book, Qasas Kubra, and by Abu Naim in his Dalail an-Nubuwah. Other scholars have also collected many such incidents in their books. Tafsir Mashari has reproduced a good number of these events. Benefits of olive oil. A blessed tree, the olive, Surah An-Nur, Ayah 35. This is an endorsement. The olive and its tree is blessed by Allah and is beneficial and useful. Scholars have commented that Allah Ta'ala has instilled many benefits in it. Olive oil is used in the burning of lamps. Its light is the brightest and clearest as against any other oil. It is eaten as a fruit, and its oil is used in cooking. The interesting part is that there is no need of any machine for the extraction of its oil. When the fruit is ripe, the oil comes out automatically. The Holy Prophet has asked to eat and massage the body with olive oil. Baghawi Mashari.
Such niches are in mosques which Allah has ordered to be raised, and that His name be praised therein, exalting Him within them in the morning and the evenings.
The guided people worship Allah in the houses that Allah has permitted to be raised, and where His name recounted and His purity is pronounced in the morning and in the evening. In the previous verse, Allah Ta'ala had given a unique example of placing His Nur of guidance in the heart of believers. Toward the end of the verse it was clarified that only those draw benefit from this Nur whom Allah loves and grants divine help. In the above verse, those places and buildings are referred to where such believers spend most of their time, especially the 5 times of prayers. These are the buildings for which Allah Ta'ala has instructed to keep them high in esteem, and where His name be remembered. The splendor of such buildings is that Allah's name is remembered there in the morning and evening. That is, He is worshipped there all the time by the people, whose attributes will follow soon. The above explanation is based on the assumption that in the houses has an association with the sentence, Allah guides to this light whomsoever He wills, Ibn Kathir, etc. Some others are of the opinion that it has a link with the word, His purity is pronounced, which is used later in the verse. But the first version appears more appropriate in the context of the subject. In that case, the meaning of the verse would be that the Nur of guidance referred to in the example of the previous verse can be found in the buildings and houses where He is remembered all the time. There is consensus among commentators that here the word houses is purported for mosques. Mosques are houses of Allah, and their respect is obligatory. Qutb has preferred the view that the word raised used in the verse means to respect the mosques, and has quoted the following hadith of Sayyidina Anas in support of his contention. The Holy Prophet said, "Whoever wishes to love Allah should love me, and whoever wishes to love me should love my companions, and whoever wishes to love my companions should love the Quran, and whoever wishes to love Quran should love the mosques, because they are Allah's houses. Allah has enjoined to raise them and has made them blessed. They are blessed, and those who live there are also blessed. They are in the protection of Allah, and those who live there are also in the protection of Allah. Those who are busy there in their prayers, Allah get their works done and fulfill their needs. While they are in the mosques, Allah protects their household during their absence. Qutubai, meaning a raising of mosques, that Allah has permitted to be raised. The word adhina is derived from aiden, which means to allow or give permission, and the word turfa is derived from raf, which means to raise, uplift, or exalt. So the meaning of this verse is that Allah has allowed the raising of the mosques. Here allowed means enjoined, and raising means to venerate. Sayyidina Ibn Abbas, may Allah be pleased with him, has explained that Allah Ta'ala has prohibited Muslims from talking or doing anything absurd in the mosques. Ibn Kathir, Ikrimah, and Mujahid, the two imams of Tafsir, are of the opinion that raising up the mosques carries here the sense of building the mosques in the same way as Quran says about the building of Kaaba. And when Ibrahim was raising up the Kaaba foundations of the house, Surah Al-Baqarah, Ayah 127, here the raising of foundation is purported for building, construction of foundation. Hasan Basri, may Allah have mercy on him, has given a different view, that the word raised is used here for respect and veneration of mosques and to keep them clean from filthy and impure things, as narrated in a hadith that when an impure, najis, thing is brought in the mosque, it contracts itself in a similar manner as the human skin contracts from the fire. Sayyidina Abu Said Qadri, may Allah be pleased with him, has reported that the Holy Prophet has said that whoever takes out dirty, impure, and vexatious things from the mosque, Allah Ta'ala will make a house for him in paradise. Ibn Majah, Sayyida Isha, may Allah be pleased with him, has narrated that the Holy Prophet instructed us to make mosques special places for offering prayers in our houses as well, and keep them clean and pure. Qutubai, as a matter of fact, the word to be raised encompasses both the meanings of building and veneration of the mosques. It also signifies to keep them clean, which means to make them free of all types of filth and dirt. It is also part of cleanliness to keep them free of any foul smell. It is for this reason that the Holy Prophet has prohibited to go in the mosques without cleaning the mouth after eating onions or garlic, which is reported in many books of hadith. Cigarettes, cigars, and all other preparations of tobacco also fall under the same instruction. Burning any oil which emits foul odor is also not permitted in the mosque. Sahih Muslim has recorded a narration from Sayyidina Umar, may Allah be pleased with him, that he said, I had seen that in case the Holy Prophet noticed foul smell from someone's mouth, he used to turn him out from the mosque and send tobacco, and would say that if someone has to eat onion and garlic, he should cook it properly so that its odor is eliminated. Scholars have drawn the conclusion from this hadith that if someone is suffering from such a disease that people feel discomfort standing next to him in prayers, then he too can be removed from the mosque. In such an eventuality, he should himself refrain from going to mosque and offer his prayers at home until such time that he is recovered from that disease. Exaltation of mosques. The majority of companions and tabi'in, the generation next to them, are of the opinion that exaltation of mosques means that mosques be built and be kept free of everything evil. Some people have also included in it the outward appearance and grandeur of the buildings of the mosques, and have argued that Ibn Uthman Ghani, may Allah be pleased with him, had used hardwood in the building of the Prophet's mosque to give it an impressive look. Later, Sayyidina Umar ibn Abdul Aziz, may Allah have mercy on him, had the Prophet's mosque improved further both materially and by decoration. This was done during the lifetime of companions and their pupils, and no one objected to this. Later on, many a king spent very lavishly on building of mosques. Walid ibn Abdul Malik had spent during his caliphate 3 times the annual income from the entire Syria on the construction and decoration of the Grand Mosque of Damascus, which is still there even now. Imam Abu Hanifa, may Allah have mercy on him, has ruled that if there is no element of ostentation and egotism, and the intent is to please Allah and veneration of his house, then there is no objection in the construction and decoration of majestic and grandiose mosques. Rather, one should expect a good reward for that act. Some merits of mosques. Abu Dawud, may Allah have mercy on him, has reported on the authority of Sayyidina Abu Umama, may Allah have mercy on him, that the Holy Prophet once said that whoever gets out of his house after ablution with the intent of offering obligatory prayer in a mosque, his reward is like the one who has got off from his house wearing ihram for performing Hajj, and whoever gets out of his house after ablution for the prayer of Ishraq in the mosque, his reward is like the one of performing Umrah. A prayer after another prayer, provided one does not talk or do any work in between, is written in a Leon. Further, it is reported on the authority of Sayyidina Burayda, may Allah be pleased with him, that the Holy Prophet said that those who go to mosques in darkness Give them the good tidings of complete Nur, light, on the doomsday. Muslim, Sahih Muslim has reported on the authority of Sayyidina Abu Hurairah, may Allah be pleased with him, that the Holy Prophet said that a man's offering of prayer in congregation is more than 20 times better than offering in the house or in the shop. It is because if someone sets out for the mosque after ablution with the intention of offering prayers and for no other purpose, then on every single step his status will improve by 1 degree and 1 sin will be forgiven until he reaches the mosque. Then as long as he will sit in the mosque waiting for the congregation to start, he will keep getting the reward of the prayers, and the angels will keep praying for him. Allah, bestow your grace on him, and forgive him, until he harms someone or his ablution is wasted. Sayyidina Hakim ibn Umair, may Allah have mercy on him, has narrated that the Holy Prophet once said, live in this world like a guest and make mosques your abode, and make your hearts tender, be kind-hearted, and ponder over Allah's bounties frequently, and weep out of his fear very often. Let not the mundane desires overcome you to make you change from this position, and you get involved in building houses unnecessarily, where you do not ever live, and get anxious to accumulate wealth more than your need, and desire for such things for the future which you cannot get. Sayyidina Abu Darda, may Allah be pleased with him, advised his son mosque should be your abode, because I have heard from the Holy Prophet that mosques are the abodes of muttaqi, the God-fearing people. Whoever makes the mosque his abode, through remembering Allah abundantly, Allah Ta'ala becomes guarantor for his comfort and tranquility, and to make him pass through the bridge of Surat with ease. Abu Sadiq St wrote to Shaib b. Habhab in a letter, get hold of mosques as a necessity, because I have learnt a tradition saying that mosques were the meeting places of messengers. In a hadith it is reported that the Holy Prophet said, towards the end there will be people who will sit in the mosques in circles, and will discuss worldly affairs and their love for mundane benefits. You do not sit with those people who come to the mosques for this, because Allah does not need such people to come to the mosques. Sayyidina Said ibn Musayyab, may Allah be pleased with him, said that the one who sits in the mosque is like he sits in the company of his Lord, so it is incumbent upon him not to say anything but good words. Put 2 by 15 Etiquettes of the Mosques. Scholars have named 15 items as etiquettes of the mosques. They are, on entering the mosque one should greet the people already sitting there with salam, and if there is no one then say, but this is required when those present in the mosque are not offering their extra prayer or reciting Qur'an. If they are busy in any of these acts, then he should not greet them. After getting in the mosque one should offer 2 rakats as tahiyyat al-masjid. This is required at a time when offering prayers is not prohibited, that is the time of sunrise, sunset, or when sun is directly overhead. Should not carry out any transactions of sale or purchase in the mosque. Should not carry any weapons in the mosque. Should not make an announcement for the search of any of his lost items. Should not raise his voice in the mosque. Should not discuss worldly affairs in the mosque. Should not quarrel with anyone in the mosque. Should not try to force his way into a row where there is no room. Should not cross over in front of someone offering prayer. Should avoid spitting or blowing of nose in the mosque. Should not crackle fingers in the mosque. Should not play with any part of the body. Should keep clean of any filth, and should not take a baby or an insane along in the mosque. Should keep busy in remembrance of Allah abundantly. After listing these 15 etiquettes, Qutubah has remarked that whoever has fulfilled these requirements has done justice with the mosque, and it has become a place of charm and security for him. I have written a booklet on etiquettes and formalities of mosques under the title, in Urdu. Anyone interested in the subject can consult it. Houses meant exclusively for remembrance of Allah and for learning Quran or religious education also have the status of mosques. Abu Hayyan has explained in Tafsir of Maarif-ul-Qur'an that the word in the houses used in Quran has a general connotation. It includes not only the mosques but also those houses which are exclusive for teaching Quran and related religious teachings, such as madaris, religious schools, or makatib. They also fall under the same category, and their respect and veneration is also obligatory. Special wisdom for using the word aloud in the verse. Scholars are all unanimous that the word adhina, aloud, is used here for command or order. But then the question is, what is the reason for using this word, instead or ordered or enjoined? Ra'ul Ma'ani is described a subtle consideration in that the underlying objective is to train and induce the believers and the righteous to be ever ready to perform anything which is meant for pleasing Allah Ta'ala, so much so that they need not be ordered to perform something for the pleasure of Allah. Rather, they should be waiting for the permission to perform it, and the moment they receive the go-ahead signal, they should hurry to carry it out. Where his name is recounted, Here, the expression is recounting the name of Allah encompasses all types of His remembrance, which include extra prayers, recitation of Qur'an, and learning of Islamic teachings, sermons, lectures on Sharia, etc.
Are men whom neither commerce nor sale distracts from the remembrance of Allah and performance of prayer and giving of zakah. They fear a day in which the hearts and eyes will fearfully turn about.
By men whom no trade or sale makes neglectful of the remembrance of Allah. This verse describes special attributes of those believers who are the distinguished recipients of the nur of guidance and remain in the mosques. By the use of word rijal men, there is a hint that only men's presence is required in the mosques. For women, it is better that they offer their prayers at homes. Musnad of Ahmad and Bayhaqi have related a hadith of Sayyid Salman, may Allah be pleased with him, that the Holy Prophet once said, "The best mosques for women are the secluded corners of their homes." This verse describes that the involvement in trade and sales does not stop the righteous believers from the remembrance of Allah. Since sale is included in the word trade, some commentators have preferred to assume trade for purchase only for the sake of comparison, while others have taken the trade in its common sense, that is, transactions of sale and purchase, and have explained the wisdom of using the word sale separately for the reason that trade transactions have a wide scope where profits and benefits are received after a long time. On the other hand, by selling something one receives the money with profit immediately in cash. Hence, it is mentioned separately to stress that they do not bring into consideration even the most lucrative mundane benefit as against the prayers and remembrance of Allah Ta'ala. Sayyidina Abdullah ibn Umar, may Allah be pleased with him, has said that this verse was revealed in connection with the market people, and his son, Sayyidina Salim, has related that one day his father was passing through the market and the time for prayers had come. Then he noticed that people started closing their shops and set out to go towards the mosque. On that say, Ibn Abdullah ibn Umar, may Allah be pleased with him, said that it is for these persons that the Qur'an has said. There were two companions of the Holy Prophet during his time. One was a general trader and the other a blacksmith who used to produce swords and sell them. It was a habit of the trader that when he would hear the call of the prayer while weighing something, he would leave everything there and get up to go to the mosque for prayers. The other one, who was the blacksmith, when he was busy hammering the hot iron and would hear the call of the prayer, he would stop his hand wherever it was and throw the hammer out of his hand to rush to the mosque for prayers, without even bothering to strike the raised hammer. This verse was revealed in their praise. Qutubai, most of the companions were traders. This verse also points out that most of the companions were either traders or manufacturers, that is, in the professions involved with the market, because the quality mentioned in the verse can be attributed only to those who are in the profession of trade and sales and do not let their profession interfere in the remembrance of Allah Ta'ala. Otherwise it is irrelevant. They are fearful of a day in which the hearts and the eyes will be overturned. The last quality of those believers who are mentioned in the above verse is that despite being busy in Allah's obedience, remembrance, and worshipping all the time, they do not become careless or free themselves from Allah's fear. Instead, the fear of reckoning on the day of judgment is constantly in their mind, which is the fruit of nur of guidance granted to them by Allah Ta'ala, mentioned in the earlier verse.
That Allah may reward them according to the best of what they did and increase them from His bounty. And Allah gives provision to whom He wills without limit.
Toward the end of the verse, their reward is described that they shall be graced with the best reward for their actions by Allah Ta'ala, and then the verse says, and will give them more out of His grace. It means that their reward will not end with the recompense against the good actions, but some extra reward will also be given on His own, and Allah gives whom He wills without counting. That is, neither Allah is bound by any rule, nor does His treasure get depleted. He grants unlimited sustenance to whomever He likes. So far the righteous believers were described whose chests are the niches for the nur of guidance, and who readily accept the nur of guidance. In verses Surah An-Nur, ayah 39 to 40, those disbelievers are being described who were given in their nature the nur of guidance by Allah Ta'ala, but when Allah's revelation reached them to lit them up, they turned away to reject it and lost the nur to stay in the darkness. Since the disbelievers and atheists are of two types, therefore two examples are related here. One category is that of those disbelievers who believe in the doomsday and hereafter and have faith that some of their good acts, according to their own reckoning, will be rewarded in the hereafter. The second category is that of atheists who do not believe in the hereafter and the doomsday. The example of the deeds of the first category is that of a mirage, which is nothing but illusion of sight. In a level plain, the shining sand creates the illusion of water from a distance, and as a thirsty person approaches near it, the illusion, mirage, disappears, leaving the thirsty completely exhausted, who ultimately dies of thirst. Similarly, a disbeliever's deeds are like a mirage which he considers of value and benefit, but in actual fact they are no better than an illusion, like mirage, and as a thirsty person discovers the illusion when it is too late, in the same way the disbelievers will find out their blunder in the hereafter, when it will be of no avail. The second category of deeds is that of atheists or infidels, for which the example of a deep ocean is given, which is completely dark. In the first place it is dark because of its depth. Then it is covered by a big wave which is also enshrouded by another wave, and over that there is a massive dark cloud. In short, there is darkness over darkness, so much so that if someone takes out his hand, he cannot have even a glimpse of it. The inference to be drawn from this example is that those infidels who deny the coming of the doomsday, the reckoning, and the hereafter are devoid of even the elusive Nur, which the first category of disbelievers had. Although they too did not possess the useful Nur of guidance, but at least they were under the illusion that they had done some good deeds which will help them in the hereafter. But the latter category did not deem it necessary to work for the hereafter, since they had no belief in it. Hence, they will have nothing but darkness and complete darkness with them on the doomsday.
But those who disbelieved, their deeds are like a mirage in a lowland, which a thirsty one thinks is water until, when he comes to it, he finds it is nothing, but finds Allah before him, and He will pay him in full his due, and Allah is swift in account.
See Surah An-Nur, Ayah 38 for the Tafsir.
Or they are like darknesses within an unfathomable sea, which is covered by waves, upon which are waves, over which are clouds, darknesses, some of them upon others. When one puts out his hand therein, he can hardly see it. And he to whom Allah has not granted light, for him there is no light.
After describing the two examples, the next sentence says, and the one to whom Allah does not give light can have no light at all. This sentence about the disbelievers is like the one that appeared earlier for the believers. Allah guides to His light whomsoever He wills. It describes the deprivation of disbelievers from the Nur of guidance, which they lost by denying the injunctions of Allah. And when they have lost Allah's Nur of guidance, how can they get any other Nur? This verse also explains that no one can become a perspicacious scholar merely by having resource of insight and knowledge. Rather, it is bestowed by the grace of Allah only. It is for this reason that those who are regarded naive in mundane matters prove themselves very knowledgeable and scholarly in the cognizance of the hereafter, and vice versa. Many who are regarded very intelligent and knowledgeable in worldly matters prove themselves completely ignorant and foolish in the perception and comprehension of the hereafter. Majari.
Do you not see that Allah is exalted by whomever is within the heavens and the earth, and by the birds with wings spread in flight? Each of them has known his means of prayer and exalting Him, and Allah is knowing of what they do.
Commentary. Everyone knows one's own way of praying. Surah An-Nur, Ayah 41. In the beginning of the verse it is said that every creature on earth and heavens and in between them is busy in the glorification and sanctification of Allah Ta'ala. The meaning of tasbih is explained by Sufyan, may Allah have mercy on him, that Allah Ta'ala has created everything in this universe like earth, heavens, sun, moon, stars, water, fire, air or sand with purpose, and they are all performing all the time the task they are assigned. They cannot refuse to perform their assigned job. This obedience and submission to carry out the assigned job is referred here as tasbih. Hence, their tasbih is by action and not by words. By their actions they are confirming that they are performing this worship because they believe Allah Ta'ala to be pure and almighty. Zamakhshari and some other commentators have, on the other hand, elaborated that it is not improbable that Allah Ta'ala has placed so much sense and understanding in everything that they do recognize their Creator and Master. And it is also not improbable that He has taught them some sort of speech, and some special tasbih and worship in which they keep themselves busy. There is an allusion towards this point in the last sentence. Everyone knows one's own way of praying and proclaiming Allah's purity. It indicates that all creatures are busy in tasbih and worship of Allah Ta'ala, but the manner of worship of each creature is different. Angels worship in a different manner, humans worship differently, trees and vegetation also worship differently, and the rocks and minerals yet in another manner. Another verse of the Holy Qur'an also confirms this view when it says, He who gave everything its shape, then guidance. Surah Taha, Ayah 50, that is Allah Ta'ala created everything and then given guidance to them. The guidance is that everything is obeying Allah and performing its assigned duty diligently. Apart from this, everything has been guided how to fulfill the need of its existence with such perfection that even the best of minds get boggled. How creative and complicated nests and holes they make for their living, and how they stride and work hard to find and collect their food is in itself a great wonder.
And to Allah belongs the dominion of the heavens and the earth, and to Allah is the destination.
See Surah An-Nur, Ayah 41, for the Tafsir.
Do you not see that Allah drives clouds? Then He brings them together, then He makes them into a mass, and you see the rain emerge from within it. And He sends down from the sky mountains of clouds within which is hail, and He strikes with it whom He wills, and averts it from whom He wills. The flash of its lightning almost takes away the eyesight.
From the sky mountains of clouds, having hail in them. Here the word is purported for clouds, and Jibal mountains for big masses of clouds, while hails are called barad.
Allah alternates the night and the day. Indeed, in that is a lesson for those who have vision.
See Surah An-Nur, Ayah 43, for the Tafsir.
Allah has created every living creature from water, and of them are those that move on their bellies, and of them are those that walk on 2 legs, and of them are those that walk on 4. Allah creates what He wills. Indeed, Allah is over all things competent.
See Surah An-Nur, Ayah 43, for the Tafsir.
We have certainly sent down distinct verses, and Allah guides whom He wills to a straight path.
See Surah An-Nur, Ayah 43, for the Tafsir.
But the hypocrites say, We have believed in Allah and in the Messenger, and we obey. Then a party of them turns away after that, and those are not believers.
See Surah An-Nur, Ayah 43, for the Tafsir.
And when they are called to the words of Allah and His Messenger to judge between them, at once a party of them turns aside in refusal.
See Surah An-Nur, Ayah 43, for the Tafsir.
But if the right is theirs, they come to Him in prompt obedience.
See Surah An-Nur, Ayah 43, for the Tafsir.
Is there disease in their hearts? Or have they doubted? Or do they fear that Allah will be unjust to them, or His Messenger? Rather, it is they who are the unjust.
Commentary. These verses were revealed on a special occasion. Tabari and others have related the incident, saying that there was a hypocrite by the name Bishr, who had some dispute and enmity with a Jew over a piece of land. The Jew suggested to him to take their dispute before the Holy Prophet for the judgment, but Bishr, the hypocrite, knew well that he was on the wrong, and if the dispute was taken to the Holy Prophet, he will definitely decide the case on merit, and he will lose the case. So, he did not agree with the suggestion, and instead asked the Jew to take it to Kadhib ibn Ashraf, another Jew. On this point, these verses were revealed. In verse, Is there any malady in their hearts, the disease of firm infidelity where the doubt on prophethood had been negated, to point out that this doubt and infidelity were not the real cause of evasion to take the dispute in the court of the Holy Prophet. Although the infidelity and doubt on prophethood among the hypocrites is obvious and proven, but the underlying cause was that he, Bishr, knew well that if the case was placed before the Holy Prophet, he would definitely lose it, because he would decide the case on merit.
The only statement of the true believers when they are called to Allah and His Messenger to judge between them is that they say, We hear and we obey, and those are the successful.
See Surah An-Nur, Ayah 50, for the Tafsir.
And whoever obeys Allah and His Messenger and fears Allah and is conscious of Him, it is those who are the attainers.
4 conditions for success and victory. And whoever obeys Allah and His Messenger and has awe of Him and observes taqwa of Him, then such people are the victorious. 52. In this verse it is declared that those who bind themselves to follow these 4 things are the ones who are successful and victorious in this world and the hereafter. An astonishing incident. An incident of Sayyidina Umar, may Allah be pleased with him, is reported in Tafsir of Maarif-ul-Qur'an, which explains the difference between these four things and puts them in right perspective. It so happened that one day, Sayyidina Umar, may Allah be pleased with him, was standing in the Prophet's mosque, when suddenly a Roman villager appeared and stood beside him and said, Sayyidina Umar, may Allah be pleased with him, inquired, "What is the matter?" He replied, "I have accepted Islam for Allah's sake." Then Sayyidina Umar, may Allah be pleased with him, asked if there was any reason for that, to which he replied in the affirmative, and elaborated that he had read Torah, Injil, Zabur, and a number of other books brought by past messengers. But lately he had heard a verse of the Holy Qur'an recited by a Muslim prisoner, and realized that in that small verse all the older books have been condensed. So he was convinced that it was Allah's revelation. Then Sayyidina Umar, may Allah be pleased with him, inquired from him about the verse he was referring to, and he recited this very verse. That Roman villager also gave a very astonishing commentary of the verse, which goes like this: "And whoever obeys Allah and His Messenger, and has awe of Him, and observes taqwa of Him, then such people are the victorious." 52. This relates to the obligations toward Allah and refers to Prophet's traditions, and alludes toward past life and is purported for the remaining life. When someone acts upon these four things, he is given the good tidings of that such people are the victorious, and Faiz is that person who gets deliverance from Jahannam and earns a place in the paradise. After hearing this explanation, Sayyidina Umar, may Allah be pleased with him, said, "The endorsement of this is available in the utterance of the Holy Prophet, who had said that Allah has graced me with such comprehensive expressions, in which words are few, but the meanings are vast." Put to by.
And they swear by Allah their strongest oaths, that if you ordered them, they would go forth in Allah's cause. Say, do not swear, such obedience is known. Indeed, Allah is acquainted with that which you do.
See Surah An-Nur, Ayah 52 for the Tafsir.
Say, obey Allah and obey the Messenger, but if you turn away, then upon him is only that duty with which he has been charged, and upon you is that with which you have been charged. And if you obey him, you will be rightly guided, and there is not upon the Messenger except the responsibility for clear notification.
See Surah An-Nur, Ayah 52 for the Tafsir.
Allah has promised those who have believed among you and done righteous deeds that He will surely grant them succession to authority upon the earth, just as He granted it to those before them, and that He will surely establish for them therein their religion, which He has preferred for them, and that He will surely establish for them after their fear security, for they worship Me, not associating anything with Me. But whoever disbelieves after that, then those are the defiantly disobedient.
Commentary. Background of Revelation. Qutubah has reported on authority of Abu Aliyah that the Holy Prophet stayed in Makkah for 10 years after commencement of revelation and declaration of prophethood, during which time there was a constant fear of the infidels and disbelievers. Then after the hijrah to Medina also, there was a ceaseless danger of attacks from the disbelievers. So, someone asked the Holy Prophet, would a time come to us when we will be able to live in peace without wearing our weaponry? The Holy Prophet replied, yes, the time is coming very soon. On that occasion these verses were revealed. Qutubah and Bar. Sayyidina Abdullah ibn Abbas, may Allah be pleased with him, has said that these verses relate the promise of Allah Ta'ala, which He had made with the Ummah of Muhammad before their creation in the Torah and the Injil. Bar Mu'id. Allah Ta'ala had made 3 promises to the Holy Prophet, that his Ummah will be made his vicegerent on earth, and will rule over it, and his favorite religion Islam will be made victorious, and Muslims will be given so much power and grandeur that they will have no fear of anyone. Allah Ta'ala fulfilled His promise by conferring conquest over Makkah, Khaybar, Arim, and the whole of Yemen, and the entire peninsula of Arabia, even during the lifetime of the Holy Prophet. Also He received jizya, capitation tax, from the Zoroastrians of Hajar and some Syrian territories. The kings and rulers of Rome, Egypt, Iskandria, Oman, and Ethiopia sent gifts to the Holy Prophet and gave him honor and respect. Then during his caliphate, Sayyidina Abu Bakr, may Allah be pleased with him, crushed all the menacing uprisings. He also sent out Islamic armies to Persia, Syria, and Egypt. Basra and Damascus also fell to Islamic State during this time. When the time of death of Sayyidina Abu Bakr, may Allah be pleased with him, approached near, Allah Ta'ala put an inspiration in his heart to nominate Sayyidina Ibn Umar ibn Khattab, may Allah be pleased with him, as his successor. When Sayyidina Umar ibn Khattab, may Allah be pleased with him, took charge of the caliphate, it was so wonderful that the heavens had not witnessed such grand governance after the governance of the messengers. During his caliphate, the entire land of Syria and Egypt and major part of Persia were overpowered. It was during his time that the grandeur of Caesar and Chosroes were vanished. After that period, during the caliphate of Sayyidina Ibn Uthman, may Allah be pleased with him, the Islamic victories extended from the east to the west. In the west up to Cyprus and Andalusia, and in the east up to China. Besides, Iraq, Khorasan and Oghuz all fell to Islamic State during the time of third caliph. What the Holy Prophet has said according to a Sahih hadith, that he was shown the entire east and west of the earth by bringing them together, and that the rule of his Ummah will extend up to all those places which have been shown to him. This promise was fulfilled by Allah Ta'ala even during the time of Caliphate Sayyidina Uthman, may Allah be pleased with him. Ibn Kathir, according to another hadith, the Holy Prophet has said that Caliphate will last for 30 years after him. Here, the word Caliphate means the rightly guided Caliphate, Al-Khilafah ar-Rashida, which was run exactly on the footsteps of the Holy Prophet. It lasted up to the time of Sayyidina Ali, may Allah be pleased with him, because this period of 30 years was finished after him. At this point, Ibn Kathir has also reported a hadith from Sahih Muslim that Ibn Jabir ibn Samira, may Allah be pleased with him, has said that he had heard the Holy Prophet saying that his Ummah will continue ruling until the 12 caliphs last. After narrating this, Ibn Kathir has commented that this hadith is pointing that there will be 12 upright caliphs in the Muslim Ummah, which is bound to happen. However, it is not necessary that all 12 come one after the other and there is no gap in between. Rather, it is more likely that they turn up with an interval of time. Out of this lot, 4 rightly guided Khilafah had appeared one after the other immediately after the Holy Prophet. The next was Ibn Umar ibn Abdul Aziz, may Allah have mercy on him, who came after a gap of some time. A few others also appeared in different times after him, and will continue to come until the last caliph Sayyidina Mahdi comes. There is no mention in the hadith of those 12 caliphs which the Shiites have determined. Rather, some of them are those who have no connection with the caliphate at all. It is also not necessary that all of them would be of the same status, and during their time there would be complete peace and tranquility. This promise is related to rectitude and firmness of faith, the righteous deeds and total obedience, and any difference in their degree will naturally make difference in the power and control of authority. Islamic history spread over a period of 1,400 years is a witness that in different times in different countries, whenever and wherever there was a just and righteous ruler, he has received his share from this promise of Allah based on the extent of righteous deeds he has performed. At another place, the Quran says that as the people of Allah are the ones to prevail. This verse is a proof of approval and esteem in the sight of Allah of the 4 rightly guided Khilafah. This verse is also a proof of the prophethood of the Holy Prophet, because the forecast he had made came true exactly in the manner he had predicted. The same way, it is also a proof of acceptance and approval of the Caliphate of Al-Khilafah ar-Rashid in the sight of Allah. It is for the simple reason that the promise Allah Ta'ala had made with his messenger and his Ummah was completely fulfilled during the lifetime of the 4 Sahaba. If the caliphate of the earlier caliphs is not regarded legitimate and true, as claimed by some Rawafid, then the Quranic promise has not been fulfilled as yet. Then the argument put forward by Rawafid that the Quranic promise will be fulfilled during the life of Sayyidina Mahdi is but ridiculous, as it will amount to saying that for full 1,400 years the Ummah will live in disgrace and misery, and nearing the doomsday, when he will get the rule, only that period is referred by this promise. The fact of the matter is that the conditions of faith and righteous deeds on which this promise was made by Allah Ta'ala were present in these Sahaba to the perfection and in totality. In reality, Allah's promise was fulfilled in totality in their lifetime only. After that, neither the degree of faith and deeds was maintained at that level, nor the dignity of caliphate and governance could be retained. And whoever turns infidel after that, then such people are the transgressors. Surah An-Nur, Ayah 55. The literal meaning of the word kafir is thanklessness, and in conventional sense it is the antonym of faith. In this verse there is room for taking either of the two meanings. Thus the meaning of the verse is that when Allah Ta'ala fulfills his promise and bestows power, authority, peace and satisfaction to the Muslims, and stability to Islam, and after that someone turns apostate or avoids obeying the rules of the Islamic State, then such a person is a transgressor. In the first place, he has lost the faith, and secondly, stopped obeying the rules and regulations of the Islamic State. Kufr and ingratitude or great sins in any situation, but after the establishment of Islamic rule, authority, and grandeur, the intensity of these sins is doubled. That is why it is emphasized by the words after that. Imam Baghawi, may Allah have mercy on him, has said that the scholars of Tafsir have explained that this Quranic sentence came true for the first time on those who assassinated the ruling Caliph Sayyidina Uthman, may Allah be pleased with him. When they committed this great sin, the referred graces of Allah Ta'ala were reduced, and they were afflicted with fear and fright because of mutual killings and massacre. Despite the fact that they were like brothers to each other, they got involved in mutual killing. Baghawi has related on his own authority an address by Sayyidina Abdullah ibn Salam, may Allah be pleased with him, which he delivered at the time of commotion against Sayyidina Uthman, may Allah be pleased with him. The wordings of the address are as follows: the angels of Allah had cordoned your city for security ever since the Holy Prophet had come to Medina, and this measure was continuing until today. By God, if you assassinate Uthman, these angels will go back, and will never return again. By God, whoever from you will kill him will present himself before Allah with his hands cut. He will be without his hands, and know that Allah's sword was in its sheath so far. By God, if this sword comes out of its sheath, it shall never go back in sheath again, because whenever a messenger is assassinated, 70,000 people are killed in return, and when a caliph is assassinated, then 35,000 persons are killed, Mashari, hence the sequence of mutual killing which had commenced with the Shahada. Martyrdom of Sayyidina Uthman, may Allah be pleased with him, has continued in the Ummah throughout. Similarly, the way assassins of Uthman, may Allah be pleased with him, acted against the blessings of Allah Ta'ala and solidarity of Islam, and were ungrateful to him. The Rawafid and Khawarij did the same after that by grouping against the guided Khilafah. The incident of great sacrifice of Sayyidina Husayn ibn Ali, may Allah be pleased with him, also happened under the same sequence.
And establish prayer and give zakah and obey the messenger, that you may receive mercy.
See Surah An-Nur, Ayah 55 for the tafsir.
Never think that the disbelievers are causing failure to Allah upon the earth. Their refuge will be the fire, and how wretched the destination.
See Surah An-Nur, Ayah 55 for the tafsir.
O you who have believed, let those whom your right hands possess, and those who have not yet reached puberty among you, ask permission of you before entering at 3 times. Before the dawn prayer, and when you put aside your clothing for rest at noon, and after the night prayer. These are 3 times of privacy for you. There is no blame upon you nor upon them beyond these periods, for they habitually circulate among you, some of you among others. Thus does Allah make clear to you the verses, and Allah is knowing and wise.
Commentary. It has been described in the beginning of this surah that the injunctions of Surah An-Nur mostly relate to prevention of obscenity and vulgarity. Under the same sequence, some injunctions regarding social etiquette and mutual meetings are also enjoined. After that, the injunctions about hijab for women are prescribed. The injunction for relatives and mahrams for seeking permission at specific timings. Earlier in this surah, the social etiquette and manners for mutual meetings were described in verses Surah An-Nur, Ayah 27 to 28, and under the heading Injunctions on Seeking Permission, where it was enjoined that if you go to visit someone, do not enter the house without taking permission. Irrespective of the situation, whether it is a female section of the house or the male section, and whether the visitor is a man or a woman, it has been made obligatory on everyone to seek permission before entering the house. However, these injunctions relate to those who come in the house as visitors. But in the present verses, a different type of istitan is enjoined. Here those persons are instructed to seek permission who live together in the same house and keep roaming in the rooms freely. In this category, those men are also included with whom the hijab of women is not required. The mahrams, they too, are advised to make some sort of sound, either by cleaning the throat or by thumping of steps, in order to make their presence felt. This type of istitan is preferable and not obligatory, but to give it up is makra tanzihi. Tafsir Majari has remarked, the one who intends to enter his own house, while it is occupied by his mahram ladies, it is not desirable, makra tanzihi, for him to enter it without seeking permission, because of the possibility that one of those ladies is without clothes. However, since this possibility is a remote one, It requires precaution only, and not prohibition. This injunction relates to the time before entering the house. But once menfolk have entered the house, all the inmates live together and being members of the same family keep meeting each other within the house. For the family members living together there is another injunction of seeking permission at 3 specific times, which are the times of privacy. These 3 times are before the Fajr prayers, the resting time in the afternoon, and in the night after Isha prayers. At these times all the Mahrams and relatives, even the young children and slave girls having sense, are prohibited to enter the private places without taking permission. It is to ensure that none should go in the private rooms without first seeking the permission. At these times one wants to be on one's own and sometimes takes off the extra clothes, while at times one is in a compromising position with his wife. During any of these situations one would feel very embarrassed and upset if seen by even a very young but sensible child or a woman of the household. In the least it will cause him disturbance in his rest. Hence, there is a need to take permission at these 3 specific times before entering the private chambers. After this injunction, it is said that as besides these times there is no harm if you go to each other without any permission, because during all other times people are busy doing their normal duties and are properly attired in their usual clothing. These are also not the normal times for intimacy with the wife. Here the question arises that enforcement of injunction on adult man and woman is normal, but why the young children are also commanded to comply with this injunction, which is not the normal practice? The answer to this confusion is that in actual fact it is the adult men and women who are charged with this duty to explain to the young children not to go to private chambers at these times without taking permission. It is in the same manner as a hadith instructs to teach the prayers to children when they attain the age of 7 years and persuade them to offer it. And when they attain the age of 10 years they be bound down to offer prayers regularly, and if they default then they should be beaten to be regular in their prayers. Similarly, the injunction of istithan in the above verse is actually for the adult men and women. In the sentence under discussion, the word junat is used to say that apart from these 3 times, there is no harm if the inmates go in the private chambers without permission. Generally, the word junat is used for sin, but sometimes it is also used for harm or obstacle. Here in this verse it is used for the latter meaning, hence, any doubt of sinning on the part of children is also removed. The Al-Qur'an ruling. The phrase, the slaves owned by you, used in verse Surah An-Nur, Ayah 58 covers the meaning of both the slaves and the slave girls. Among them the adult slaves fall under the category of non-mahrams under the Islamic law. As has been explained earlier, the mistress or woman of an adult slave is obligated to be in hijab before him. Therefore, the phrase is purported to mean here the slave girls and minor slaves who roam about in the house freely. Ruling. The scholars and jurists have different viewpoints on the question whether this type of istidhan is obligatory or merely commendable, and whether this injunction is still valid or is abrogated. Majority of jurists have ruled that this verse is firm and thus not abrogated, and the injunction is obligatory both for men and women, qutubai, but it is obvious that the reason and ground for the injunction to be obligatory is that which is given above, that is, one wants to be on his own at these 3 times and likes privacy, and sometimes gets busy with his wife. However, if people could get into the habit of keeping their concealable parts covered even at these 3 times, and be careful to copulate with wife only at times when there is no possibility of anyone coming in, as is the norm these days, then it is not obligatory to restrain the relatives and children from entering without istidhan. In this situation, it is no more obligatory for the relatives to follow it, but there is no doubt that it is a desirable and commendable act, though it seems that people have given it up for a long time. According to one narration, say Ibn Abbas, may Allah be pleased with him, has used very strong words for ignoring it, and according to another narration he has put forward excuses for those who do not follow it. The first narration is reported by Ibn Kathir on authority of Ibn Abi Hatim that say in Abdullah ibn Abbas, may Allah be pleased with him, has said that there are 3 verses which people have stopped following. One of them is this very verse of istidhan in which relatives and young children are instructed to seek permission. The second verse is Surah An-Nisa, Ayah 8, in which people are advised to hand over a part of the inheritance to those relatives also who are present at the time of division of patrimony but have no claim on it, in order to console them. The third verse is in which it is declared that the noblest among you in the sight of Allah is the most God-fearing of you. But these days such persons are regarded honorable and respectable who possess plenty of wealth and palatial houses. According to some other narration, Ibn Abbas, may Allah be pleased with him, has also said that in respect of these 3 verses the shaitan has overpowered the people. Then he said, I have restrained even my slave girl not to come to me without permission at these 3 times. The second narration is also reported on authority of Ibn Abi Haytham by Sayyidina Ikrimah, may Allah be pleased with him, that two persons inquired from Sayyidina Ibn Abbas, may Allah be pleased with him, about Istidhan, and joined by this verse upon near relatives, and commented that people have stopped acting on this. Ibn Abbas, may Allah be pleased with him, replied that Allah keeps cover on many things, and He likes the same for others. The fact of the matter is that at the time of revelation of this verse the society was very simple. People did not use curtains at the door, nor did they have large beds with curtains. There used to be occasions when a child or servant would come unannounced at a time the person was in a compromising position with his wife. It was to prevent such happenings that Allah Ta'ala sent down this injunction to take permission at these 3 times. But now people use curtains at the door and large beds having curtains, which is considered enough for the purpose. Now there is no need for istidhan. Having reproduced this narration, Ibn Kathir has said, may Allah be pleased with him, that is, the chain of its narrators is sahih, authentic. In the light of this narration ascribed to Sayyidina Ibn Abbas, may Allah be pleased with him, one thing is quite clear, that when there is no apprehension of any one seeing the other in an uncovered position or involved with his wife, in that case some concession is allowed. But Quran teaches for pure society, so that no one interferes in anyone's freedom and everybody lives in peace and comfort. Those who do not make their family members follow the practice of seeking permission, they themselves face inconvenience and curb their natural instincts and desires.
And when the children among you reach puberty, let them ask permission at all times, as those before them have done. Thus does Allah make clear to you His verses, and Allah is knowing and wise.
See Surah An-Nur, Ayah 58 for the Tafsir.
And women of post-menstrual age who have no desire for marriage, there is no blame upon them for putting aside their outer garments but not displaying adornment. But to modestly refrain from that is better for them, and Allah is hearing and knowing.
Emphasis on hijab for women and an exemption. The injunction on hijab for women has already appeared earlier in detail in 2 verses, and 2 exemptions were also mentioned there. One exemption relates to the one who is seeing, and the other to that who is seeing. According to the first exemption, young children and the slave girls are exempt. As for the second exemption, the outward adornment is exempt from hijab, which includes outer clothing like veil or covering sheet. There is agreement of all on this, but according to some, women's face and palms are also included in this exemption. In the next verse, the third exemption is granted on the basis of a woman's personal situation. If a woman has grown so old that no one would have any sexual desire towards her, nor is she marriageable, for such a woman concession in hijab is allowed, in that even strangers, non-mahrams, are treated like mahrams for her. She is not required to cover those parts of her body before non-mahrams which are not required to be covered before mahrams. Hence it is said, and those old women who have no hope for marriage. The explanation of this verse is already given above. Although very old women are allowed to uncover those parts of their body before non-mahrams which are not required to be covered before mahrams, yet this exemption is allowed with the condition that they do so without applying any makeup or adornment. The other thing said in the last is that it is better for them if they avoid going before non-mahrams altogether.
There is not upon the blind any guilt, nor upon the lame any guilt, nor upon the ill any guilt, nor upon yourselves if you eat from your own houses, or the houses of your fathers, or the houses of your mothers, or the houses of your brothers, or the houses of your sisters, or the houses of your father's brothers, or the houses of your father's sisters, or the houses of your mother's brothers, or the houses of your mother's sisters, or from houses whose keys you possess, or from the house of your friend. There is no blame upon you whether you eat together or separately. But when you enter houses, give greetings of peace upon each other, a greeting from Allah, blessed and good. Thus does Allah make clear to you the verses of ordinance, that you may understand.
Commentary. Some injunctions and social etiquettes after the entry in a house. In the previous verses, it was enjoined to seek permission before entering into anyone's house. In the above verse, those injunctions and etiquettes are pronounced which are obligatory or preferable to follow after the permission to enter the house is granted. Before understanding the injunction contained in this verse and its purport, it would be advisable to know the background in which this verse was revealed. Every Muslim knows very well how much emphasis is laid by the Holy Qur'an and the teachings of the Holy Prophet for respecting and preserving the rights of the people. Huququl ibad. Very strong warnings are sounded against using anything owned by someone else without his permission. On the other hand, Allah Ta'ala had chosen such fortunate persons for the company of the Holy Prophet that they were all ears for any command from Allah or His Messenger. They were always ready to put in their best on every single command. By following Quranic teachings diligently and having the exalted company of the Holy Prophet, they were turned by Allah Ta'ala into a group of whom even the angels were proud. Not to think ever to spend even slightly from others' wealth, to avoid putting in anyone into the slightest of trouble, and to remain steadfast on the highest standard of taqwa, constant awareness of Allah, were only some of the attributes of the companions of the Holy Prophet. Some related incidents had taken place during the life of the Holy Prophet in which connection the injunctions contained in the present verse were revealed. All commentators have made reference of these incidents with the difference that different incidents are quoted as the cause of revelation by different commentators. The actual position is that there is no contradiction in their assertions, and all these incidents put together are the cause of revelation of this verse. The incidents are as follows. Imam Madhawi, may Allah have mercy on him, has related on authority of Sid ibn Jubair, may Allah be pleased with him, and some other commentators, that it is a common habit among people to feel disgust in eating together with lame, crippled, blind, and sick, and avoid it. Among the companions who had any of these disability thought that if they were to eat with others they might cause botheration and trouble to them. Therefore they started avoiding eating with normal persons. The blind people thought that they might eat more than others, as they cannot see, causing injustice for the rest. Justice requires that all who eat together should eat equally. Likewise, the lame thought that they would create problem for others as they could not sit properly and occupy more space, which will result in taking up the share of space of others. In this background, the above verse was revealed, in which the disabled were asked to join other normal persons for eating. They were advised not to take upon themselves such painstaking precautionary measures which could lead them into trouble. Imam Madhawi, may Allah have mercy on him, has narrated another incident related by Ibn Jarir on authority of Sayyidina Ibn Abbas, may Allah be pleased with him, which presents the other side of the picture. The story goes like this. When the verse, "Do not eat up each other's property by false means," Surah Al-Baqarah, Ayah 188, was revealed, people were hesitant to eat with the blind, lame, and the sick. Their consideration was that the sick eats less because of his indisposition, so he would suffer if he eats with others. The blind cannot differentiate between the good and ordinary food, and the lame is slow to eat because of his posture. So people thought there is a possibility that the disabled are deprived of their due share, whereas the justice demands that all should eat equally while eating together. So, it was in this background that this verse was revealed, and people were taken out of this predicament. The spirit behind this injunction is that people should eat together, and if there is a little disparity in the quantity of food taken by each one of them, it should not be a cause of botheration. Said Ibn al-Musayyab, may Allah be pleased with him, has given yet another version that while going on jihad or battles, the Muslims used to hand over the keys of their houses to the disabled with the instructions that they can eat whatever is there in the house. On the other hand, the disabled would not eat anything lest they spend something against the wishes of the owners. Hence, to counter this position, the above verse was revealed. Musnad al-Bazar has also reported this version on the authority of Sayyid Isha, may Allah be pleased with him, that when the Holy Prophet used to go on a battle, it was the desire of every companion to go along with him to participate in the battle. They used to hand over the keys of their houses to the poor and disabled persons with the permission that they could eat anything available in the house during their absence. But the disabled would abstain from taking anything from the house, fearing that the permission given to them to eat freely from the house might not have been given with full willingness. Baghawi has also narrated on authority of Sayyidina Ibn Abbas, may Allah be pleased with him, that the word, your friend, used in the verse, which means that there is no harm in eating from your friend's house, was a reference toward the incident of Harith bin Amr, may Allah be pleased with him. The incident was that with B. Amr, may Allah be pleased with him, went for jihad along with the Holy Prophet, leaving the care and custody of his house to his friend, Malik ibn Zayd, may Allah be pleased with him. When Harith returned, he noticed that Malik ibn Zayd, may Allah be pleased with him, had become very weak. When he inquired the reason of the weakness, Malik, may Allah be pleased with him, replied that he did not feel it right to eat anything from his house. All these narrations are taken from Tafsir Majari. Indeed, all these incidents had a bearing on the revelation of this verse. Ruling. As mentioned above, A general permission was granted in this verse to eat in certain houses without asking special consent. This permission was granted on the basis of a tradition among Arabs to eat freely in the houses of close relatives. There was absolutely no formality among them, and no one would ever mind this habit. Rather, they used to encourage it, and would feel happy about it. Not only that, sometimes the relatives used to bring poor, sick or needy persons, and feed them at houses of others, on which the hosts would feel happy. According to custom, they would not seek special permission for this, as there was a general consent among them to follow the tradition. It therefore becomes obvious that wherever and whenever this tradition is not in vogue, or the owner's consent is doubtful, then eating without permission is forbidden. In the present time, no one would like that even a close relative would eat in his house without seeking permission. Therefore, the permission granted in this verse would not apply, unless someone is absolutely sure that his eating in a relative's house would not cause any problem or displeasure, rather he would enjoy it. Only in this situation, eating at such a house would be permissible under the dictate of this verse. Ruling. It is now clear from the above statement that it is not right to say that this injunction was meant for the early days of Islam, and was abrogated later. The injunction is in force right from the beginning up to the date, and shall always remain effective. The real condition of the application of this injunction is the certainty of permission of the owner of the house, and if that is not present, then the very basis of injunction is not available. Majari ruling. It has also now become clear that this injunction is not restricted only to the relatives specified in the verse, but the concession is applicable to other persons also, with the sole condition that it is certain that the owner of the house will be pleased and will not be offended if someone eats and also makes others eat without seeking prior permission. Majari. These injunctions relate to the acts permitted or preferable on entering in someone else's house after taking permission. The act of eating and drinking has been mentioned first due to its importance. The second act, mentioned in verse Surah An-Nur, ayat 64, relates to the etiquettes of entry. The etiquette demands that as one enters the house with permission, he should greet all the Muslims present there with salam. This is the purport of the words, "Greet your own selves," verse Surah An-Nur, ayah 61. It is because all Muslims are a single united group. In many Sahih hadiths, great emphasis is laid on Muslims for greeting each other as an act of virtue.
The believers are only those who believe in Allah and His Messenger, and when they are meeting with Him for a matter of common interest, do not depart until they have asked His permission. Indeed, those who ask your permission, O Muhammad, those are the ones who believe in Allah and His Messenger. So when they ask you permission for something of their affairs, then give permission to whom you will among them, and ask forgiveness for them of Allah. Indeed, Allah is forgiving and merciful.
Commentary. Some etiquettes and injunctions in regard to meetings with the Holy Prophet in particular, and in the society in general. The above verses contain two injunctions. The first injunction is that when the Holy Prophet called people for the meeting in connection with jihad or any other religious matter, the demand of the faith is that all should attend and must not leave the meeting without his permission. If there is an emergency, permission may be sought from the Holy Prophet, who was advised that unless there is special need and requirement, permission may be granted on such requests. In the same connection, those hypocrites are condemned who would come to attend the meeting only to fulfill the obligation of faith, but would quietly sneak out under the cover of some other person. This verse was revealed at the time of the Battle of Ozeb, when the Arab disbelievers and other groups joined together and suddenly attacked Medina. After consultations with the companions, the Holy Prophet consented to dig up a trench to defend against the attack. For this reason, this battle is also known as the Battle of Trench, Khandak. This battle was fought in Shawwal 5th Hijra. Qutubah, Bayhaqi, and Ibn Ishaq have reported that the Holy Prophet himself had taken part in the digging of the trench. But the hypocrites used to come late in the first place, and after doing a little bit of work just to show their presence, would sneak away quietly. As against this, all the believers were putting in their best, and in case of any need or emergency would take permission from the Holy Prophet before leaving the work. At that point this verse was revealed. Majari, a question and its answer. It appears from this verse that it is forbidden to get up and leave from the presence of the Holy Prophet without seeking his permission. But there are several incidents when companions used to leave his meeting when they wished, and would not deem it necessary to take his permission. The answer to this point is that the injunction mentioned in the present verse is not an injunction for ordinary meetings, but it is meant for specific gatherings which the Holy Prophet might have called for some need, as was the case at the time of Battle of the Trench. The phrase for a collective matter is itself pointing toward this exclusivity. What does collective matter mean? There are different views on this point. The most evident explanation is that this phrase is used for such acts for which the Holy Prophet felt necessary to collect the people, as he regarded it important to collect the people for digging the trench on the occasion of Battle of Ozem. Qut 2 by Majari, is this injunction exclusive to meetings of the Holy Prophet or is general? Since this injunction is issued for a religious and Islamic need, all the jurists agree that it is not exclusive to meetings of the Holy Prophet. The same injunction would apply to any imam or ruler of the Muslims who is in control of the government, if he called up a meeting. It is obligatory to attend the meetings called up by the rulers, and it is not lawful to leave it without permission. Qut 2 by Majari, Bayan al-Qur'an. This is but obvious that this injunction has greater stress and emphasis for meetings called up by the Holy Prophet, and its opposition is open callousness. As for the common meetings and gatherings, not convened by a ruler, acting upon this injunction is surely preferable and commendable from the point of view of Islamic social etiquette. When Muslims are gathered in a meeting for deliberation or action on a collective issue, one should i.e. have the meeting only after taking permission from the presiding person. The second injunction is given in the last verse.
Do not make your calling of the messenger among yourselves as the call of one of you to another. Already Allah knows those of you who slip away, concealed by others. So let those beware who dissent from the Prophet's order, lest fitna strike them or a painful punishment.
Do not take the call of the messenger among you as a call of one of you to another. Surah An-Nur, Ayah 63. One explanation of this verse is that call of the messenger means calling of the people by the Holy Prophet, which implies that call is the act of the messenger. Thus the meaning of the verse is, when the Holy Prophet called people, it should not be taken as a common call of an ordinary person, in which one has the choice to go or not to go. In the case of a call by the Holy Prophet, it becomes obligatory to go to him, and leaving the meeting without his permission is unlawful. In the context of the verse, the above explanation appears more appropriate. That is why Majari and Bayan al-Qur'an have adopted this explanation. The other explanation of call of the messenger is related by Ibn Kathir and Qut 2 by on authority of Sayyid ibn Abdullah ibn Abbas, may Allah be pleased with him. According to this explanation, it means calling of the Holy Prophet by the people for some need, which implies that the messenger is the object of the call. On the basis of this explanation, the meaning of the verse would be that when you call the Holy Prophet for some need, do not call him by his name, saying Ya Muhammad as you call others. This is disrespect to him. Therefore, call him by an honorific form of address such as Ya Rasul Allah, i.e. or Ya Nabi Allah. In the final analysis, it is obligatory on all Muslims to have respect and veneration for the Holy Prophet, and to avoid all such things which are in conflict with respect and etiquette, or which may cause inconvenience to the Holy Prophet. This injunction is similar in nature to many of those enjoined in Surah Al-Hujurat. For instance, Surah Al-Hujurat, Ayah 2, it means that when you talk to the Holy Prophet, keep in mind his respect, and do not talk in a loud voice, as people do while talking to each other. A similar example is Surah Al-Hujurat, Ayah 4, which means that when he is inside the house, one must not call him out, rather wait for him outside until he comes out on his own. A warning. It has also been inferred from the second explanation that as a common etiquette, it is incumbent upon Muslims to pay respect to the elders, and to call them by their names is disrespect. Elders should always be called with titles of respect.
Unquestionably, to Allah belongs whatever is in the heavens and earth. Already He knows that upon which you stand, and knows the day when they will be returned to Him, and He will inform them of what they have done. And Allah is knowing of all things.
See Surah An-Nur, Ayah 63 for the Tafsir.